heating oil killing it. A new tank of oxygen this morning. Let's start with me, phone. So I had a dentist appointment this morning. Seamus had one. We're doing. We got fitted for my bottom teeth finally. Through the fit of a full dickhead to the dentist. Full! Straight up dickhead in the dentist. I almost had the lady crying. I didn't mean to. It's just being me. Anyway, I got fitted today for my bottom teeth. Told her, I said, I don't give a fuck. I'll go out to fucking Rocky Ford. I ain't having it. So I need some fucking bottom teeth in here. The majority of the rest of the work is on my top that he needs to do anyway. I said, I don't give a shit. We're doing this bottom tooth thing first. Hey, Sean, how you doing? Cosmic, how you doing? I'm warming up my heating box. I got a little jumper on it today so I can disconnect that and reconnect my little relay switch I hooked up yesterday. Can't believe this thing ran it. Didn't destroy itself. Good. Fucking went around, paid bills today, and got myself a new tank of oxygen. So, plugged in the kiln. I said, well, fuck it. Let's go listen to this new anthropologist dude today. See what he thinks about ancient history. So we got that lined up. It's a couple hours. I haven't heard it yet. So I don't know what he's going to say. Now, yeah, I won't do root canals. Pull that shit. That would be my suggestion. They'll fix that shit. You'll hate it again in 10, 15 years. Hey, Robert. Welcome back. Shit. You would have to ask, Sean. I forget his name. Someone brought him to us yesterday or the day before. Robert Sepper. Seemed pretty cool. I listened to a couple of his short things. I figured we'd give a little bit longer listen today instead of the dry stuff we've been going with, because I like this guy better than what we've been going with anyways. The fall of empires or whatever. Collapsed empires, that guy. What up, TK? that was that was Angry Cat. that was Angry Cat's uh, jingle fucking bells. I was like, get the fuck out of here. The more I look, the better it gets, man. I gotta look for the Batman smells one. I was reminded of that this morning. I was like, I haven't heard that since I was a kid. Let's see if there's a good metal version of Batman smelling Robin laying eggs. Okay. Well, you should give him raw. I gave him raw. He hadn't responded to me. I ain't gonna give him raw again. You can have raw or not. I don't give a fuck at this point. What can I say, man? I'm gonna beat my head over it. I went right to him. I didn't just make a comment. I went through one of his videos. He had like 1,000 fucking comments on it, and I found one where he answered. And I went right to that, and I went right to him. So I know he saw it. If he looked, I don't know. If he read it, I don't know. I gave it to him. I figured because I was listening to some holes in his research. I was like, we got them answers, buddy. But he does his homework. He's good. That's why we're going to listen to him today. I want to see what he says about ancient history. I'm going to load up a bowl real good first. I'm going to have to plug in my shit proper here too pretty soon. Let's get to temp. I'll be messing with the kiln for a while till I get my bricks really hot. Anyways. Guess I should probably plug that in too. Shit. See, the mortar's hot in the bricks. Bricks probably got to soak another 20 minutes before it's going to hold a good temperature. I got to bring that brick up. I want to plug it in my thing again. See how long that'll last once I get started. I got a lot of honeycombs to make, but man, I might have to go get me another tube of glass. Now I got my big shit here too, so I'll bring that over and make some out of that. But yeah, it's heating up the temperature real quick now. I want to take it over temperature and bake these bricks in. Good heat. Good hot shit. So I've been waiting for this wall to change since yesterday, and it really hasn't. I mean, it's up to date. You can tell it's changing. I'm just saying that shit's definitely looking a little bit drastic. More so than it has been. Pretty precarious right there. Look at that. God. Trying not to short out my house electric. I was like, damn, that's pretty fucking close. Whop! That wouldn't be good at all. Like, well, let's try that again. I had more points pulled yesterday, or did I use? Did I only pull the two? Oh, that's right. I ran out of oxygen. Huh. Well, I got a new tank today. I got some new tank today. Probably use some of that on something too. Save that for use it for something, anyways. Make a big old chunky pipe out of it. That's right. Yeah. So how's everybody else's Tuesday doing? I got in a fight at the dentist. Not really. I was just being a dick. They was telling me I wasn't going to be able to get fitted for my bottom teeth till after I got my top teeth fixed. So I'm like, look, I don't think you get it. I'm getting my shit fitted today. So there's no more teeth coming out of here. So there might be one or two fillings going in there. Maybe I said them teeth are really nice in there. I said, what you're gonna do is get me some fucking molars so I can eat. I'm losing weight and I ain't got a whole lot to lose. I don't give a fuck if I gotta go down the road and get that shit. I'll go in the Pueblo and get myself some goddamn teeth. So yeah, she wasn't used to that kind of talk. Dennis came in and says, "What's up?" I says, "What do you mean, what's up?" I said, "Yeah, I ain't got no fucking teeth down here, dude. I said, I'm chewing up on this fucking gum over here. I need some fucking dentures." So that's what we're doing first. Period. I said, "We'll do that whole process, then you can work on this." I said, "I'm blowing glass for the next 2 weeks. I can't take another week off like I did last time. That hurt. It didn't hurt. It just put me to where I can't take this week off. I got my kiln acting up. Just can't do it, Doc. Don't stress me out." But he agreed. He says, "Yep, you need some teeth." I agree. We're going to do that. We'll fit you, and we'll get that took care of first. So thank you, because all I want to do is eat fucking food right now, and I can't. It's really all I can think about is eating food, and I can't, Doc. So it's causing me issues because I can't eat no food. God damn it. I got problems with that, not being able to eat food. I like to eat food all the time. You did not follow that fact. All right. Thanks. Thanks. You just here, suck my dingly cobra, fucker. All that. Oh well. I'm gonna have to put a peg in that thing too. Poopy. That good. Old. That new brick I put in there, I didn't put my peg in there very good. It fell out. You ever have one of those Mondays that bleed into Tuesday? That's the way my Tuesday's gone so far. Mm. Nice. Nice little gravity bong, huh? Your electrostatic contraction. Yeah, that's those are actually vacuum fed because what do you do? Make yourself one out of a milk jug? That's old school shit. I make gravity bongs out of glass. They make them all the time too. A lot of people do. I'll make sure I can make my quick switcheroo here. I'm about to do it. Yeah, what do you got? Kick on. It'll work. Right on. Well, I may actually be working here. Let's see. My marijuanas. What's up, Brew? How you doing, man? Hi, Valerie. How you doing? Oh, yeah. Well, that's not me. I was pretty dickish about it, but I mean, it was the second time I was in there, and she's all like, "Well, we set aside an hour and a half for you today." I said, "Well, that's cool." I said, "That's good you did because I want fitted from a bottom teeth." She's like, "We have other procedures." I was like, "I don't give a fuck what you got." I said, "I ain't got no teeth." And this is my second time you telling me that you got to do other procedures. I'm telling you, that's not the way it's going to work here. She's like, "Well, that's." I was like, "I don't care. I don't care. That's a what? I want my teeth. I need to eat." She just. I wasn't hearing it. She wasn't hearing it. So the doctor came in the middle and he said, "Look, we're going to get you some teeth." I said, "Thank you very much. I can't take these next couple weeks off. I just can't do it. Wish I could, but I can't." Hi, DK. Doing good. Having a second Monday. Getting over it. Starting out early with the dentist. I did. I did. I'm getting my chompers. Last time I voiced my opinions that she didn't like it. She didn't like it much this time either. I like I said, I don't care. I need some teeth to chew with. You just can't do this shit without teeth. That was the whole reason I wanted them pulled. I said these gums are healed up enough you can fit them fucking things. So do it. So go ahead and spend your hour and a half doing that. So we can talk about the painful stuff. So when I get rent paid next month, I'll be good. That should be in the next 2 weeks, which puts me, of course, before the month. But that means I can have time off because all my other bills are paid: gas, electric, rent, and insurance this week. We paid that fucking $300 electric bill. Look at you. Look at you. You shitting out on me already, motherfucker. I hear you over there. Hang on, I gotta go fight with this thing. Oh, you're gonna act right. See, look, I thought about getting up and going to kick its ass. It was like, all right, all right. I probably got one more cycle left on it. I've been eating a lot of hemp seed. The fucking thing is, at this point, it's still going to take probably a month to get my bottoms. Even if he's already fitted them and everything, it's still probably going to take about a month to get them. And I'm all like, oh shit, I'm right. I need, I need me some bottom teeth before Rob be revealing himself and shit. Cause I might want to eat a nut or two later. I got some pretty good healthy upper teeth on this. Well, I could eat a fucking sandwich over there. I could do well over here, but I want this one out of my head anyway. It's giving me trouble before. I don't want it in there no more. Even this morning, she was talking about, nah, I think we're going to fill that one. I said, no, you're going to pull it. I'm telling you right now, it's coming out of my head, and that's why I don't want you doing it right now because I can't have it done. Because that thing is coming out of my head. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. It's out of there. It's been fixed like twice. They want to fix it again. I'm like, no. Uh-uh. You're lucky. Yeah, I broke these two that he just extracted with eating a oyster. It had a little fucking miniature pearl in the fucking thing, and it split both my teeth because I bit into it, and it was I guess it was right in the crack of my molars. Fucking wedge, boop, popped them both. Oh, I lived with that for almost 18 years. I tried to pull them out myself at one point. It didn't work, but I broke off the rest of the teeth so they stopped hurting so much, and I could eat. See, there's that eat. I like to eat. I like to chew. They were so swelled up I couldn't chew after I broke them on that pearl. His mom still got the pearl I broke my tooth on. It's in a little tiny bottle. If it wasn't, she'd be losing that shit if she went dusting, man. About that big, man. It wasn't, if you put a hole in that pearl, that motherfucker be gone. It's about as big as the hole in most pearls, you know what I mean? It's just teeny. So yeah, I was like, shit, what are you gonna do? Look at you, you are working, aren't you? Working your way on up here. You're gonna fucking heat up the watch. Catch your cycle. Fucking equipment. Equipment. Huh. Right on. She set that puppy off. I'll be displaying it soon. I can't wait to see it. I ain't had a crocheted shit since me and my grandma made one. Mm. Mm. Damn, and I don't have any of that anymore. I had two heating pads I did like 20 years ago out of hemp. I gotta tell you something. You crochet some heating pads out of hemp, those motherfuckers will last you 20 fucking years. I just recently threw them away because they were nasty. Kid soaked them in shit. He just doesn't respect my hot pads. He thinks they're a towel or something. It's But the hemp didn't like that. I didn't like the hemp after it stunk. Wouldn't wash out. It's been a while, but yes. Yeah, I can crochet. I can macrame like motherfucker. I used to be in the Navy, yo. It's all about knots. You bet. I used to hang with the deckhands too, make lanyards and shit. So it was pretty tight, man. When we pull into port, like a foreign port or some shit, well, we would deck out the shit. It'd be all knot work. It'd be it'd be fancy. Married. Uh-oh. That's trouble right there. What do you mean, can I sew? Yeah, I can sew. Are you kidding me? You must have missed my earlier live videos where I've made a few hundred of these fucking COVID masks, triple pleated with triple lock stitch, satin lined. I make pillow bags for all my glass products. I've been sewing. I'm world renowned for my sewing. I was. That's what got me in High Times magazine. Actually, uh, yeah, I can sew. I can sew. I can cook. That's why I said, man, it's gonna take a hell of a woman if I'm ever gonna not be a monk. I'm pretty fucking self sufficient, pretty fucking happy, you know. So I told my kid the other day, just joking around, I said, you're old enough to understand a flying frying pan around the house. I said, don't be surprised when daddy come home with a girlfriend. He turned 16. Shit. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not ready for that. I'm about Heidi. Ooh, yeah, no. The what Philadelphia experiment? I don't know. Wasn't there? We got three suns converging on this experiment going on right now. And if they did make it disappear, I don't know how they did it. I don't know. It seems like it might have. The story keeps getting grander and grander, though. I don't know what the hell. Well, that's what I hear. I understand what the Philadelphia experiment is. I do. Familiar with it. You asked me my opinion on it. I said I wasn't there. Couldn't tell you. I've seen several different versions of what happened. So what happened? I don't know. Apparently it disappeared for a little bit. I don't know. I know they can make shit disappear now. And it ain't got nothing to do with electromagnetics. That's the funny thing. So I don't know what they were doing on the Philadelphia experiment. I don't think it was they were trying to make anything disappear. I'm not sure what they were. I don't know. I know they had that motherfucker wired for sound, and that's not at all how stealth works. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and I never found that actually anything of great importance. Personally, I never really looked too deeply into it. I just looked at it out of curiosity. Yeah, I heard some people got welded into it too, and I heard versions where nothing happens. Like I said, I really don't know. I don't doubt any of it. I don't know. I just don't know. Without even knowing what they were trying to do, I couldn't tell you what went on. Because I really don't think they were trying to do any kind of stealth anything. Stealth comes from shaping and camouflage. And they can camouflage these things by projecting what, and people, they'll project what's behind you in front of you, and you disappear. And it's pretty effective. You can see wake, but I mean, you can hide tanks too. You can hide stuff that's not mobile really well from the air, typical sighting contacts and shit like that. They don't need uh, tarps anymore because those are pretty easy to spot anyway. Yeah, they're pretty good at it, and it doesn't require any high magnets or anything like that. So, like I said, I'm not sure what the hell they were trying to see. That's why it could be anything. Once you look at what happened, something happened. What happened, I don't know, but something fucking happened. We wouldn't be talking about it today. Yeah, that's for damn sure. What they did, I don't know. That's up in the air. What up, though? Well, see, that might be what they were doing in the Philadelphia experiment, making that money from our wallets disappear. Mine, I suffer from the same fucking issue. And apparently Valerie does too. Yeah, Sheila, I've heard that. Um, I saw it on a movie too once. Like I said, I looked at it out of curiosity, but I couldn't provide what they were actually trying to do. I don't think it had anything to do with stealth. Or do I could tell you that. I don't think it had anything to do with stealth because it's not along the same lines that anything stealth it even makes sense when it comes to stealth. Um, they got ways they can stealth shit with fucking LED lights. They don't have to go to that kind of extreme to do it. But what they were doing, I don't know. What happened, I don't know. I don't think it was stealth though. I don't think it was stealth they had in mind. Well, Robert, it's not really gonna matter a whole lot to me. I ain't never had a whole lot of cash. I don't care. I'll keep making the cash though, as much as I need, as long as they'll let me. They go cashless. I guess I'll just start trading and bartering. I don't know how. Find a cave cheap. Find me a cheap cave. They don't start letting us deal with cash. I'll be fucked up. I'd just be fucked up. This fucking thing over here squirting. It's gonna do something. It ain't doing nothing. It's that fucking transformer. It's gonna be doing this to me all week. I'm just gonna get upset with it. Damn it. I ain't taking no damn mark. I'm about to go Captain fucking Caveman on it. Damn straight. This motherfucker here is about had my last bit of patience with. I'm going to hook it back up straight again. Because it is just steady falling in temperature, and I don't want that. It was for sure. Let me come back over here and plug it in a minute. I gotta go back over here, unplug it from here, heat it back up. I'm going to put it back in that little switch I was using yesterday. I got out my oven. It worked just fine. So I'll hook that back up. This little thing. I'll go with that once I get it heated up and I start working. And we'll see how long it holds temperature, and I'll have to redirect it again. But I didn't unhook my hookies. I just put a jumper cable in there. Bop, bop. I'm sitting there watching that, making sure nothing touches. Like I said, we got close a minute ago. I was like, oh shit. I'm pulling some MacGyver shit over here. Y'all just hang out. It's going to be okay. What's up, Kate? My son almost shit himself yesterday. He came down here. He was like, where the... He noticed that the oven was missing upstairs. He's like, where'd our little oven go? I said, well, motherfucker, and took the controller out of it. Uh-oh. Y'all might be spinning. Y'all might be spinning for a bit, or a minute, or a second. Anyway, your connection sucks. Tell me about it. Induction heating. Yeah, I ain't taking no CV test. You was spinning? Yeah, it's not a surprise. I ain't taking no CV test. They can't make you take none of that shit. They can't make you take a vaccine. It's been pronounced a human right violation in Nuremberg trials. Many people have already hung for that shit. Remember? We already covered that in a previous video. Excuse me while I look at Mama's reaction to this. Let's see just what we're doing here with this induction. Because I can tell it's hitting. It's about square time for it to hit too. In my region, put me right in the heat of it. Mama, don't fry my brain. Oh yeah, she's pushing, making me insane. Oh baby, look at that. Keep going. That ain't even starting. She said, look, I do push-ups with one hand, bitch. Mama, she's pushing up one-handed. She says this ain't nothing. This is what planets do. All right. She said, y'all pussies are going to feel it more than me. I don't know where I get it from. Yeah, well, after all this shit starts, they're going to have people begging to get into them camps. Seriously, their houses are going to be gone. They ain't going to be ready for this kind of shit coming. I hope you guys are. It's going to get all upside down. It's crazy. Well before perihelia, as I understand. We ain't seen nothing yet. Nothing, I say. Yeah, I agree, Sean. All those tests, they all say that they shouldn't be used as a diagnosis, and they shouldn't. They're not even testing for a specific CV. They're just testing for a COVID antibody. And 80% of the population is already pre-positioned to have some sort of COVID antibody at any point in time. So they're going to hit their numbers they want if they want a pandemic. That's for damn sure, because we've suffered from COVID virus since the fucking dawn of man every year. And the fucked up thing is, the COVID antibodies only last 8 to 12 months. So even if you get a vaccine, you're still going to be susceptible to it each and every fucking year. Just like, well, let's just say it. Call it like it is, just like the flu. And then they're going to get the wrong strain. And then they did this, and then they did that, an accident, and everybody died. We didn't mean to kill you. Sorry, should have just got the COVID. that's pretty much the end story there. End result, as I see it. And it's sad that it is like that, but here we are. It's our reality. That's where we are today. Mainly because that's what we've allowed them to do to us. Ow, that's hot. Yacht. Okay, that might be a fucking issue, but there. Mm, Jesus. There Mm, and this comes. Actually, how you like me now, baby? Mm-hmm. I just work like that. Can't complain. It's working. Motherfucking MacGyver. You don't want to know what I got going on. You just don't want to know. What up, fucker? How you doing? No, I didn't know Van Halen died. they ain't they ain't got a harvest mine. They got plenty of samples of it. I'm sure. I was in the military. And they shot me full of all kinds of shit. I was one of them super soldiers. I think I was like round two trials kind of thing. Guinea pig soldier, more like it. I was a guinea pig. Okay. So far, I'm impressed with this little thing. Oh, okay. Just about the time I was going to turn it off, it turned itself off. That's impressive. I like it. Right on. And there it goes again. See, I like that little switch. That works. So it burns out. It'll work. The air gun, yeah, several. Several. I got gamma globin from the fucking shots they gave me in the hospital too. Yeah, they do that. Like I said, I'm sure they have my DNA. They know my daddy. I don't. I don't. I'm sure they already do though. Good old tax dollars at work against us. How else do you look at that? Hmm. I have the same wonderment sometimes. Valerie. Yeah, the things that get away with when we're young and dumb, right? Send us your young so you can't look at what we're doing to them. We're gonna change them into a soldier. we're gonna we're gonna go spread some freedom for the corporation, freedom to charge everybody and kill everybody they want. Good. Yes. Couple different versions of that head fucker. I was a little bit before Shield and Storm. I was right before Shield. They didn't even class. I was in '87 to '89 over there in the IO. They didn't even classify our action at all, man. I was with the Carl Vincent battle group, and we were over there. We were shooting tomahawks 12 hours fucking day at Saddam for Daddy Bush and Ronald Reagan. So, um, Reagan was in charge, and then Daddy took over. And I was kind of pissed because right about then we pulled out and led 400,000 of them Kurds to their death and shit. So they really didn't even classify our shit as really anything. We were just shooting people, killing them, a lot of them. Hmm. That might be part of my back pain. Although, I mean, I'd be hard pressed to. I've got collapsed herniated discs from a motorcycle wreck and several others after. Yeah, well, they give you those experimental shots and they make a lot of people sick. Fuck, man, one morning, I swear they dosed our uh, chow. I I hadn't tripped enough to fucking have no flashback. I don't think. I mean, I'll tell you what, I thought I was tripping after chow after breakfast. And it fucked with me all day. Me falling apart. Who falling apart? Shit, man. That happened when I was 19. I broke my back first one, 19, Robert. I get around just fine. I use my marijuana. They had me on my painkillers, and I tried to shit my liver out and got off of those and started using marijuana, and I'm pretty fucking healthy. Yeah, go against the dollar. Yeah, go against the corporation, you're going to get bombed. Basically, the dollar is just a hold on it. That's the that's the anchor. My teeth, fuck, my mouth ain't felt no better than it has. I ain't got my kiln's falling apart, but my mouth is feeling better than it has fucking years. I just need some bottom teeth. I just need some bottom teeth. No, I had broken them off 18 years ago, man, and they were stuck in my gum that long. I'm fucking thankful they're out. And my gums are almost healed from that. I got this one pulled too. That one wasn't broken, but I wanted it out of my head. It was next to that broken one and it gotten fucking infected itself. And I was like, no, no, I know you can fix it. Get it out. That was the conversation. And he pulled it. I don't want it fixed. I want it out. I want every bit of that soup out of there. That was all my choice. You bet. I know you guys care. I'm just saying that's why I went to the dentist. I'm getting that infected shit out of my body. I'm feeling pretty good. Now my mouth is healed. I just need the teeth. I was feeling pretty fucking spunky this morning. Like, look, bitch, I'm not, you don't understand. These teeth are coming in, so I need them. I wasn't being very kind to anybody this morning because I just wasn't because they was telling me I wasn't gonna get my teeth for a while. I'm like, no, no, you're gonna your guy's gonna be here today. You're gonna have to fit my fucking head for some chompers because I like to eat food and I'm losing weight. I need some fucking food. I'm tired of eating smoothies and soup and gumming my fucking pizza. I can't even eat pizza. That's what sucks. I can't. I just, I think. Well, head fucking, we all had a choice back in the day where we could take shop class or home ec, and all the girls took home ec. I made a sweatsuit that year, and we learned how to cook. But no, my mom couldn't cook for shit, dude. I started cooking about 7. She got mad at me and figured I was actually a pretty good cook, and started putting out the cookbook. Opened up when I get home, so it was my job to dinner. which I didn't complain about because what started that was my mom's cooking absolutely fucking abhorrent suck in general. Unless she's making some kind of sweet dish and I ain't talking about sweet potatoes, man. Sure, her sweet potatoes taste like assholes. I mean, like, wait, we ain't got to get into it. I hated bean soup until I made bean soup. I was like, well, my bean soup don't taste nothing like her beans. What the fuck I was thinking. I cook to the way I like it. I don't really subscribe to it. But yeah, I learned how to do that shit in school too. Fuck shop class. My grandpa was shop class. I've been growing up with shop class. I wanted to go in there with the girls and cook. Yeah, see, there you go, Robert. Well, my mom's real good at that. Although she is good at making cookies. She can make she can make cookies, all kinds of different cookies around Christmas time. Boy, she probably started already. She just she's a cookie maker. Hell yeah, she would. As that you know how I make my bean soup? Like you would put your beans on the table with fucking onions and butter and good and a little bit of seasoning. Some good southern fucking cooking with the beans and fucking break out the cornbread and be like, oh my God, this is good. Well, that's how my soup tastes because that's how I cook it. In the end, after I cook it all night because I cook it from scratch beans and all that, you know, but I put a couple sticks of butter in it, chop me up some onions in it, and throw about a pound of bacon in it. Call it lunch, man. A few spices here and there. I like I like fucking bean soup, man, because I do. I make it. I make it just like I'll make black eyed pea soup just 'cause I love black eyed peas. Yeah, I ain't never even heard no shit like that, but I make it. But yeah, fuck yeah, cook to your taste. And if it don't taste good, what the hell you doing? Let somebody else cook. My whole problem is, that thing they say about your mom. Well, it's kind of true, man. I went out there and I was looking for everybody in the wrong places because they was all like my mom. Them bitches couldn't cook. It's crazy as hell and violent. See, that hence, I gave all that up for Seamus. All that I gave it up. Not a problem. Actually, I needed to give that shit up. One of them was going to kill me. Oh my god. I was just going to get mixed up with that one. You know what I mean? I was on that track. Just like, let's just stop this right now. Ooh, Boston baked beans. Yeah, that was some good shit. Oh man, imagine that as soup. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? I don't know. It'd be kind of rich for soup though. I like to eat soup a couple days in a row. I think if I had fucking baked beans soup, see, yeah, that's setting off my. Ooh, that's a little much. I make big pots of this shit. I've been eating that for days. Man, fucking bean soup. I do put some barbecue sauce in when I do kidney beans. So it's kind of like it kind of like that. Shit, somebody yelling. Gassy, yes, I get gassy. I get gassier from eating McDonald's though. I mean, like, food. I don't handle cheap shit food very well. We ate hot dogs last week, man. Mm, I did not fucking sit well with those. Either night we had them. I, it doesn't. I gotta have real food. I'm I'm pressed when I pull out one of them little bags and start fucking pouring it in there. My belly can handle that, but yeah, fucking that cheap mystery meat kind of shit don't sit well with me. So I'm having like a lunch meat. It got to be meat, not a lunch. Might be meat, a little bit of meat mixed with stuff. God knows what it's mixed with, but it's got meat in there. Yeah, we had okra too yesterday. Oh, I love. See, now last night was pretty good. Cooked the fuck out of that cheeseburger, cut my own cheese, and fried some okra. Well, that was some good shit. Do what? No, I'm just saying I wasn't being kind to nobody. What are you talking about? Shit. Am I going to blow you out with my farts? My McDonald's farts? I don't eat that shit. That's why I don't do well with it. Well, Carla, how you doing? Mm. I'm blowing everybody hits. I've been fighting with my kiln this week. I got so I'm MacGyvering it today. Not fighting so hard. Although it's still making me fucking maintain it. All I gotta do is push the button on the fan though. You hungry too? I am too. A little bit. I can wait until I gotta cook dinner here in a couple hours though, I think. I haven't decided what I'm gonna get because Seamus had two pulled today too. He finally got that one that he had cracked replaced. He broke the rest of it off with pizza this weekend. He just had a hole in his head. I was like, doctor got that shit out today. I gave him a painkiller. He'd been laying on his bed up in his little game. You moved, huh? Nice. Probably a good move, Carla. Things in big cities might be getting crazy. Oh my God. What time's dinner, Sean? Ooh, yeah. I like that and homemade chicken noodle soup with the homemade noodles like rolled out and cut and fucking baked and boiled. See, I'm not so sure how well the mountains will work for you there, Sheila. I don't know. Um, they're full of metal, and we're about to have some pretty heavy plasmatic activity. I wouldn't want to be on a lightning rod, so to speak. um, I mean, as the push gets stronger, fuck, that could be an issue damn near anywhere. But you'd be more susceptible to it in the mountains. And I know out here, there's been an extraordinary amount of people being struck by lightning, groups of people being struck by lightning, just out here in Garden of the Gods, Colorado, this year in particular. Um, so I don't know if anybody else heard about that, but you can look it up. And there has been an extraordinary amount of people and groups of people out here in Colorado Springs getting hit by lightning up here in the mountains. So I would be careful. Make sure you got a basement. Uh, I don't know. The book tells us read their script. It says the people will run to the mountains and the mountains will crumble around them. Induction heating, anybody? If you find yourself wanting to go anywhere, I would probably look for a Creton somewhere near you, which would put Montana and Dakotas, that area up in there where nobody lives. There's a reason nobody lives up there because they engineered 3/4 of our population to be wiped out by waves. And you wouldn't be wiped out by a wave if you're on the Creton. See, that doesn't work. So they had to put us all close to the sea to work. Haynes, New York is sitting in the water. Miami's sitting in the water. Miami's bailing out every day. You can look that up. They're having issues. Fucking water springing up from those springs. It ain't just the fucking poles that's causing here. We got more water below us than all the oceans in the three times all the oceans in the world. I was like, well, that makes sense. Water soaked mantle. Go figure. We saw that working model, right? You remember seeing that working model? She's hollow. It's crazy. Admiral Byrd probably wasn't. I mean, I've seen the working model for it. I haven't seen the working model for fucking what they say works because that's not the way it's not. Mama's got an egg down there. Call her womb. Just like any other magnet it would form in a fucking. And then she got the poles up and down, man. We saw that form, in the microgravity. I was like, well, that's pretty fucking interesting. So I haven't found the frisbee model that works for me either. As a continued update on that. Well, Robert, I need to make a video on that maybe. All right. You know when they say the sky's going to scroll back and men's hearts will fail them for what they see. Well, remember that Cherenkov radiation? And I've been talking about how it's thick like terrestrial fog. I've seen a planet appear and back off, fade behind like a villain in a fucking scary movie. Well, there's only one reason that shit's there. That's because there's a magnet wall around us created by these huge planets and huge moons of these huge planets. So one of them moves, it's going to release all that Cherenkov radiation, and our sky will appear to roll back like a scroll and reveal these monstrous planets that are bigger than Jupiter surrounding. So, judging from my experience, looking at one of these things, not even able to see the whole body of it because of Cherenkov radiation, it didn't come through the whole, just a little part of it came through. And it was so close I could see topography. I mean, it was closer than the fucking moon. I'm looking at this thing and realizing, holy shit, this is 3/4 of our sky. And I'm standing there looking at it with my 73-year-old oxygen man in his field in the back of his truck. And we're both, and I'm judging from his, people are going to shit them fucking selves because we've got like 8 of them around us. At least that's what I'm looking at in the magnet. And I don't think my magnet's lying to. And we see them behind us. Everybody that looks has seen them at night. When you go outside the light dome, you go outside and you look north, and you're going to see these fuckers. They're there. They're huge. Just, and Bobby Maverick got a fucking picture of one. For God's sake, he's like, "Oh, I went out and took," and there it is. But I mean, he didn't randomly take a fucking picture. Anyway, fucking people. So here we are. You know, we've been on our side for almost 10 years now. That marks what tribulation. We've heard all that in the cuneiform. So okay, here we are. We're at the end of tribulations. What happens next? Everybody gets crazy. Everything gets crazy, and it all gets crazy pretty quickly. And I got to tell you, um, for as sustained as this, look at me. I'm going back to Iswa again. I've been watching this shit creep up on us for a couple of years, and this is some sustained fuckery on a level I haven't seen. And we're having bell ringers sometimes every few hours for days, but I mean every day. You know, at least a bell ringer a day is what I'm saying. I mean, we've been having and that's nobody's talking about that. The whole fucking globe is ringing like a bell. Why is the whole globe ringing like a bell? Why? What's going on here? You know, nobody's talking about that. Everybody's all silent about where's Dutch sense and his USGS shit. You know, that boy ain't talking about no bell ringing. You know, nobody is. Nobody's touching that subject. Look at these helioplots. Boom. We've had 2 today. One's an almost bell ringer. The other one's fucking straight. Yeah, the other one outweighs big time. We had a bell ringer and a little ding ding. How's that? But the whole fucking planet's responding to these things. And they're on a big magnitude scale, and the signatures are insane. They're not typical fucking quake signatures on all of them at all. I mean, you can tell they're a quake. All right, they're typical, but I mean, they're spiking. They're spiking. You can tell they happened at a distance, but they are still spiking to a magnitude, and that's not normal at all. And no one's talking about it, but we're having it daily. See, You know, this has happened what a couple of times in history. They'll be like, look at the repercussions, and they'll show a wave going across. Now these motherfuckers are acting big simultaneously. We're ringing like a bell. It's not ringing like a wave. It's fucking look at the plots, and it's global. Uh, so yeah, everybody's gotten silent and everything's normal on all these things. I mean, look, Dutch made a big deal out of it, right? How many fucking subscribers did he get? Because he went and made a big deal about USGS, and then fucking he even blamed me. That's why he got blocked on both accounts. I didn't bring no USGS to him. That motherfucker. Oh, I made a video. Jesus Christ, fucking people. That motherfucker ain't never gonna talk to you about no Dingley Cobra. And he knows. He knows. He knows. He's just a dick. He's a little dickwitty. He ain't quite a weasel dick. Weasel dick's a different kind of dick. That's that's reserved for special dicks. Addressing Congress. Holy shit. If you I don't know about the fucking elections. Jesus Christ. Are you kidding me? It's already fucking fist fight. And they never counted anyways. That's what fucking kills me. They don't count people. The elections don't count. Your vote don't count. You don't. You know what does count? Sometimes if you're having a local thing, like when you're legalizing marijuana, but if you're going any federal level, anything, you're you're kind of fucked. If you get an honest senator, you, he's going to die in a plane crash. Or same tree Sonny Bono fucking ran into while he was skiing, and then his other senator partner that was helping him investigate the Clintons ran into same tree. That doesn't raise a red flag, does it? No, not the fuck at all, right? It's a crazy world we allow. And just think of this: somebody is sitting at Christmas dinner with them kind of fucking. I'm just following orders. People. I personally stopped doing it. I had a whole family, rich bastards, military, fucking couldn't deal with it. Couldn't handle it anymore. It was heavy on my conscience. That's all I got to say. Once you see what's going on, and this was long before the fucking moon started flipping. I was in the military. I fuck out of shit myself. I'm talking. That was fucking 30 years ago. It's actually doing pretty fucking good. Although it takes my ventilation out, I don't know how much more my 15 amp circuit's going to handle. I might have to bring in from my other one over there. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, honest, I know. Yeah. But even the state level fucking senator I was working for, just fucking prick. Man. He knew. They knew at the state level. State level. State level. They're sitting there. You keep in mind he's a state level fucking senator that I work for, Republican. He sat there and gave me his sister gave me the 3/4 fucking population and all that. It's like you gotta be fucking kidding. And they knew. They knew. She said she's gonna be in her bunker. Well, she said, "Be in my bunker." Well, I asked her, I said, Kay, you know you live in the Bible Belt when these people find out that you knew and you didn't warn them, they're going to hang you. She said, I'll be in my bunker. That quick. There's a lady I'd worked with for 3.5 years, really liked. It was his sister. Um, she'll be in her bunker. That's what she said. Yeah, Sean, I've seen them close a few of them down too, though. Right now, they don't feel they're going to be safe, Paula, because they can't get in their bunkers. Mama ain't playing either. Mama's got uh, her guardians. They're in there farting on their pillows in their bunkers right now. They won't let them in, and they're pushing heavy for tunnel warfare. If you haven't noticed, future war is going to be tunnel warfare. Well, why they can't get in their bunkers? There've been a few like that Jersey quake, for example. That didn't make sense. It was way too shallow for where it was, and it was about the right magnitude for a nuke underground going off in a bunker about the right depth, couple 2.5 miles. Um, Plate boundary being about 10 kilometers, it wasn't even close. It was about halfway to your plate boundary. You had a pretty big shaker there. And that just happens to be right in the area of some ammo storage area that we all know exists. That's not even uh, top secret, I don't think. The fact that it was so deep, it might be bigger than what we were told. But yeah, it seems like they're having problems, little problems all over that they're not really talking about. But if you look for, you can see, and it's like, that's interesting. So yeah, I keep getting shown that they're not allowed to hide this stuff. Mama's awake. She ain't. She'll bring the water up. She can flood them out, crack them bunkers and fucking flood them out. Watch her. She'll squeeze some juice. Mama's good at being a plant. I swear to God, I would have already fried every one of us. Ran into the moon a couple times. I really would have. Just look at her. She's good at. She's like, this ain't nothing. This is what planets do. I'm like, all right, I'm feeling it. What'd she say? Yeah, y'all little bitches will. That's just me. I'm kidding. But yeah, no, I mean, she's really being a planet, though. That's real. Her calling us little bitches. She probably thinking it. I would. Well, see, yeah, I worry more about the chemical and petrochemical plants myself. That's that and the nukes. We should be shutting those down. I'm hand in hand with you there, Robert. We don't need them. We don't need them. Have you seen my video called "This Should Very Well Change the World"? We don't need our current electric generating plants at all. We got that. We got electric generating perpetual fucking forever without moving apart. Actually, it depends on absolutely still holding two magnets opposing each other fucking close to each other. Very powerful magnets will create an electric flow that will light lights, man. And you got to clamp it down and it just sits there and lights a light until the light blows out. Then it'll outlast the LED. All right. You know what I mean? As long as those things don't move, you find that fucking convergence point and boop, you're generating electric without shit. No, it depends on you not moving to generate that electric. Um, we've also got models that are torque converter engines that are just like as you can have as many pistons as you want on that motherfucker, but you can run them on a swing shift with oscillating magnets. Uh, yeah, I go look at the video. This should very well change the world. Is the title. It's it's about halfway down. It's hidden. It probably won't never change the world. Nobody looks at it. Get it to an engineer. I mean, seriously, I'm not kidding. This could make helicopter engines that or motors that you wouldn't have to worry about fuel mix at high altitudes. And I mean, anything. You just it could change the world. All right, we could change the world right now today. Today, fuck their money. We don't need their money. All we got to do is come together in agreement that things need to change, and we have a way to change it. Fuck their money. Fuck their money. This changes everything. This should change the world. Have you seen the video? It should change the world. Expands the fucking world. There's no need for war. There's no need for money. Look, you're gonna get the food. Look at that. Boy, they paused that one, didn't they? Are we back? Am I even live? God, my signal's terrible. It said it was terrible. I was like, damn, they lost a bunch of viewers. But yeah, it should very well change the world. We don't need war. We don't need famine. We don't need poverty. We don't need any of that shit. We've got magnet includes in your chest, and we know how to make magnets generate electricity so they can generate their own electromagnetic fucking forces. Go fucking creating all kinds of fucking shit. Fucking we can be high tech. We don't need a drop of petroleum. We don't need a drop of it. We can use that. We can use hemp. Hemp oil for fucking lubrication. It's way better than synthetics, anyways. Fucking and biodegradable, et cetera, edible. Fucking edible. You can eat it. It ain't gonna hurt you, et cetera, et cetera. Now the gasoline shit that you make out of it, the method you don't want to eat that. You don't want to drink it. That is not good for you. But it could be. You could make some white lightning out of hemp. I'm just saying. And the shit's not like corn fuel. It's not like ethanol. Ethanol, man, once they gave us ethanol, I knew they was going to legalize marijuana. It didn't really come to us a big surprise because, you know, now everybody got this bad taste in their mouth because they got their carburetors all fucked up from this shit and their cars all fucking goosed up because of the ethanol. They got to have a warning on your pump. This might contain ethanol in it. And it's like, yeah, it sucks. That's the way it is, isn't it? Maybe I'll get the premium that doesn't have so much ethanol. And then that's cool. But who's going to want hemp fuel now? They're going to equate it with corn fuel. And that's not the same monster we're dealing with here at all. It burns better in your tank than gasoline. You probably get better efficiency. But another thing, one of the byproducts is water. And uh, almost is a little bit of carbon. I mean, it's way reduced, especially when you can. It's a negative carbon footprint when you consider the amount of carbon the plant itself takes out of the fucking air because it takes out 4 times more than any other plant. And then you process all that shit into the fucking goo. There's way less carbon coming out than any. You're actually cleaning the air using the fuel, and it lubricates your fucking engine as it burns. It burns cleaner than fucking gas, and it fucking lubricates your shit as it goes, and it's a negative carbon footprint. So I mean, like win, 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 and we wouldn't even need it for fuel anyways, unless it's like lamp fuel. It would be magnet engines. Your engine run on a magnet, and you can determine the voltage of it. It creates its own voltage to be its own powerhouse for the electron magnet once you get that motherfucker winding, which wouldn't take much. Start oscillating your magnet. You seen the video? Maybe you didn't. You should go look at it. It's probably like a little wind up thing. Then you like the old school. Except this one, it'd be a little more new fashion. You pull out your little key, push your button, start your engine. You hear it fucking going in there. But it wouldn't need any explosion. Row of magnets, the powerhouse actually rotate in the field. It's fucking genius. It's not my design. I found somebody videotape. It was very doable. I'm sure you could change the 15%, fucking work your own, or hook up something with him on a fucking patent. I don't know. He didn't look like he was in any kind of hurry to make any tractor engines, which is very viable on this design. Wow, I could run a tractor. And it could. Without any of those combustion engine moving part kind of thing. This is just magnets on a spindle, basically. In your spindle, you hook up your fucking torque converter. What can't you run? You got yourself a fucking woo with a torque converter. There you go. that's that, that's what we got. But and if you step on the gas, it's just adding a little bit of that energy that you're creating into the magnet, which makes it go faster. It's it's fucking genius. If you just go watch the video, it should change the world. We should have no problems existing if we lived like that. We would have no excuse for fucking war that I can think of. You'd be hard pressed. Anything they're well, wait a minute. How about the one thing they haven't put in their face? The Crown Vatican DC Corporation wants to control the entire globe. while you're looking for the NWO you're actually part of. God, put on a happy face, motherfuckers. It ain't that bad. See, we know the truth. Now we got to change it. The problem is we ain't never had the whole truth, nothing but the truth in our lives. For God's sake, I haven't. I haven't. And the whole fucking last 10 years has been like a fucking big fat goddamn black eye opening experience. That's all I got to say. Yeah, I'm sure he did something electromagnetic or with frequency, most likely, Sean. He was using the field. He wasn't fucking muscling that shit himself. I've been to Coral Castle a few times. I lived in Florida. I was married down there in Jacksonville long ago. I was young. She was crazy enough. I still think she was my soulmate. Oh, dear God. She was the kind to jump up and down on the couch faster than you thought people could move. Just jumpy, 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 jumpy with a fucking big old butcher knife. She would kill your ass with it. I love that. I love that about her. Oh, dear God. Magnetic trains, yeah. Well, good shaking up. Kind of fuck that whole scheme up there, Robert. And magnetic trains got to have a real good, smooth track to ride on. I'd be real wary about those tracks right about now because we've had some pretty good shakes all over the country at this point. I mean, in just this last week, uh, like all the fuck up, it diversely. I've seen them where I usually don't. I'm like, well, that's new. I'm seeing them over in Europe sometimes where you just don't see them. Like, well, that's interesting. So it's Africa, fucking Africa, South America is going crazy. Hey, don't have to mention Indonesia. Fucking all that whole region is just this whole fucking planet's really getting going right now. I wouldn't trust any kind of magnet train. God, those people in Japan are brave as fuck. Maybe they have the whole track built on a fucking sway system or so. I don't know. Whew. In Japan, I understand how theirs stays up, but that ain't going to last long. I mean, they keep having direct quakes like they did this week because they usually have them offshore. So it's standing and it's got vibration to it. It can handle that. I'm sure they got some kind of system like that down there too. But I mean, you shake too much of that shit, the track's coming apart. You're just south of Jacksonville. Where at? Sawgrass. I built a lot of houses down there in Sawgrass. I used to live out in Orange Park too. Jack's Beach, Orange Park, bounce between the two. I had some land down there by Gainesville about the time I got divorced. I had to sell that shit for a lawyer. That didn't do much good. But yeah, I was framing houses that back then. I was young, fucking hanging out with my wife. And she picked up a crack habit. I had to leave. I'm not a big fan of that shit. They say two kids saw him build a Robert with ice cream cones. God dang pesky truckers always out on the road seeing things. Didn't you hear they want us in the house? Damn it. What's wrong with you? Can't follow the instructions. I got brand new oxygen. And this brand new anthropologist is waiting to tell us what we're going to talk about. Ancient history, esoteric. See, I might want to punch him about halfway through this. Mythology, occult mysticism. So I picked this one because it's like 3.5 hours long. And in the original Hopi prophecy slash Mayan prophecy, that the Hopi prophecy, when they spelled their name Hopiee in Giza, when they were Muslim Hebrews, before they became lost, they changed their name. How clever they just dropped the two E's. Dude, as soon as I fucking started translating that hieroglyph, that fucking bam, that was there. It was like, look, this is original Hopi. I was like, wow. Okay, so now that explains where that came from and how the Mayan prophecy even became, because we know they are descendants of Cain and where they came from and who sent them here and who was their leader, why get killed, martyred, why did their catastrophe happen over there, martyred, Yankees kid. We heard all these stories from different versions of what happened here, except the archaeological version is official. Well, we don't know why. But the earth is scorched over here and the stones are off to so must have had a terrible earthquake and they left because they couldn't figure out how to fix shit. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I read it in the cuneiform Bible canon that said they blew this shit up because they was following Marduk. And that was their sin they were guilty of. And I was like, you gotta be kidding. That's some egotistical shit right there. Marduk come over here and start talking about, hey, I'm the God of God, knowing the God, you're gonna be God too, and I'm gonna be the God. And then we was like, all right, man, you cool, you the dude. And then they came and killed us because it was okay, you the dude. And that was our sin. We were sinful. I was like, damn, that's fucked up. That's some ego shit. That's the only way I can look at that too. Is some fucking ego shit. Look at the whole fucking flood story. All right, we got Enlil, who's like sitting there. He's been a prick since day one. Fucking, we got Inky. He's the instigating motherfucker, Mr. Trickster fan. Okay? He's the instigating motherfucker over here. He's pouring it in everywhere he can find it. He just grabs them up, pours it in. And then what did the Igigi do? The Igigi, 600 of them motherfuckers come down here and kidnap the women and start pouring it in them. And they get consent from them by a threat of their life. And I'm all like, well, that's called rape. God. But so as a result, now in Lil over here, he's all pissy. He's all like, look, everybody's fucking. I'm not fucking. I got 6 concubines and a fucking bitch over here, but I'm not fucking these earth people. And they're making all kinds of fucking noises. I don't like the fucking that's going on. So he's like, let's just kill them all in the flood. And I'm all like, well, again, what did they blame it on? Our iniquities, our bullshit. It was our bullshit all of a sudden. We owned all that. We did that. We instigated it. We caused it. And we fucking bruised all in Lil's fucking ego by letting the Igigi fucking rape our women. You know what I mean? It's like, are you seeing the same ego here just repeatedly after another after? And in the same writings, we're listening to these people. These are their writings, their tellings of this fucking battle that they fucking overtook with our fucking mother and almost killed us all when they trapped us in their void up there after they blew that fucking planet up. And heaven was separated from earth. Earth was separated from heaven, and we got trapped in the void. How the story goes, I was like, well, that answers how they almost killed us all. Not having the knowledge of the magnet in their heart and what that is, and obviously because they forgot how to heal their own planet when they was over there on theirs before they came here. These people are fucking egotistical. We're dealing with that. It's incredible. They say Sky. Well, I explained what's going to happen and what it's going to look like. Why? Why it's going to roll back? I did. I just covered that within the last hour and a half. Well, no, it's this fucking Cherenkov radiation that's thick as soup out there. All that has to happen is one of these gargantuan planets moves to the side and it escapes. It won't be there anymore. We'll have clear sky, and you're not seeing clear sky right now. You're seeing Cherenkov radiation all the way down to the planet and all the way up to them. It's natural camouflage for planets bigger than the sun. It's like a nuclear radiation chamber times a million out there right now. That's what that Cherenkov radiation. And then when it moves aside, all of a sudden, what's going to happen? Woof. And you'll see just how surrounded we are. That's why I keep telling y'all, if you want to see these fucking things, go out at night. Get out of your light dome. Look north in the northern hemisphere, northeast, northwest, depending on what time you're out there, because we're doing the whole fucking rotation thing. But keep your eye on the fucking north, because that's the thing that tilted us. That light emanating out of the north is Ra, it's UV, and it's shadowed by those fucking things that are blocking out the stars up there. Look where the stars aren't, and then keep looking, and you'll see the circumference, and you'll be like, oh, they're that big. Your mind's eye won't want to accept what you're looking at. Tell, sit there and look at it. You'll be like, oh shit, that is pretty big. And we're surrounded by shit like that. So get ready. I'm trying to prepare you as best I can. A lot of people have gone out and looked. Well, see, that's another problem we find is that we're getting inundated with the Cherenkov radiation. It looks like fog at night, and there's so much light at night now that it's actually blocking out the stars too. You bet. So it's kind of hard to see anything. All the planets are laying on their side right now. We're making Jupiter flip. We're making all of them flip because we're on our side. It's more than 6 degrees. Take the moon. You got to do it, Robert. You can't just. You've been here long. You got to make yourself a working model. Make yourself a fucking working model of that moon. Make it roll 180 degrees. That will make you understand where we're at today. I ain't gonna sit here and tell you. I've got working models that explain it very fucking clearly. Obviously, you haven't looked. So, all right, do yourself a favor. I'm not even debating. I'm not even gonna. I'm not even gonna tickle your fancy. I've given the very specific amount of degrees, 0.6. Several times. Yep, the ocean has been receding occasionally. It began a couple of years ago. You're right on that. And that's documented. Fuck, it's documented globally, man. Well, if you knew that, Robert, you obviously went and looked. And you probably remember seeing all these things too. As it was in the news. It was pretty odd. People were talking about when it first happened. And it kind of got quiet. People stopped talking about it, but it kept happening. I taught you how to teach yourself. That's one thing I don't do, Robert. I'm not going to teach you. I gave you working models, and that is. I also gave you a video called "The Scientific Method" that explains very clearly what the scientific method is. Is you observe, you make a working model, and you give it to a peer who observes your working model. If they don't like your working model, they will then make a working model of their own that might work better than your working model. So I've been passing mine around for years. I'm just passing it on. That's my explanation. And so far, it's the only one that really fits everything we're seeing. Except now, even the variables change from day to day because we're tilting so much. Yeah, and you can see that in the moon from rise every night. Some nights it'll be on a completely different angle at rise point than it was the night before. It's like, we We tilted a little bit. And it still rolls. It's like right across the sky. And I'm like, well, that was fucking crazy. I remember the first night I saw that, it had changed. I was like, is it going to roll? Because it almost looked normal when, I hadn't seen the moon on that kind of angle at rise. I mean, Tycho looked like it was on. I was like, wow. And then, we shifted after a few days back to where it's coming up like a grin and shit. So that's a different tilt we're taking. We're rocking big because these things that tilted us a long time ago and held us steady. I mean, like I said, look, man, folks, we sat and watched. Some of y'all actually took pictures. We documented Orion through the summer. Okay, that's huge. That's fucking way bigger than where we got a cartwheel in the big picture. It's huge. It's fucking huge. There's no way we should look at Orion in the summertime. It's it should be impossible with the sun behind us while we're looking out at night, and Orion's behind the sun. Because every time we come around to daytime, Orion's behind the fucking sun for about 2 months. And we were monitoring since May through June, July, August to this day. We should have never seen Orion every night in our sky doing a fucking cartwheel. And he was rising like this, but now he's rising like this every night. He's still doing the cartwheel, but I mean, even his angle changed. So did we? We definitely didn't go on the summer side of the sun this year. There's no way I can imagine we went on the summer side of the sun and still saw Orion because number one, like I said, for fuck's sake, the rotation itself dictates that we would be pointing the opposite direction it's in at night. That was the case. And the corn grew 2 foot tall, went brown, and died. People ask me, would that change the seasons? Well, I think it did. It affected an awful lot of the corn harvest this year. And it snowed here a month and a half ago. I've never seen it do that. And I've never, ever seen fucking Orion in summer months. He's not that kind of guy. Until this year. And I mean, all 10 years I've been watching this shit going on. I've never seen Orion in the summer months. That means 1 year out of all that we've been poop, 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 we got retarded in our orbit. I guess we're about current now. Orbit caught back up to us. Um, we're still on the winter, fall end of it. I'm curious if the zodiac passes us up. Wouldn't that be interesting to watch? Well, we're going to have to because it just caught up to us. It's been out ahead of us. Or we've been out ahead of it. Well, yeah, nobody's talking about these things that you can actually look at and see, Robert. That's why, you know, that's why we're here. A lot of people will yell at you if you bring up the moon. Uh, as they're talking about some crazy fucking insane shit. So it's that should be telling enough. I've given most of these people the moon $200 or $300, and not one of them wanted to talk about it. So I started making videos myself. And here you are, subjected to my poor video quality. And that includes ABC, NBC, CBS, all of them. I met a couple people over here just because I was giving it to CBS or ABC on their COVID shit. I'll spam fucking them every time they come out with a new report on boy. And that was like every couple of hours. Everybody was doing something on every couple of hours on COVID reports. Boy, I had my COVID report channel open. I was like, I'd open up all of my little tabs with all the little, be like, bam, COVID ain't because of no virus. I quit working for Davis. 3/4 of the population gonna die, motherfuckers. Some shit with my little link. I've met, I've met quite a few of you that way throughout the years. I just don't quit. I don't go spamming on nobody's channel. I'll just leave my shit one time. Make. Now, if they impress me with their shit, I will make another statement, or I'll make a statement under my statement, so I don't take up their full fucking. But if their report sucks, I won't let them know. Or if whatever they're talking about, I like, I'll let them know that too. I give you. By the way, your report over here is pretty extensive, or it sucks. Either way, I'm going to tell you if it impresses me to do so. Most of the big channels, though, I don't even bother. I just leave my comment. I know they don't look at that shit, and I know you guys do. So, especially over this COVID shit, fuck, man, people everywhere can tell this is really, we shouldn't be in lockdown. This shit is fucking crazy. Of Affilius or whatever be kind. I know they changed the toroidal zodiac to confuse it because the actual zodiac's way the fuck off. And it's way off from where it should be. So look, last year I was born I was born under Scorpio. I remember looking at Scorpio in October. It'd be coming up with the sun about my birthday. And indeed, last year my birth sign was showing Virgo. Right now we're in Virgo. We should be in Libra, but John said we're catching up now. So I don't know if he's going with the sidereal or the actual, but he says we've caught up in our orbit. So I'm curious. I know I've been in bed for quite a few sunrises. Except this morning, I got up about 5:30 and I sat there and drank my coffee and stewed. There is now, Robert. They changed it. They put like Aphilus or some shit, Aphilius, back into the rotation. There. I don't know who follows it. But there, apparently the original was 13. I don't know who's original. I'm listening to the Cuneiform and they're talking about 12. I know Scorpius itself used to be represented as an eagle in the Sumerian times, uh, in the ancient times. It was only changed. I don't even remember. It's too obscure of a fact for me to even remember when it was changed, but I do know the original was eagle. Had the claws that uh, scratch and cut. They were talons, not the claws you think of as a scorpion. Well, they divided up the days with the moon, with the lunar cycle. That's a month, basically. What up, Glenn? How you doing? I don't know about the spider. Well, see, Brian, that's what I said. It shouldn't be. It should be coming up with the sun. But you're looking at it, aren't you? It should be coming up with the sun. It should be in the situation that Orion should be all summer that we were watching too. So, yeah, like I said, I'm not sure where we're at in orbit, but we can't be coming around from the summer side because we sat here this whole fucking summer and watched Orion rise every night right out the east. And Scorpius is he's up over here every night when I see him traveling out through the southern sky. And I'm all like, well, I definitely shouldn't be gazing at you. That's current. So yeah, like I said, I'm not exactly sure where we're at in orbit, but I'm pretty sure we aren't actually quite caught up to where we need to be, should be anyway. Well, I think raw map would bring the hieroglyph into it be pretty good. I've got a couple of the hieroglyphs broken down overall in there. That and you have a lot to accomplish, but you need to be wide awake or some shit like that. I don't know. Give him one of my. Don't give him the intro. That's funny shit. Uh-oh. Shit. The hell's that? Now, who the hell's this? Hello? Yeah, hi. I'm good. How are you? Yeah, well, I'm running a kiln, and I was wondering if you might have a rheostat or infinity switch that would run it. I'm operating it right now on a little switch that was on a little toaster oven. It's actually doing okay. But my big problem is I've got a Fuji controller, and it tells my relay when to turn on and off. My relay ain't listening. So I was wondering if you might have a solid state relay that would run with Fuji or yeah, okay. Yeah, I could order one. Do you have a infinite control switch that handles 15 amps? Yes. Or anything. I was looking for even like I was wondering what these farmers use that need these big ventilation systems. I'm sure they're probably pushing 15 amps that they're controlling somehow. And I was wondering, I mean, just any kind of that would be great, but I don't think a burner is going to handle. It might, would it? Do you think it would be rated for 15 amps? Mm-hmm. Yeah, think that would work. Oh, well, the style doesn't matter. I'd imagine the cheapest style you got's fine for me. I'm going to get another. Oh, well, are you over there now? Okay. Okay, awesome, awesome. I will bring my switch. Okay, awesome. Yeah, it's very simple. I need two in feeds and two out feeds. Awesome. All right, thank you, thank you. Okay, okay, you bet. All right, thank you, sir. All right, you have a good night. Cool. He got 15 and 20 amp. I was like, well, fuck, I'll get myself a 20 amp. That way that motherfucker ain't gonna burn out. I'm gonna have that thing fixed tomorrow before my uh before my glass shipment gets here. Yay. So I should have it running real good this week before I get my fucking part even. Look, look. Monday just left, didn't it? Fuck Monday. Got a dingly cobra for Monday. That's an icebreaker. Hey, did you see my did you see you want to see something? You recognize that? Two dingly cobra. Oh shit. My buddy says, what is that? I said, holy fuck, it's raw. With a Dingley Cobra right there. Look, Dingley Cobra. He trying to tell you something. He ain't the Blue Kachina. He ain't my Lady Blue in dress. He didn't have a dress on. He had a fucking shirt on. God. See, I thought he had a dress on. I did. I was mistaken. I was mistaken. I was highly mistaken. Oh my God. Do I need a flux capacitor? Damn near. He said he got a whole box of them. I was like, I want one. He's like, they're used just as long as they work. I'm good. I don't give a fuck. I'll be down there. I need one of 20 amperes. Give me a 20 ampere. Yeah, the moon's bright in the morning. It's easy to see upside the fuck down in the morning, ain't it? It's like, oh, it's like that. Where's Tycho Crater? It's all the way at the top. Tycho Crater's at the top of the moon. You're in Sydney. That's the way I learned it. So no flux capacitor needed, Robert. You just sit on your porch and you're going to do a Concorde trip every 12 hours or so as we slow down a little bit. We're going to have an eclipse. What kind of eclipse? Lunar eclipse? We already had a lunar eclipse a few days ago. I watched it here live. Fucking videotape that shit. I was like, look at that shit. You can't hardly even see the fucking moon. It was live on one of these live shows. You can't even hardly see the fucking moon, man. It looked like his shadow was all over it. And it was in no position to be in a fucking full eclipse like that. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then I went outside with this one. I took that one in. I left y'all sitting there with the hoopty going, and we was listening to Fall of Empires. And I went outside. Wasn't 5 minutes. I went out there, and that motherfucker had just got so dark I couldn't see the moon. All right, I sat there and watched that shit just vanish. I couldn't even pick it up on this shit. I was like, it's too late. Too late. The moon's gone. I can't even see the moon with my own eyes. How the hell am I gonna pick it up with a camera? The shit was crazy. A couple of days ago. I mean, it was on my live show. I was like, look at this. I gotta take you out here and show you this shit. And I had to. It was crazy. You fell asleep. It'll be hump day tomorrow. Hump day, I got a lot of running around to do on hump day. I got checks to cash that I've been holding and bills to pay with that check that I'm cashing. Yay. Gotta love that. In one hand and out the other. But at least I got it coming in the one hand. I'm not complaining. Say, 'tis the way it is. So I'm gonna leave this on lead switch. And we're gonna go make a smoothie real quick. Cause I know my kid's mouth is sore right now. How we doing up here? I'm looking at you. How you doing?
Good.
Good? Fuck you, Chico.
Chico.
Look at this mess.
Chico.
All right. Oh, he's vicious. He's gonna get me. He's gonna get you. Oh.
He's going to eat.
You want a smoothie? Really? You're brave. I came up to make a smoothie. You don't want one?
Yeah.
No. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna make one then. I'm gonna steal your cake instead, maybe. I probably will, Patches. I just came up to check on the little kid. Oh, look how high that sun is today. What do you want for dinner tonight, anyway? While I'm up here. God, Christ, kid. You and your eye to nose. That's not much help. Let's gander. Shrimp Alfredo? No? Is it shrimp Alfredo? I want to cook up these pork ribs, but I gotta tell you right now, my teeth ain't handling it. No. I know they can handle this chicken in some soup, though. I'm thinking, do I? Huh? No. Popcorn. I am not making popcorn soup. Shit. See, now we gotta go to the store. I need some noodles. God damn it. Look, God, this bagel's looking good right now, though. I just got these and I haven't had one yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and make myself some lunch while we're up here. You don't want a smoothie? You sure? Oh, I guess, yeah, I smelled something when I came up here, like you've been cooking. So I guess your tooth isn't hurting? Your mouth ain't hurting? You're good? Patches? Yeah, you're good. Nothing for you. This is bagel. The bagel. It's bagel. It's bagel, Patches. It's bagel. Dogs don't generally dig bagels a whole lot. It's a fucking cinnamon and raisin bagel at that. I like cinnamon and raisin bagels with green butter. See where I'm going with that, don't you? My green butter. No. Excuse me, Miss Patches. You are all in my way. You don't know. You know, you never finished the. I know one thing. You you never finished those. She's pilfering out here. She got her nose just going. What are you hunting for, dog? I ain't got nothing over here for you. What? It's it. Look your butt. Get out of here. I spanked your butt. I did. I spanked it. Yeah, she got attitude over there staring at me. I'm the boss. She snorted at me. She's pissed. She's all mad. None for you, Patches. None. That's mine. My bagel, Patches. Ow, it's fucking hot. I'll leave that one in there for you. Shit, I should have chopped me up some butter. Oh my goodness. I think I might have gone a little heavy on the butter. So I'm gonna have to even it out. Yeah, baby. Hot. See, it melts my green butter in real good when it's hot like that. So I'll leave the other one in my toaster while I'm spreading the butter so it stays hot. That way my other one don't have blobby butter on it. See, I've made that mistake before where I pull them both out. Don't work the same. Nice even spread of green butter. And yeah, I'm getting a nice healthy coating on here. I oh damn. Especially now I got some of that keefy coating. Nice and strong with that shit. Righteous. Got a little bit of grape jelly. Fucking jelly. Jelly Patches. Just a little bit. It's already got cinnamon and raisins. Like a little bit jelly. What? Uh-oh. Poor Chico. Is he being held for ransom? You're fucked, Chico. I can't help you. Then I cut my bagel into what we call bagel bites. And yes, I mean green butter. I showed y'all how to make it once. And then I took it offline. I have to show you again soon. Because as you can see, I'm getting a little bit low on my green butter supply. And we just can't have that. Especially being how I got so much green butter making material. Minus the butter. I gotta buy a lot of butter. But I got the other material. Look out, dog. Look out, dog. I need you to move that way because I'm. There you go. Yeah. Bark at me. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me know how fast. Let me know. Go ahead. Tell me. Tell me. Say you suck. You suck. That's my. No, Patches. See, the problem is that's my bagel, bitch. My bagel. My bagel. Mine. My bagel, Patches. Okay, so let's see if we can maneuver this all at once. Mm-hmm. Excuse me, Miss Patches. What are you gonna do with him? Oh, Chico's getting all your love. I'd go put a stop to it. Oh, this is the tricky part. I got one of them 90-degree steppers that I can barely walk down without anything in my hands. Oh, damn it. There, we made it. I didn't spill my fucking bagel, and I didn't kill anybody. We did good. And we still have our anthropology guy over here. Speaker is ready. I just ran into the fucking cobweb. Did not enjoy that. Yeah. Completely not okay. Any of that cobweb bullshit. So, let's start up my torch. Our anthropology guy. Almost forgot about him, didn't I? Hi, Brian.
In biology, a hybrid is the offspring resulting from combining the qualities of two organisms of different breeds, varieties, or species through sexual reproduction. Hybrids are not always intermediates between their parents, but can sometimes grow larger or taller than either parent. Species are reproductively isolated by strong barriers to hybridization,
What up,
which
Hermetic?
include genetic and morphological differences, differing times of fertility, mating behaviors, and physiological rejection of the developing embryo. The concept of a hybrid is interpreted differently depending on the specific field of study and who you ask. In genetics, the attention is focused on the number of chromosomes. In taxonomy, the branch of science concerned with classification, the key question is how closely related the parent species are. So, for example, in Tabasco, Mexico, there are two different species of monkey that overlap in a roughly 12-mile hybrid zone: the black howler monkey and the mantle howler monkey, which are considered different species because of a difference in their DNA, such as having a number of chromosomes. They are genetically distinct and exhibit differences in social behavior, but are able to reproduce and have viable hybrid offspring, giving rise to a new species in the hybrid zone. It's interesting to note that both the mantle howler monkey and black howler monkey do not accept the new hybrid population back into either community, a sort of simian or monkey racism, and so the hybrids live in between in what primatologists call the hybrid zone. While there are genetic barriers against the hybridization process in nature, such as hybrid offspring having more illness, defects, social and other problems, it is much more common than people realize. Probably the most well-known example of a hybrid species is the liger. What is a liger, you ask?
What's a liger?
It's pretty much my favorite animal. It's like a lion and a tiger mixed. Bred for its skills in magic.
I don't know about their magical skills, but the liger is a hybrid offspring of a male lion and a female tigress. The liger is distinct from the similar hybrid called tigon, which is a male tiger and a female lioness. The liger is the largest known feline. They enjoy swimming, which is a characteristic of tigers, and are very social like lions. Notably, ligers typically grow larger than either parent species. One of the most fundamental questions about ligers: are they sterile? Can they reproduce? The answer is yes. One example was in the Munich Zoo, where a female liger gave birth to viable offspring, where the father was a lion and the mother was a liger. There have been numerous other cases of this. So despite what many people think, female ligers are not sterile, but rather they are highly fertile. A female liger can reproduce with both a lion and tigers.
On May 16th, 3 female liger cubs were born at the Novosibirsk Zoo. Their parents are a young pair, Lion Sam or Samson, and Liger Zita.
This is the second time Zita has given birth. Last fall, the young ligress gave birth to a female cub named Tiara.
That said, hybrid humans existed in prehistory. For example, Neanderthals and modern humans, or Cro-Magnon, interbred from 35,000 to about 28,000 years ago. Europeans have between 1 and 5% Neanderthal genetics, while the percentage is even greater in East Asians. Sub-Saharan Africans have a trace amount of Neanderthal DNA, even though no Neanderthal has ever been found in Sub-Saharan Africa. The reason is because after hybridization in Europe, about 30,000 years ago, hybridized Europeans entered into Africa and interbred with an archaic ghost species, which got its name because it's only been detected genetically in the DNA of people from Sub-Saharan Africa and has not yet been identified in the fossil record. So modern Africans are a hybrid race of the ghost species, which I suspect is Homo erectus, or another very archaic hominin, and Europeans who already had interbred with Neanderthals. In other words, there absolutely and conclusively was no out of Africa in the sense of sub-Saharan African people with dark skin leaving Africa and magically mutating into Asians and then Caucasians. This obsolete hypothesis will go down in history as a bigger fraud than the Piltdown Man, where a baboon's jaw was glued onto a human skull and displayed in the British Museum for over 40 years as a missing link. Instead, the first fully modern human, which is Cro-Magnon, which populated Western Europe and Northern Africa about 35,000 years ago, entered Sub-Saharan and Western Africa and interbred with an archaic hominin and this gave rise to modern sub-Saharan Africans that never left Africa, since these genetics cannot be found anywhere else in the world. Caucasians and East Asians, for example, do not have sickle cell anemia, a disease strictly attributed to sub-Saharan Africans, thought to have been brought about as a survival mechanism against malaria, as malaria does not develop in people with mild cases of sickle cell. There are other human biological variations between races, from the different number of vertebrae between populations, some having an extra rib, and even differences in dentation, meaning teeth. There are subtle differences, such as in earwax, as silly as that sounds, but it's taught in anthropology classrooms, and other variations that are no longer taught, such as genetic variation in IQ and behavior. Of course, the most obvious indicator of hybridization in humanity is the mystery surrounding Rh-negative blood, which is neither a good nor a bad thing, but an immune response, a natural biological barrier where the body of an Rh-negative mother attacks and tries to reject her own unborn baby, which could result in death if it were not for modern medical intervention, where the administration of a shot prevents a fatality. If humanity all evolved from the same African ancestor, the blood would be compatible, but it's not. This is why we see this phenomenon, a physiological rejection of developing embryo, as we see it in other hybridization scenarios with other animal species. Being Marxist or communist or part of an egalitarian movement does not change biological reality. Either does censorship, name-calling, or obsessive political correctness. Scientific correctness does not care about political correctness. In Japan, people often ask each other what their blood type is before dating. The same way that in the West, people ask each other what astrological sign they are. According to a 2016 study of 3,355 Japanese people, 99% knew their blood type. And ironically, I don't know my own blood type, but in my case, it's by choice, as in my line of research, not knowing has helped to keep my work objective and unbiased. In Japan, blood types are considered an important indicator of a person's personality, and most of the Japanese population is type A. People with this blood type are described primarily as well organized. They are said to like to keep things neat, but can be stubborn and get stressed out easily, while valuing harmony in others. Agriculturalists are the root of blood type A, and it's been said that working collaboratively on farms developed these blood type personality traits. Blood type O is often described as optimistic, outgoing, having leadership abilities, and good at setting the mood for groups of people. They don't sweat the little things, a trait that is said to get under the skin of more sensitive A types. They are known often for showing up late to events, but also incredibly resilient and flexible, enabling them to roll with the punches. Blood type B is generally described as having a tendency to be selfish, but on the other hand, also known and respected for their unique creativity. Blood type B has a strong sense of curiosity, but at the same time loses interest easily. So there are a lot of positives to B type. People tend to focus on the negative aspects of sometimes being loners, which is attributed historically to ancestors that were nomadic, meaning people that roam from place to place. Blood type AB is a hybrid of A and B, with traits from two different personalities mixed together. They're often seen as dual-natured and complicated. For example, they're shy like A types, but can also be outgoing like type B. Blood type AB is the rarest in Japan and in many other parts of the world. And the stereotype that goes with it is that AB people are eccentric. Japan, incidentally, has undergone a genetic and racial shift in its history. As prior to being populated by the current, mostly East Asian phenotype, it was primarily inhabited by the ancestors of the current minority Ainu population, who have many Caucasian features, such as facial hair. Prior to the Ainu, we have the Jomon period in Japanese prehistory, dating back to over 14,000 years ago, by what clearly was a Caucasoid type of people.
Anthropologists call them Asiatic Caucasoids because they had facial features and body hair that seemed more European than Asian. In fact, the Ainu are thought to be a remnant of a very ancient population that was once widespread in the Old World.
This is 28,000 years from China.
What we know of these early Asians is based on just a few skulls.
It's one of the earliest anatomically modern Homo sapiens in Asia.
One of them is a 28,000-year-old specimen from China, which looks very much like the 9,000-year-old spirit caveman.
And there are some marked similarities in the facial architecture.
Tremendous similarity in the shapes of the eye orbits, in the sense that they're both somewhat rectangular, similar interorbital distance, overall appearance of the orbits, shape of the nose, but many of the features, including the very heavy mandible and the prominent symphysis here, those features are very much the same.
Hiroshi Oshima, the former Japanese ambassador to nationalist Germany, believed that the noble caste in Japan, the daimyo and the samurai, were descended from gods of celestial origin, which is similar to the German National Socialists' own belief that the Nordic race did not evolve, but came directly down from heaven to settle on the Atlantic continent. I recently made a video presentation called Atlantis and Antediluvian Anthropology, and included a link in the description if you haven't seen it yet and would like to. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. Thank you to those who support me on Patreon. I'm very grateful and appreciate the support I've been receiving. There should be a link below for those who are interested. I also greatly appreciate anyone that shares these videos, so thank you. Please hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click on the notification bell for updates. I also added links in the description to my social media accounts on Twitter and my Facebook group and page where you can post questions or make requests for future video topics. I look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section below. Please have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon. The Order of the Eastern Star is a Masonic organization with over 500,000 members, spanning 21 countries, based on the stories of the Bible. Their teachings revolve around 5 biblical heroines: Ada, Ruth, Esther, Martha, and Electa. Each of these female characters is assigned items of symbolic value, such as a sword and veil, a sheaf of barley, a crown and scepter, a chalice, and a broken column. Each also represents a virtue, such as obedience to duty, religious principles, loyalty, endurance in trial, and endurance in persecution. Of course, these 5 characters, virtues, and colors are all expressed in their emblem of a 5-pointed star, with the white ray of the star pointing downwards. Surrounding the center pentagon in the emblem are the letters FATAL, and what they stand for is a guarded secret. However, I would suggest that is only for public consumption, and the true meaning is revealed through a Kabbalistic interpretation, much in the same way that the famous G in the square and compass symbol is publicly regarded as standing for God or Grand Architect, but in esoteric context stands for the 7th letter of the alphabet, which is of course the number 7, alluding to the days of creation, the number of celestial gods, meaning the 5 visible planets plus the sun and the moon, but in the Eastern philosophy represents the 7 chakras and is closely tied in with tantric practices and distribution of prana, chi, or vril from the base or root chakra up into the crown, where the third eye is located and occult vision is activated, such as clairvoyance, the faculty of perceiving things or events in the future or beyond normal sensory contact.
The central point of the ceremony, the climax of our effort, is the definite admission into the order, the point at which a certain center or chakra is opened, a certain potentiality of power given. All that precedes that in the ceremony is of the nature of preparation for that point. All that follows it is in the nature of explanation of what has been done, or of explication as to how the power can be best developed and used.
This third eye is the true esoteric, deeper meaning behind the eye symbolism. And please notice how I said deeper esoteric meaning, as there are several valid interpretations, such as the Phoenician or Hebrew letter Ayin, whose position in the alphabet is 16, which in numerology, you add the digits until it reduces to a number between 1 and 9. So 16 becomes 1 plus 6 is the next 7. In gematria, it has a numeric value of 70, which also reduces to 7. And before there was such thing as the Hebrew alphabet, in very ancient times, the pictographic representation of the Ayin resembles the image of an eye. So while Paleo-Hebrew meaning of the eye symbol is the pictograph of the eye, and not only means eye, but to see, to understand in the Gnostic context. Paleo just means old or ancient. When I say Paleo-Hebrew, I simply mean Phoenician, which is a term that comes from the Greek word koine, meaning blood red, which can allude to the red ochre tint of ancient Mediterranean culture applied to their white skin, from the ancient Minoans 4,000 years ago to the red tint of Egyptian pharaohs. The topics are already covered in several prior videos. The Phoenician Ayin, incidentally, is the origin of the Greek, Latin, or Roman O. When you see occult-backed celebrities making circles with their fingers and placing it around their eye, and making the letter symbol O around their eye. This pictographic writing predates the Phoenician alphabet, and is the origin behind the becoming O, which is the and 1 plus 5 is 6. This is the number of points in the fall known as the hexagram, and also as the seal of Solomon, which is also representative of ancient tantric rituals, expressed by the joining of two opposed triangles, the famous thesis of Hermes Trismegistus, as above, so below. The triangle pointing up is an alchemical sign for fire, and the one pointing down for water, together symbolic of the principle of cosmic unity. It is for this reason that the number 6 Pythagoras connected with the planet Venus, goddess of love, intuition, divine wisdom, and gnosis. In Latin, the hexagram is actually called sexagram, and rightfully so, but its occult significance has been lost, at least publicly, especially by those who the mainstream media considers experts on the subject.
Today we're going to be giving a little bit of history and insight into the Star of David symbol, known in Hebrew as the Mother of David, which literally means shield of David. And the truth is that the interlocking symmetrical triangle was a common symbol in the ancient world. The hexagram also was a very common Shinto belief in Japan and an astrological figure in Persia. The history of the Star of David itself, nobody's really quite sure where it originated, or how it became like such a prominent, identifiable symbol with Judaism. Most of us realize this is one of the most widely recognized symbols in all of Jewish culture. And what we're going to look at tonight is the origins of such a symbol and where it might come from. Unfortunately, there isn't any real direct reference to the Jewish star, the Magen David, in any of our biblical literature or Talmudic literature, even in our Kabbalistic and Midrashic literature. And even the famous
Jewish philosopher and academic Gershom Scholem, who passed away in 1982, was a scholar who insisted that the Magen David was not a Jewish symbol at all. And he refused to accept the idea that there was any connection between the Star of David, the Magen David, and Judaism to speak of.
The chief architect of the Temple of Solomon in the Old Testament was Hiram Abiff in 966 BC, which is an integral part of Freemasonry, providing everything from the layout of the lodge room with its pillars to the rituals and foundation of the higher degrees. That said, Hiram Abiff was a Phoenician from the city of Tyre, a Phoenician city. Well, his father was from Tyre, and his mother from a Hebrew tribe of Naphtali, occupying what is now northern Israel, beside the Sea of Galilee. This is also near Baalbek, the ancient Phoenician city located in what is now modern-day Lebanon, named after Baal, the Phoenician deity, which literally translates into Lord, but in this context describes the bearded god holding a thunderbolt, sometimes called Hadad in Canaanite and Mesopotamian religions. In Greek and Roman times, Baalbek was also known as Heliopolis, which is Greek for sun city. So whenever you hear about this thunder god, which went by many names, Hadad, Indra, Jupiter, Zeus, Thor, Marduk, or in Egypt he was Amun, keep in mind that he's extremely close to the sun god. And while this may get a little bit confusing for some, is almost interchangeable with the sun. So for example, in Egypt, we have Amun Ra, where Ra is the sun and Amun is Jupiter, but they combine them into one. But in most cases, they are father and son. And this is true of all solar religions and by extension, all major world religions. The astrotheological reason for this close relationship is that at night, when the sun goes down, it is Jupiter that traverses the path of the ecliptic over a 12-year cycle, passing the 12 houses of the zodiac over its 12-year orbit around the sun, which is why the zodiac is divided into 12, why there are 12 months, 12 astrological ages of Plato's great year, which is a 25,900 year cycle, why there are 12 months in a year, 12 inches in a foot, etc. That said, it is in the city of Baalbek that we find the Temple of Jupiter, as well as swastika symbols associated with the solar cult, for example, on this Phoenician artifact, as well as the Seal of Solomon. In fact, we see these two symbols together in many places around the world, something not taught anymore in post-World War II universities, but very visible in places like Lalibela, Ethiopia, where swastikas are carved right into the stone churches and hexagram stars are also to be found inside. Or in places like India on temples of worship, or on this ancient mosaic from Paphos on the Mediterranean island of Cyprus, which was also part of ancient Phoenicia. Of course, these two ancient symbols also appear together on certain coins, which is a very little known fact due to the corruption and propaganda following World War II, and hints at a reality that will absolutely shock anyone who knew the truth, which at this time is not accurately discussed anywhere online by anyone, especially the people who post about this and think they know what they're talking about, but in actuality are being used as tools by the same globalist bankers that they think they are combating. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. I'd like to thank those who support me on Patreon. There should be a link below for those who are interested. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. I also want to extend my gratitude to anyone that shares these videos, as I rely on word of mouth. Please remember to hit the like button and to subscribe for updates. As always, I look forward to reading comments, so please leave a comment for me below.
I love to comment.
Please have
You
a
never
wonderful
said
week,
anything.
and I hope to see you again soon.
You're not leaving another one. Ain't happening.
Once upon a time, long ago, before the gods and demigods of our ancestors in the homeland, before Julius Caesar governed in Rome, when there were no church bells calling to the fair, and the books of the Bible were not yet written, there prevailed a golden goddess over skies and earth. All people belonged to the sun and worshipped its sunshine. The sun warms up the earth when the goddess combs over the earth with her golden rays of hair, as she does always at midday. Humans forgot that it is like that because it's written nowhere in the Bible, but it is like that. There came a day when humans no longer admired the sun goddess. That insulted her, but nevertheless, she didn't want to remove the necessary rays from humans, so long as it would give warmth to their hearts. If the rays should cool off, however, the goddess would turn away and would give her warming light to another world which had earned it more. This is what the sun goddess announced before a crowd of 7 leading knights, and she raised these to be her eternal servants. The knights were to come together and give themselves a secret title that only they could recognize. They should build a magnificent castle then, with 4 turrets after the directions of the wind, and an inner court of special place. In the center of the special place, a base was to stand, and beside it, a Tellus gate. Against this Tellus gate, climbing roses should be planted, and soon they would adorn it beautifully. In addition, the knight should create a golden figure, formed after the goddess's instruction. Through this figure, she would speak to her knights. If they put the figure up at midday on its base in the center of the special place in the court. The knights did everything completely and exactly, just as the sun goddess had instructed them. For the first time, the golden figure was set up at midday in the center of the courtyard, and the goddess spoke to them there with these words. I greet you, my noble lonely knights. Thus I call you, because you will be lonely, because the eternal ones are always lonely. Such are you. While other humans of this earth die and are pulled into far regions, either good or bad, to you such dying is not. If you need a new body because the old is used up, then I give you a new. You must live as humans on this earth from now until at least 1 times 777 years, or it may, however, also be twice or 3 times this time interval. The years will seem eternal and at the same time lonely, knights of the demigod light. I now give you your orders. 777 years shall be given to the earth and its inhabitants, starting now. The golden figure by which I speak to you will guard the earth for so long. Your castle will be purged with time, and humans will not see anything but rubble. For you, however, nothing is destroyed. It lives in intact splendor. For the mortal, it will be invisible. The sound splendor of your castle will not be visible for them. It is, however, needful for you to become at any time visible, to do palpable things if it is needed. Since you are now only a few, a larger crowd of lonely knights is necessary, in order that your order may be quite fulfilled. It is for you to select from among the daughters of humans the most beautiful and noble, and to sleep with them for 7 days and 7 nights without break. Thus shall you transfer your immortality to these your wives. The children who you witness with them will not be immediately eternal, but I will give this power to them. Now I want you to go forth for the first 7 years. One goes into northern Germany and takes himself a woman there. One goes into northern Italy and takes himself a woman there. One goes to France and takes himself a woman there. One goes into southern Italy and takes himself a woman there. One goes to Spain and takes himself a woman there. One goes to Hungary and takes himself a woman there. One remains in southern Germany and Austria and takes himself a woman here. Send your first son and your first daughter to this, your castle. The golden figure will speak through me and instruct them all further. Thus, the mystery crowd of the eternal lonely knights was formed over time. That legend of the lonely knights around a castle which lies very hidden, inaccessible to the uninitiated, was part of nationalist German mysticism, which was influenced by Templarism. But who were the German Templars? The Temple Society is a German Protestant sect with roots in the Pietist movement of the Lutheran Church. Pietism is a movement that combines biblical doctrine with a Reformed emphasis on individual piety. In spiritual terminology, piety is a virtue which may include religious devotion, spirituality, and humility, which originated in Germany in the late 17th century. Their members refer to themselves as Templars. Although the movement started exclusively within Lutheranism, it had a tremendous impact on Protestantism worldwide, spreading first to Switzerland, Scandinavia, and the Baltic, and the rest of Europe, then taken to North America, primarily by German and Scandinavian immigrants. There, it influenced Protestants of other ethnic backgrounds, contributing to the 18th century foundation of evangelicalism, a movement within Protestantism that today has some 300 million followers. The Templars were expelled from the Lutheran Church in 1858 because of their millennial beliefs. Millennialism is a word that comes from the Latin millennialis, which means containing 1,000, and is the belief of a coming transformation of society after which all things will be changed, usually coming about after major cataclysms or other apocalyptical events. The word Templar is derived from concepts in the Bible, where every person and the community are seen as temples in which God's Spirit dwells. The Temple Society was founded by two men, Christoph Hoffmann, who was chairman of a German congregation of the Moravian Church, also called the Unitas Fratrum, Latin for Unity of the Brethren, one of the oldest Protestant denominations in the world, dating back to the Bohemian Reformation of the 15th century, founded in the Kingdom of Bohemia. The other was George David Hardegg, who in 1868 purchased land at the foot of Mount Carmel, a coastal mountain range in northern Israel stretching from the Mediterranean Sea towards the southeast, where Israel's third largest city, called Haifa, is located. At the time, Haifa had a population of 4,000 Arabs, and the Templars are credited today with the development of the city, with religious colonies spreading congregations to Jaffa, Jerusalem, and Sarona, where they established a regular coach service between Haifa and other cities, promoting tourism, making important contributions to road construction, and establishing a lot of agriculture. For example, the colony's oranges were the first to carry the Jaffa orange brand, one of the better known agricultural brands in Europe, used to market Israeli oranges to this day. Their aim was to promote spiritual cooperation to advance the rebuilding of the temple in the Holy Land, then called Palestine, in the belief that this foundation will promote the second coming of Christ. In 1898, Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany visited the colonies and initiated the formation of a society for the advancement of the German settlements in Palestine, enabling the settlers to acquire land for new settlements by offering them low-interest loans. Waves of pioneer settlers followed in 1902, 1903, 1906, and 1907, with Templar communities in what was then called Palestine, now numbering in the thousands. The houses they built can still be seen in Haifa and on part of what is now called Ben Gurion Boulevard. There's been a growing interest in Israel about these German settlers, and an exhibition about them was organized in Tel Aviv back in 2006, where they are acknowledged as being the first to develop the land in modern times, and the government recognizes the contributions they made to things like early infrastructure. Fast forward to World War I and the events associated with it, such as the Balfour Declaration. And if you're not familiar with that, I've included a link in the description to a video I did on the subject. When the British Army conquered the Holy Land at the end of 1917, matters started to change for the German Templars. In July and August of 1918, the British sent almost 1,000 Templars to an internment camp near Cairo in Egypt. In April 1920, most were deported to Germany. All the property of the Templars of enemy nationality, meaning Germans, was taken into public custodianship. With the establishment of a regular British administration in 1918, Templar property and livestock was seized, labeled as enemy property, and rented out with profits collected by the British. In April 1920, the Allies convened at the Conference of San Remo, agreeing on the British rule in Palestine. Fast forward to 1933 and the rise of the Nationalist Socialist government in Germany. Many of the Templars that weren't deported officially joined the Nationalist German Party, who opened a branch in Haifa in 1934, followed by another one in Jaffa. At the time, it was not uncommon to see a Nationalist Socialist parade in the streets of Tel Aviv, with flags and uniforms in full regalia. This image was from Jerusalem, and you can see the flags for yourself out in the open. Here's an article from 1938, which was published in the 6th year of the transfer agreement, where German Jews voluntarily went to transfer camps from 1933 to 1939 and were not only given a ride to the Holy Land on German ships. Once they arrived, they were given back a large portion of their assets, whether it be money or things like real estate, with another portion of it going to Jewish organizations which used it for various common goods and services. You can find out more about it online, such as articles called Transfer Agreement on Wikipedia, or Jewish websites where it's called the Havara Agreement. 100% available mainstream knowledge, even if it's ignored 100% by Hollywood and the controlled corporate media. The German camps were established to send people and their assets to Palestine by tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, something overlooked and left out by people like Steven Spielberg, but nonetheless part of history and factual reality.
Live on Channel 5, this is the 10 o'clock news with Deborah Norville.
Coming out revealing secret negotiation between the Nazis and the Zionists in 1933, which allows German Jews and their assets to go to Palestine.
American Jews marched calling for the boycott of all German exports. Jews throughout Europe echoed that call, so did Jews everywhere. But a group of Zionists at the same time was quietly negotiating an agreement with the Nazis to allow the immigration of German Jews and the transfer of their assets to Palestine. That deal, reported in August 1933, was the transfer agreement. Palestine, sparsely settled by Jews at the time, was radically changed as a result.
I lived in Palestine from 1933 to 1936, and we saw every week transports of German Jews coming to settle in Palestine.
German Jewish settlement of Palestine was, for a time, official Nazi policy. These photos of Jewish life in Palestine, along with a lengthy text, appeared in 1934 in the Berlin paper Der Angry. A Nazi Visits Palestine was the title of the multi-part series. A medal was struck by Goebbels in commemoration. On one side, the swastika. On the other, the Star of David.
That said, relations deteriorated between the German Templars that spent decades building the community there and other migrants that were in political alignment with the British, some of whom immigrated from places like Russia in alignment with Russian Bolsheviks, with the Marxist origins of the Communist Revolution that killed tens of millions and then became the Soviet Union. The British ran what is now Israel from the end of the First World War, and by the time of the Second World War, decided that after nearly a century in Haifa, the German Templars needed to be kicked out, deporting them en masse to Germany. Many of the children of the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Yiddish-speaking Germans who populated Palestine from 33 to 39 are unaware of this history and are also taught propaganda in their schools. Yiddish, by the way, is one of the dialects of Alemannic Germany that belongs to the High German group, like Swabian, from the region of Bavaria. For those familiar with my work, the term Swabia will sound familiar, as in New Swabia or Neues Schwabenland, an area of Antarctica named by nationalist Germany, a subject that I'll get into in much more detail in an upcoming video, with content never before disclosed publicly, not available by any other source, period. Which leads us to these coins, which I showed in my last video, which I'll leave a link to in the description, which was about ancient symbols such as a swastika and what some called the Seal of Solomon, both symbols appearing together on the same coin, as they also often appear together on ancient Phoenician archaeological sites or ancient structures in places like Lalibela, Ethiopia, that contain both the swastika carved into stone churches as well as the Seal of Solomon built by the Knights Templar. This is suppressed because it goes against the narrative pushed by modern post-World War II academia, media, Hollywood, as well as people who call themselves truthers that saturate social media with false information disseminated by the same globalist bankers that they claim to be united against. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. I'd like to thank those who support me through patreon.com. There should be a link below for those who are interested. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. As always, I look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section. Please have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon. A pendulum is a weight suspended from a fixed point so that it can swing freely back and forth. And it also makes for a good metaphor for the tendency of a situation to oscillate between one extreme and another. This is also similar to the way a swing moves back and forth, and when regarded in a historical context, can be compared to the way different time periods have tended to move in a cyclical manner, rather than progressing in a forward, linear march. The pendulum of life often swings until it reaches a tipping point, and then it shifts course and swings back in the other direction. This concept also seems to apply to the way religious organizations have functioned over time, such as with the Catholic Church, which at one time carried a very strict social policy. For example, during the Holy Inquisition, when a group of institutions within the Catholic Church made it a aim to combat religious dissent starting in the 12th century and what it called heresy, which resulted in the genocide of certain groups, such as the Cathars. Cathars comes from the Greek word meaning pure ones, who were a Gnostic sect with followers that called themselves good Christians. But the Catholic Church did not recognize their beliefs as being Christian, and so they were often burned alive. During the late Middle Ages and early Renaissance, the concept and scope of Inquisition significantly expanded in response to the Protestant Reformation, which is an example of the religious pendulum swinging away from the authoritative control of the Church to a degree of religious freedom, where the Bible was translated and published into other European languages, such as French, English, and German, giving direct biblical access to the common people, rather than dependency on the clergy, who were the only ones who could read Latin at the time. I'll include a link in the description to a video I did on the Protestant Reformation for those who are interested. This also resulted in what is called the Counter-Reformation, or Catholic revival, which was a response to the Protestant Reformation, and the period when Europe underwent several decades of religious wars, expulsions, heresy trials, inquisition, and the founding of new religious movements and orders. Such policies had long-lasting effects in European history, with exiles of Protestants continuing well into the 1700s. A man named Lorenzo Corsini became Pope Clement XII and led the Catholic Church from 1730 until 1740, during this time to ban Catholics from becoming freemen, a prohibition which lasted from 1738 until 1983, where any Catholic who publicly associated with or publicly supported Masonic organizations were excommunicated. Which brings us to the topic of today's episode, regarding a secret organization that came about from this band called the Occident. The word oculist is basically the same in meaning as an optometrist, and the chosen profession used to disguise a secret order that was no longer permitted by the church, so continued by disguising their activities by publicly proclaiming a different activity. In the same way that alchemists publicly claimed to be trying to convert common metals into gold, but really working on other esoteric transmutations, the oculists chose the symbol of the eye doctor as a cover for their occult inner workings, which, like other secretive orders, revolved around initiation to become a member. The master wears an amulet with a blue eye in the center. Before him, a candidate kneels in the candlelit room, surrounded by microscopes and surgical implements. The initiation has begun. The master places a piece of paper in front of the candidate and orders him to put on a pair of eyeglasses. Read, the master commands. The candidate squints, but it's an impossible task. The page is blank. The candidate is told not to panic. There is hope for his vision to improve. The master wipes the candidate's eye with a cloth and orders preparation for the surgery to commence. He selects a pair of tweezers from the table. The other members in attendance raise their candles. The master starts plucking hairs from the candidate's eyebrow. This is a ritualistic procedure. No flesh is cut, but these are symbolic actions of which none are without meaning. The master assures the candidate. The candidate places his hand on the master's amulet. Try reading again, the master says, replacing the first page with another. This page is filled with handwritten text. Congratulations, brother, the members say. Now you can see. For more than 260 years, the content of that page and the details of this ritual remained a secret. They were hidden in coded manuscripts, one of thousands produced by secret societies in the 18th and 19th centuries. At the peak of their power, these clandestine organizations, most notably the Freemasons, had hundreds of thousands of adherents, from colonial New York to imperial St. Petersburg. Their lodges were considered by some to be safe houses, where free thinkers could explore everything from the laws of physics to the rights of man, the nature of God, all hidden from the oppressive, authoritarian eyes of the church and state. But like the pendulum effect we discussed earlier, things do not remain static, they change. And organizations also change, ironically in directions often opposite to the very reason they were founded in the first place. Where at one point in time, the secret society held meetings to protect and ensure freedom, at another point in time, those same organizations are infiltrated and subverted, used to eliminate the very liberties they swore to uphold. As for the symbolic site destroying ritual, it was actually by accident that brought it to life. It started with a 250-year-old coded manuscript that was recently deciphered by machine translation, which used algorithm software to unlock the mystery.
My name is Kevin Knight. I'm at the Information Sciences Institute at University of Southern California, and my area of research is natural language processing. So the Copial cipher is a 100-page book and includes 75,000 characters, several hundred years old, written entirely in cipher. We had no idea what the book said, and no one had deciphered it up to this point. We used some automatic methods to cluster the letters. So we looked at groups of letters that behave similarly. We also have programs that can identify the language behind the text, and it gave a slight preference for German. One thing we noticed was that the Roman letters in the text all seem to have a similar behavior to one another. The first hypothesis we had was that's the real code. In the end, it turned out that those Roman letters were the spaces between the words. And the first two words that we could see here in the German were ceremony of initiation. So that was very exciting. because we had no idea what the book was about until that point. And the next two words were secret section. Only later, after we cracked it, we found out it was a document from a secret society from the 1730s. Secret societies were kind of a craze in the 1730s. So this is opens up a window for people who study the history of ideas and the history of secret societies. The book has several parts, and one part describes the rituals that the society used. But there's also a lot of political things at the end of the document.
Written in German, the manuscript was detailing the initiation ceremony of the oculist sect, fixated on both the anatomy and symbolism of the eye. They focused on sight as a metaphor for knowledge. Centered in the town of Wolfenbüttel, Germany, on their crest, the oculists featured a cataract needle and 3 cats, which some surmise were symbolically used because they could see in mere darkness. But the cats were also guarding a cage full of mice, watching over them. Their attitude was rather progressive compared to other male-only secret fraternities in that women could be oculists too. Starting on page 27 and continuing for the remaining 78 pages, the cipher detailed the rituals performed by the highest degrees of the Masonic order rites, unknown to ordinary Masons at the time. Nothing was omitted from the description of these top-level rituals, including the veneration of Hiram Abiff, builder of the Great Temple of Jerusalem, whose decomposed body became the alchemical emblem for turning something rotten into something miraculous and golden. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. I would like to thank those who support me through patreon.com. There should be a link below for those who are interested. I appreciate it. Thank you. I also want to extend my gratitude to anyone who shares these videos, as I rely on word of mouth. Please remember to hit the like button and subscribe for updates. As always, I look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section, so please leave a comment below. Have a wonderful week, and I hope to see you again soon. In mythology, folklore, and religion, a trickster is a god, goddess, demigod, spirit, or sometimes even an animal, which exhibits a great degree of wisdom, occult, or secret knowledge, and uses it or plays tricks or otherwise disobeys normal rules and conventional behavior. These archetypal characters appear in the myths of many different cultures around the world. And I'll go ahead and take a chance and say every single culture, as the mystery behind this boundary crosser actually stems from a forgotten time in prehistory and was passed down from an ancient global civilization from which we all share various degrees of ancestry with. That said, tricksters not only bend or break rules, they're also considered thieves. Now, I got some pushback in the comment section of one of my recent videos called the Emerald Tablets of Hermes or Thoth. I'll leave a link in the description if you haven't seen it. And towards the beginning, I said that the deity Hermes, or Mercury, was the god of thieves, or protector of thieves. And the confusion this caused is the real reason for this video. It seems that people have a tendency to interpret the tricks or stealing as negative activities which go against mankind. But as I will try to articulate in today's episode, that's not necessarily the case. In Greek mythology, Prometheus is a titan and is also a trickster. He's what's known as a cultural hero. And in the context of mythology, the hero is defined as a character who changes the world through invention or discovery, or who contributes to the creation of civilization itself. A typical cultural hero might be credited with the discovery of agriculture, music, or in the case of Prometheus, fire. This archetype is mirrored in many Native American mythologies and beliefs, where the coyote spirit stole fire from the gods and gave it to mankind. So the first point I want to make is the act of stealing in this context is beneficial to mankind. The second point I want to make is that fire in their cult and mystery schools does not mean the heat generated when you strike a match, but another type of fire that is associated with internal alchemy. Natives from the southeastern United States replaced the coyote with a rabbit hero. And Pacific Northwest native stories often feature a raven in this role, where the raven steals fire from his uncle the beaver and eventually gives it to humans. Again, I want to stress that despite what is taught in schools, if it's even taught at all, the context is not about how Homo erectus got fire and learned how to cook with it. We're talking about the fire that ignites the soul, that inspires fine art, that influences music, that's the trigger of new inventions, or the divine spark of creativity that's associated with problem solving. So, as with all religions, these myths should not be taken literally, but one must understand the underlying symbols. Fire is not just a flame, but the light that illuminates. And I'll come back to this a little later. In Norse and Germanic mythology, the god Odin steals the mead of poetry and is credited with the discovery of the runes. The poetic mead is a mythical beverage that's equated with divine inspiration, and whoever drinks it becomes a scholar, able to recite any information and so wise that there are no questions that he cannot answer. In a literal sense, mead is an alcoholic beverage created by fermenting honey with water, sometimes with various fruits, spices, grains, or hops. The alcoholic content ranges from 3.5% to more than 20%. But in the legend, Cavasir is a very wise god that traveled around teaching and spreading knowledge until some dwarves killed him and drained his blood, mixing it with honey, which resulted in the mead of poetry, imbuing whoever drinks it with wisdom, leading to the introduction of poetry to mankind. Now, I hesitate to tell the story of how Odin stole the mead because of potential censorship issues, but let's just say that the precious liquid leaked from another god's rear end, and Odin gave it to those truly gifted in poetry. In the biblical context, the snake in the Garden of Eden story plays the role of the trickster. In Hebrew, the word nekash is the serpent that appears in Genesis, who is portrayed as a deceptive creature or trickster who cunningly promotes as good what God had forbidden. So keep in mind that the Bible was not written in English. It was translated and retranslated several times before it made it to English. So Nakash is the serpent, the dragon, and Lucifer, or light bearer. So this can be taken the same way that Prometheus was also a light bearer, or light bringer, as Prometheus, who revealed mankind, was the good guy who stole the fire and gave it to man. And for this, was punished by Zeus for his defiance against the gods. In Jewish mysticism, we have something called the Zohar, meaning radiance, and is the foundational work of the Kabbalah, which is at the core of many, if not all, secret societies, including those of pre-World War II Germany, including the Brill Society. The teachings include commentaries of the mystical aspects of the Torah, which is the first part of the Bible, called the Old Testament, where we find Genesis and the Garden of Eden story. The Zohar contains scriptural interpretations specifically to do with the serpent, or the Lucifer character, which are left out of modern versions of the Bible. The word Lucifer, the light bringer, appears only once in the King James Version and is also a Latin name for the planet Venus, sometimes referred to as morning star, as it sometimes rises in the morning a few hours before the sun. In Isaiah, it says, quote, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning?" Because of this one sentence, Lucifer has become equated with Satan, the devil, and the prince of darkness, which is actually pretty ironic if you think about it. So what does the light-bearing serpent tell Eve in the garden that has been left out of most mainstream renditions of ancient scripture. The source of the clip that I'm about to play for you comes from the work of Heinrich Arnold Krumm Heller, the German naval intelligence officer, Rosicrucian, and founder of a Hermetic order that operates in Brazil. He was also the private doctor of the Mexican president, Francisco Madero, and went by the motto Viracocha, the name of a white god of creation once worshipped by the Incas of Peru. That said, he attained the highest rank available as far as secret societies go, and was held in high esteem by Samuel Ein Weyor, and it is one of Weyor's students who will be speaking in this brief excerpt on the secrets of Baphomet, and giving more context of the role of the thief in mythology, and what is meant by stealing the fire of the god, and how it relates to eating the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge.
That was a great initiative that Master Samael Beor knew in South America. His name was the Dr. Arnold Krumm Heller, a great physician, doctor from the University of Berlin. His inner name was Viracocha. Master Samael Beor mentioned Viracocha in the book, The Perfect Matrimony. And he said, "This is the mystery of Baphomet. Instead of the coitus, which reaches the sweet caresses, amorous phrases, and delicate touching should be lavished reflectively, keeping the mind constantly separated from animal, sustaining the purest spirituality as if the act were a religious ceremony. Nevertheless, the man can and should introduce the and keep it inside the feminine to bring about a divine sensation upon both, full of joy.
She did scream, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." That was right in the
Withdrawing it at the moment the is near to avoid the ejaculation.
Oh, the beeps are killing me. They're fucking killing me.
The transmission of magnetic fluids is ordinarily done through the hands and through the eyes.
He poured it in.
But it is necessary to say that there is no greater and more powerful conductor, 1,000 times more powerful, 1,000 times superior to others, than the virile member and the vulva as receptive organs. This is what Master Viracocha said.
Well,
he, in other words, were
discussing
the power of Baphomet. But many people didn't understand, even though he was also clear.
I did, because that's what in little did like. He like, yo.
This is the mystery of Baphomet. This is what the Master Samael wrote in the book Eating of Rose. He says, the rose elaborates its perfume with the clay of the earth, which is the physical. The slithering worm does not like the gardener who removes its clay. Our disciples will now comprehend on what basis do the tenebrous ones qualify the sexual alchemists as thieves. And the proof is this. When you read the book of Genesis, chapter 2, verse 25, the very bottom of that chapter, it is written, and they were both naked.
Mm-hmm.
But we put in parentheses the word that they use for naked.
Well, if you read the Bible canon,
if you copy that word and put it in the dictionary, you will see that has many meanings. And one of the meanings is thievish. And it's because it is precisely what an alchemist, a Templar, the one that knows the mystery of Baphomet, does. He steals the sexual force of nature. You have to know how to steal the energy from your own physicality, because that physicality, that flesh, is your own.
You're wrong.
Body.
It's mothers.
Moses Anael says,
this motherfucker's wrong.
or the
That's the
Genesis
problem with
says,
you
and they were
motherfuckers, why you
both
can't fucking
thievish,
levitate.
Adam and his wife, and were not ashamed because they were stealing from their own development, spiritual development. Now the devotees of the path will understand why Christ said.
Because Enki put him to sleep and gave Enki RNA fucking out of his rib into fucking what was his name? The Adamu or whatever. The fucking what's his name? Fuck. Oh well. And a cuneiform. This Bible shit and suck my dick. That's all I got to say.
The kingdom of heaven suffers violence, and the violent take it by force. Because this is how you develop the forces of heaven within you. The forces of heaven descends in your physicality, and you take it by force, by willpower. It's not easy. The weak succumb.
I'll have it fixed
in the
tomorrow.
Sexual act. And that's the mystery of Baphomet. You have to be a thief. And that's why the Tenebros, the fornicators from Klipoth, accuse the alchemists of being thieves. Because we, when we transmute, we are really thieves. We like to steal for God. But it's not stealing like in this physical world, money or dollars, because that's stupid. Stealing from his own energy, his own force, his own physicality, and you transmute the sexual force. That's the mystery of Baphomet. That is taught by Moses through his Kabbalah in all the book of Genesis. When you are in the sexual act, you are touching the tree of life. But remember the commandment, don't eat of it. You touch the tree and you eat the fruit, and that's precisely the problem. You can touch it, but don't eat it. Because by touching it is how you transform the energy and feed your spirit, your soul. But if you eat it, when you fornicate, you make lust and then the rest of egos inside. And you become idolatrous. Even if you don't have
Mr. Anunnaki, sit down.
You think that only God can worship. But you are a fornicator. You are also a killer.
Anunnaki and all over the place.
Because you are killing the life. Or as in esotericism we say, any bodhisattva that falls into animal generation is accused
this guy's a
of
jackass.
having killed the god Mercury, or the Mercurius.
We're listening to Robert Seffer, and he's got this cat over here talking. I don't know what the fuck. I'm going to fast forward it.
So that they were naked completely.
Fuck you, they're naked.
In other words,
they were enhanced.
Pharaohs and North African nobility.
And Lil hated it. Hated us.
And to those who contribute their time and effort to sharing these videos, I thank you very much as well.
Tools.
So please leave me a comment.
Poodles,
let me know
not pet poodles. And then they made us pet poodles. And then they stole all our women and fucked them and made too many of us. And then Lil started bitching again because of our fornication. God dang it. God. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That guy, that's all that was. I mean, he put him on there talking about Baphomet like that. Motherfucker. Oh my God. He needs to pull his head out of his ass and read some more of his Sanskrit. That hurt. I'm sorry. I'm going to take a burp break. That caused me indigestion. I told you I'd be yelling at him about halfway through. I had to skip that because it was painful to listen to. I don't want to hear about how some Anunnaki thinks that just because his kind stole our women and fucked them and got them all pregnant, that it's our fault that we were fornicating. We call that today rape. You heard it in their own language. They said, "Yeah, we're getting the consent through threat of fucking death." Well, yeah, I will. It's operating pretty good today. I have no complaints. I've found a little happy medium that I'm working with my little makeshift infinity switch. So I'm surprised it's working, but it is. I'm relatively around the same temperature all day here so far. Yeah, well, that's what I just heard. That's what I just heard. And I said, "Step aside, Mr. Anunnaki. I'm tired of hearing your bullshit." And I'll say it again in case you missed it. Step aside, Mr. Anunnaki. I'm tired of your bullshit. Exactly, man. Fornicate, bitches. Oh my God. I'm making friends. It definitely, yeah, definitely Anunnaki. I'm all like, what the fuck is this? That's Anunnaki bullshit. And it is. That's deny your nature, deny your nature, deny your nature, right down to the root. I mean, that's one of the big fucking energy problems today is that sexual energy that you get all tied up and you're afraid to fucking even fart in public or whatever. I mean, it's not saying you should just go around mamely just randomly fucking everybody. Although, you're willing to put up those kids, sure. Let get on it, Jason. Damn straight. Shit, man. Have you seen the Iswas? She's creeping up on some fucking activity. We've been having some quake activity. It's just a slow train wreck. What can I say? It's almost getting so exciting right now that it's like, damn. I remember this one time in band camp. Things weren't like this. Yeah, well, you see, that's the whole thing. If you got yourself a good partner, I mean, they ain't no fucking that shit don't fucking tear you down, man. That shit build you up. But you gotta have the right partner. You know, there gotta be chemistry there. You can't be marrying for money and be expecting to have that kind of energy exchange. Fucking, but I can't see it as a bad thing. I don't see it as a bad. I don't see how anybody could see it as a bad thing unless it was a bad thing. And I mean, let's face it, even plants do it. All right. They may not do it the same way we do, but even plants do it. It's called nature. The only thing that doesn't do it is a combination between a horse and a donkey, and they call that a motherfucking jackass. And they can't mate. It's kind of like we were until Inky hooked us up so we could know each other. Tree of knowledge. Then all of a sudden there were too many of us, and Lil was bitching again, like I said, because their Gigi came down, captured 600 of our women, and said, "Let's procreate." Procreate, and he didn't like it, so he blamed it on us and said that we should all die because their fellow Anunnaki kidnapped our women by threat of death, got sexual permission, and caused all that. But that was our inequities, according to the Bible and canon of the Bible. And Lil, he was a prick. What can I say? Egotistical fuck. I bet you missed that. Different culture than over here, huh, Jason? Imagine shit goes to shit. They ain't gonna be so bad if. I mean, they band together pretty good. That's their culture. We're fucked over here. We're fucked. So exiled. uh, yeah, I've been smoking and blowing. What the hell? Jonesboro. Just something going on. So that's what I love about that shit. I always want to be random about it. There's something going on over here. Everybody, the fuck is something going on? What the hell's that shit? I got something going on. It's called Dingla Cobra. I got a Dingla Cobra. I do too. Can you tell? It's one of my favorite new words. I got a couple new words this year that I really like, and that would be Dingly Cobra and Fucktard. I mean, that's my top two. Both of them came out of necessity to express a condition not otherwise able to be expressed. Fucktard expressly standing for those people who are willfully mentally handicapped. not not medically, not forcibly, not no, but willfully. I mean, like they try as hard as they can to be mentally handicapped. Therefore, they should be labeled fucktards as of their own little category. Now, superseding those would be a flat tard, of course. They fuck so far. I'm pretty sure they're superseding everybody. Real close. Who's that? The World News? You know, he called me over here while we was live the other day. Exile tells me he said he blocked me. He blocked me on his channel. But I mean, I did a video with him on Raw, and then he breaks out the weather everything that next week, and then we get together and do a political one. He dumps out everything about you got to vote, 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 vote the next week. He wanted to do another one. I was like, no, dude, no. And so he did something about Donald Trump, which was a good video. I even gave him thumbs up and shit, man. I saw a couple of his viewers over there talking about oh Trump, Trump, Trump. And I was like, well, you know, as a veteran, you know, I'd like to thank you for supporting that $400 billion in bullets that went to the same enemy Obama threw $100 billion at. So it just makes me wonder when you Obamites, you're going to stop waving your fucking flag for the guy that's making mom pay for every bullet that's bringing her baby home in a box or some shit to that light. And he calls me up. We're saying he asking me why I'm so angry. And I had to sit here and explain it to him twice. And then he hung up on me. I was like, so fuck him. What I'm getting. That's the long version. Short version? Fucking world news. I got a dingly cobra for you, bud. That's what I'm saying. Voting shows them they're involved. You're involved, and you're sucking up the Kool-Aid that they're handing out. I got a fucking dingly cobra. Straighten you right out. But that's where I was with the whole thing. I was like, dude, are you kidding me? I just sat there for 2 hours, and then for the whole week, you're sitting there, vote, vote, vote. But did you see I exposed Donnie for part of the cabal? I said, yeah, but then in the same breath, you're like, we can't allow Biden in there. It ain't about who allows anybody to fuck in there, motherfucker. It's a goddamn corporate. You know what it is. I made a video. I ain't arguing with nobody no more. Nobody's proved me wrong. I got my proof. I presented the shit. I'm done. I dropped my mic. I ain't arguing with it on any of those points. I'm working on other shit. That's why I'm not bringing that shit back up. I'm not bringing back up my old videos. I'm not going to do it. There's a lot of hieroglyphs there that I translated other than the one. It ain't just a lucky fucking thing that I hit one. Every one of them I look at, I'm like, oh, I get it. What can I say? I've made a lot of previous videos, and every day I keep getting people say, I watched all your videos," and then they ask me something stupid. I'll be like, "I just told me you didn't." I'll tell you what video I covered that in. Boogie, boogie, boogie. You might have watched it while you was sleeping. Took a nap and push play it all. I don't know. Oh man. You gonna get a jetpack. You get look out! Here it comes. Fuck fucking jetpack dude cruising around. Woohoo! I bet those things eat up a lot of fucking rocket fuel. What do they run on JP5? Oh, well then I don't know anything about a jetpack. I'm sorry, I was talking out of turn then. I thought it was something you strapped on. You're gonna go take off, dude. Woo! C batteries. You put C batteries in it and just take off. What? I want a set. I was just like, goddamn. Here comes Exile. Duck. He's coming in a little fast. I've seen people using that kind of shit over the water. I don't know if I'd be one to fucking cruise over land. Oh, Jesus Christ. See, here we go. Now we're in trouble. See, I didn't know we were big too. He says, no, imagine the Goodyear blimp with a rocket strapped onto its ass. Okay. I was already having nightmares with you coming in with the fucking the fucking thing, and he's all like, "No, I'm too fat." I'm all like, "Oh shit!" Now we got a whole new parameter here. Fucking scary. Just this fucking Superman coming in with the rocket smoke behind his ass was enough. I'm like, "How you gonna slow down, motherfucker?" You got a rocket on your ass. I don't think someone thought that out very well. That's exactly where I was at with it, Gene. I was like, oh, holy fuck. The water jetpack thing. I see it coming up. I'm like, oh, God, we're in trouble. Oh, I know, Deborah. That's what I said. I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. They're on there. For God's sake, they're on there. You can go look at them. They're fun. Some of them are amazing. I'll go back and look at some of them. I'll be like, God, I forgot about that one. That was awesome, XL. Definitely. Sorry about the misunderstanding. I totally thought you were talking about a completely different jetpack. Fucking beautiful. Oh, so it's something the cops are using. Figures. They got drug names out there. I still ain't figured out. He's hopping up on jetpacks. Oh my god. Till someone get it. Now that you mention it, it was a very hard day when my lady in her long blue dress was called my Lady Blue for fucking 3.5 years, following around talking about, oh, she's beautiful. Look at her flowing dress. It's so fucking pretty. Slapped me in the fucking face with that Dingley Cobra, boy. That day was hard. I was broken. I was broken, man. I couldn't believe I was following Raw around, whistling at his ass, catcalling him all up and down Melrose. It was bad. you got tested for a Dingley Cobra and came back positive. Nice. Oh shit. You know what? I got something cut out for that. As a matter of fact. No. I was waiting on you to confirm you wanted the damn thing. Did you want any changes on it? Look at this guy. He's snapping fingers. Expects me to read his mind. That's a mind reading fucker. Watch. Oh, see, Miss Patches is pissed. I can read that one right now. She's very highly disappointed, whining, crying. Hey, boy, take your dogs out. See? I can do it. Dingley Cobra butt plugs. That sounds like a threat, Glenn. I'm gonna label that as a threat. Oh my god. Unless, of course, it glows in the dark, then it won't get lost. It's not such a bad threat. Jesus Christ, you're gonna make me smoke pot. Look at y'all. Patches. It ain't my fault Seamus hates you. It's not my fault. He's gonna make you whine and bark. Oh, wait a minute. You just do that anyway, don't you? You're a hound dog. Hound dog, whining and crying all the time. Elvis knew them dogs. He knew them good. Did you decide if you wanted the hammer or do you want the sidecar? It don't matter. I'll make them all. Did you like that? I like that color scheme because that looked like. I like the way I made that bubble. I could probably make another one just like it, but better. See? I'll make one anyway. I mean, do you like this? Don't disappear for a week next time. My boy said, hey man, I really like it, but I was like, yeah. The bubbler shouldn't be in my case right now. I forgot. It's all right. He said, make up your mind. I'll make you another one. And then if you don't buy that in time, I'll sell it too. Sell that motherfucker. I'm going to put that 20 amp doohickey on it tomorrow, and I will have a lot better temperature control, and I'll be able to make more intricate pieces. I've got pretty good, I'm a wanker. I've got pretty good control over my temperature now at this point. All I got to do is lay that fan down there on the floor, and boy, it's up 1120 already. So, pretty good. Yeah, I'm waiting on the relay. It's coming from the East Coast, and these motherfuckers are meticulously slow. And what sucks, Glenn? You want to hear what sucks? Because there's always a what sucks. I got my Fuji controller is very particular about its voltage. I can't lengthen the wires to make it where I can remove that fucking thing and bring it out and cool it off or anything with a fan. I can't. I thought about doing that, but I can't because of the load on the actual unit itself. And it only works with certain relay switches because of the nature of the way it is. And it's like, it's a fucking $200 fucking item, but they have other relays that are just relays. They get it on signal and they send out the 110, right? Not this one. This one, it takes one relay and it's like a $70 fucking relay. And it takes them a week or two to fucking get it to me. I just ordered one from them. This one's relatively new. So I'm getting that infinity switch for the oven tomorrow. I've got another one coming in the mail that will go with the kiln itself from the kiln manufacturer. Although the first one burned out, but that was my fault. Yes, I've got my shit running. I've been working today. I've actually got I've got some pretty good amount of work done today. I got a couple of honeycomb pieces and twisty pipe. I'm gonna make a couple more here. I don't know if I'm gonna venture out and make a bubbler today. I'll probably wait until I get my infinity switch tomorrow and dial that in. I'll be able to hold 1100 like right on the dial. I'll be like, all right, that's the way I like it. I hope it works. We'll see. I'm not convinced. Although, I mean, I thought this one here that I'm using right here, it came off a little, it came off of one of those little bread ovens, and it's running this shit just fine. Yeah, not quite just fine, but fine enough. I got to turn the fan on occasionally because it's a heat censored switch and it gets hot. So I got to cool it off with the fan a little bit. Then it'll just stay on. If it's too cold, it'll just stay on. This motherfucker, I could get it up really hot with that switch on. But I want one that I can run without the fan. One that's really meant to do what it's doing, not that little tiny inline switch. Although, I mean, fuck, man, if he's got, I could use either or. Like I said, I'm flexible. Whatever he's fucking got over there, I will get the heaviest duty thing and bring it. He's like, I gotta see how many poles you got. I'm like, I'm using one to regulate it now. That's how small the little inline thing is. It's just got one inline feed. I want one with 20 amps. That way it doesn't burn out. I would like one with 20 amps, a big industrial size. One that ran because this guy, he does all kinds of different appliance repair. He's probably got a good industrial oven controller knob that carries 20 amps. And That would definitely run my kiln. Drive safe. It don't get caught in any fucking backfires. Nice, Jason. Yeah, mine's just a little itty bitty kiln. It's what they call a bead annealer. I make incredible shit inside of it. All I need is it just get hot. I found one that was a big industrial kiln for like $250, man, with the controller and everything on it. I'm all like, fuck, I should get that. But it probably wouldn't fit my kiln because it was a 220 kiln, which most big kilns are. They just are. Jason says he's going to be blowing some glass. But yeah, I've got a small 110 kiln. Them 220 controllers don't work on mine, unfortunately. Jason does glass. Sometimes he knocks the glass onto his head and then the floor. Try not to repeat that. And then he'd kill him. Nice. He'd work with glass paints too. I've done a little bit of that in the art gallery. Not a whole lot. Made a couple of wall sculptures. I like the one wall sculpture. It wasn't hers. God dang it, man. I can't be getting tired. Look, it's dinner time. Seamus! Hey! Boy! Oh, little baby. Little baby Seamus. Little baby Seamus. There's that wee baby Seamus from Archer. The wee baby Seamus. Wee baby Seamus! Little baby! Seamus! Hey! Boy! He probably got his earplugs in. He's just yelling at the dog. I'm gonna find out what he wants for dinner. Nice. Fucking big windows. Yeah. I ain't never made anything like that. Yeah. I could. I got a couple different designs tossing around. But that's an awful lot of fucking money. All right. That's it. Take a little stroll with me. Boy! Hey! Oh, you want to fight? Walk your animals. Look at this. You want to fight? You want to fight? Fight, Chico? You want to fight? All right. That's it. Hang on. I'm going to put this down. And we're going to fight. It's me and Chico. She got 13. Forgot about you gotta go out and go poop. You gotta go poop. Really? Timmy? You think Timmy's in the wall again, do you? Interesting. You use Timmy. She's convinced he's in the wall. Holy frioli, fuck me. Are you kidding? Wait a minute. What did I do? Am I gonna have to really? Yeah, I might. I may have to go to the store. Fuck me. I'm stupid. Son. Nothing. I just think Daddy fucked up. I don't have any Alfredo, anything to make Alfredo with. I don't have any fucking flour. I ain't got nothing. I ain't even got Alfredo sauce in a can. I ain't got no Alfredo. I got shrimp. I got shrimp for shrimp Alfredo, but I ain't got no damn Alfredo sauce. The fuck was I thinking? I can't even make Alfredo sauce from scratch. Okay. Don't you hate it when you do that? I hate it when I do that. Are you out, Jason? So, but I've had that happen. Gotta run and fix it. Shit. I ain't got no Alfredo sauce. I got milk. I ain't got no Alfredo sauce. I ain't got sour cream. I ain't got no fucking flour of any sort. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Fuck. Yeah, I got steak. Or not steak, I got ribs. Ribs ain't very conducive for the day after the day you had your teeth pulled. So, shit, fuck. I don't know red sauce. I'm gonna have to go to the store. That's all there is to it. I thought about getting out the chicken and thawing the chicken, but I didn't thaw the chicken. Damn it. You know what I could do? I could leave y'all listening to Mr. Anthropologist. Hopefully he doesn't throw anybody on like that other guy. Again. I don't have any Alfredo sauce. I got spaghetti sauce. Go figure. Yeah, I didn't want spaghetti sauce. I got. Look at that. I got tomatoes to make my own sauce. But I don't have anything for white sauce. I suck. Bad daddy. I'm still gonna have to go to the store. Instead of these dishes. Shit. Alright. I just had the thought I'll make some breakfast, but I'd still have to go to the store. Fucking. Hi. I should have gone to the store today while I was out. I was out too. I was out running around. I was looking at what the hell are my light bulbs doing over here? That's not a good spot for it at all. Poopy. Well, I guess that's solved. So, I don't have any Alfredo sauce.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna have to run down to the store.
Oh dear.
You want anything on there?
No. I'm good.
What?
I'm good.
You're good. You want a spanking before I go? No, you sure? I'll spank you. How's your head feeling? Okay, just okay. Are you tired? You look tired. Why are you so tired? You're 16, boy. Come here, let's talk about this. You want to wrestle? You want to fight? No? You sure? Uh-huh. Poor kid. Chico wants to fight. Look, here he comes.
I got him.
Oh, Jesus. Get you, Chico. I'm going to get him. I'm going to touch 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 him. Chico. Oh, I'm going to touch him. I'm going to touch him over here. Oh, shit. Touch him over there. Get him over here. I get him over here. I get his butt. I spank his butt. I spank his butt. I spank his butt. Are you excited? Are you excited? I got him. I got him too. No, Stevie. I touched him here. I touched him there. He doesn't like to touch and Seamus, obviously, does he? This is one of our favorite games at home. I get the dogs riled up, or he will get the dogs riled up by touching the other person. Or hugging them. Hugging them causes special excitement. Fucking Chico. He is so vicious. Seamus is in good hands. Oh my god, he is ready to just eat me. He does. He wants to eat me. Poor Jason. He got to go deal with the plugged toilet. Oh shit, Captain Spaulding. It's a fun. Oh my god, poor Seamus though. He's had a long day. He had his first tooth pulled. And so he's feeling it. So I'm trying to make something soft for him that he doesn't have to bite into. So, but he got his tooth. He got himself a new tooth before he got his old tooth pulled. So, but he's got to let that thing heal. I'm gonna make. I might as well pick up some noodles while I'm at the store. I gotta pick up some noodles, some milk, and some fucking Alfredo. Then we'll make some Alfredo with shrimp. It'll be just like I'm fucking blowing glass. Yeah, hopefully he won't throw on some wacko again talking about you're bad. Your penis should be chopped off.
Be safe, and I will see you again soon.
You will, because you've got hours to go over here. I see you. We're on hour 115 and we got 334 to go. This is, I guess, is his compilation of ancient history, mysticism, and esotericism. That's where me and him. I want to karate chop people and bring it in that esoteric shit. Chicken Alfredo, nice. I'm thinking about making chicken soup and making shrimp Alfredo, but I'm putting green butter in my Alfredo.
Well, Europe has a very rich cultural history, ranging from fine art and architecture to dance, poetry, and music. Most people are unaware of the subtle external influences on European traditions, especially starting around the time of the Renaissance, but even earlier, from places like the ancient Middle East. I use the word ancient to differentiate between modern Middle East, which in many regards is a totally different place, both socially and in terms of demographics. In pre-Islamic Iraq and Iran, for example,
I don't want to do that.
which were once part of the Sumerian and Babylonian empires, we find that almost all of the ancient statues have blue eyes. A similar trait also evident in the ancient Egyptian statues of pharaohs and North African nobility, but is almost entirely missing in modern populations, which no longer share much of the cultural or genetic affinities with the people who established and governed those ancient civilizations in the past. This is also the case in ancient India, as the ancient Aryan civilization that introduced the horse, Sanskrit, and the caste system to the subcontinent that carved those amazing stone temples is a far cry from the modern civilization in India, of which hundreds of millions of people, close to half the modern population, do not even have a toilet, a statistic you can look up for yourself, such as from this BBC article that says, quote, only 46.9% of the 246 million households have lavatories, while 49.8% defecate in the open, end quote. So the point I'm making is the word Aryan, which some correctly or incorrectly define as nobility, was an ancient culture, not a modern culture. And what was millennia ago in a particular region is not the same as what one sees today, and in most cases is similar only in name, myth, and legend. The same can be said for the similar carved stone temples of Lalibela in Ethiopia, which legend says were built by blonde angels, which some have interpreted as being the Knights Templars around the 13th century. But even before the time of the Christian Crusaders, Ethiopia had a very different population, which is not only written about in ancient stories, which I've covered in other videos, such as the Queen of Sheba. I'll leave a link in the description if you haven't seen it, but is validated through DNA analysis, which points to ancient migrations into Africa from fair-skinned farmers from the Middle East and Anatolia thousands of years ago, introducing agriculture and domesticated animals to the continent. The phenomenon of changing demographics is also seen in places like Asia, which is why every single depiction of Buddha in Thailand is always shown with blue eyes, a feature not seen in the modern population, or why China is littered with 4,000-year-old blonde mummies, many that are 6'6" tall, with Caucasian features, found near Chinese pyramids, which resemble the pyramids of Egypt and are oriented in the same way as well. Even historic figures are depicted very differently, such as Genghis Khan or the Islamic prophet Muhammad, both of whom had red hair, despite some of the newer modern racial depictions of them, which were altered from historic reality to appease the changing demographics of the regions and cultures from which they arose from. So the point I'm making is modern ethnicities, from Japan to Peru, from Mesoamerica to Anatolia, worldwide, are very different, especially in terms of the ruling nobility today than they were, for example, during the Bronze Age, which coincides with the age of Aries, or the Aryan Age, when we had a period of mass expansion, which history documents as the Aryan invasions. That said, we can start today's episode. It's amusing to read remarks made by the 2nd century Christian writer, Justin Martyr, who accused the initiates of Mithras of imitating the Christian communion rite. While there are many similarities between Jesus and Mithras, a cult that existed in the Roman Empire prior to its adoption of Christianity by Emperor Constantine, such as Mithras' birthday being held on December 25th, when a solar feast was celebrated, or a text referring to salvation on the wall of St. Prisca Mithraeum in Rome that contained the words, when translated, quote, "and you have saved us in the shed blood," or from Tertullian, a Christian Berber author, who states that followers of Mithras were marked on their forehead with a mark, which some have interpreted as being in the shape of a cross. In any event, the pre-Christian Mithraic mystery of ancient Rome centered around the ancient Iranian worship of the Zoroastrian god Mithra, and was popular among the Roman military from the 1st to the 4th century, after which Mithraists faced persecution from Christians, and the religion was subsequently suppressed and eliminated in empire by the end of the century. Worshippers of Mithras had a complex system of 7 grades of initiation and communal ritual meals, where they met in underground temples, most of which were destroyed by Christians. Initiates were united by a special handshake, the remnants of which can still be seen in modern secret societies, which I will cover in detail in a future video. In this presentation, I would like to shift the focus to some other Middle Eastern influences which were adopted by Europe, stemming from ancient Babylonian astrologers and astronomers. Much of what is now part of European secret societies was imported by the Knights Templar, such as the Black Madonnas, which have nothing to do with ethnicity or skin color, but is a veiled symbol of what some define as goddess worship, venerated by Gnostics from ancient Egypt, Cathars, Rosicrucians, and whose occult philosophy can be traced back to Babylon and even earlier. These mystery school teachings and practices were demonized by the Christian church, rightfully or wrongfully. That's for you to decide. But they were outlawed, and so they went underground and were continued in secret. Understanding the origins and symbology of ancient belief systems will hopefully help bring about a better understanding of modern religious practices and tradition. Demons, genies, and discarnate spirits permeate ancient occult traditions in the Middle East and neighboring countries. An early 20th century Persian manuscript on magic and astrology, held at Princeton's Department of Rare Books and Special Collections, provide a glimpse into this mystical world with dozens of watercolor illustrations of demonic, otherworldly creatures. A demon is a supernatural being, which is usually described as being an evil spirit or entity. But I would also like to point out that the original Greek word demon didn't carry negative connotations and was thought as an inner spirit or inspiring force. For example, Socrates claimed to have lived his life according to the dictates of his demon. Dated to 1921, Kitab Ajabi Makhluqat, which means wonder of creation or the book of unusual creations, includes an illustrated manuscript on magic and astrology, a book of spells listing incantations and talismans, and 56 painted illustrations of demons and angels. Several texts accompanying the illustrations in Farsi, an Indo-European or Aryan language from Iran, are dated from 1911 to 1921. The closing line at the end of the book suggests that it was composed of two main texts. It reads, "The Book of the Wonders of Creation," and 72 demons have been completed. Keep in mind that pre-Islamic Arabia included polytheistic beliefs, and Mecca itself was the place of worship for a goddess similar to Ishtar, and Allah was one of 360 demon spirits worshipped in what is now the Kaaba in Mecca. The ancient religion was based on astronomical concepts and centered around divination, which was performed by tossing arrows or darts at a statue of a deity in the center, and the direction which the arrows pointed were interpreted as answered questions asked of the idol. Women touched the idol as a token of blessing and kept away from it during menstruation. Today, idol worship, divination, and even women are forbidden from holy sites in Mecca and during the annual Islamic Hajj pilgrimage, where they throw stones or 7 pebbles at walls, or what used to be pillars instead, which is called stoning the devil. The text describes the different demons associated with each zodiac sign and the ailments associated with each, and some of the remedies. The zodiac demons are introduced as a series of menacing, although somewhat endearing, beasts, some multi-headed. Each is depicted with cuffs on its clawed or hoofed limbs, suggesting that these creatures had been bound or confined. Other illustrations show the monstrous demons in action, attempting to inflict harm on humans, with inscriptions of spells and incantations in Farsi, which describe ailments and the demons associated with them, together with instructions on how to exorcise them. So, for instance, one inscription instructs sorcerers to take a handful of soil from underneath the feet of the possessed person and repeat the following sentence 7 times. God of the heavens and the earth, hurry, hurry, bring back, bring back, bring back the love for virtue. By contrast, the manuscript also includes illustrations of winged angels, like Michael and Gabriel, who are summoned to expel demons and malign spirits. The author of the demonology book attributes his knowledge to the court of biblical King Solomon, who was believed to possess power over demons and spirits. However, the author's identity remains a mystery. The author signs the book as Ramal-Bashi, the son of Jafar. However, Ramal-Bashi is not a name, but rather a profession derived from the Farsi word Ramal, which means healer or sorcerer, a type of occult expert to whom people would frequently turn in the event that they had problems that couldn't be solved by normal means, such as sicknesses that appeared incurable, sort of like a witch doctor. They were usually sought primarily for divination, types of magic, breaking spells, exorcisms, and spirit summoning. Persian demonology has a long tradition that predates Islam. The Shahnameh, which means Book of Kings, a 50,000 verse epic poem written by the Persian poet Ferdowsi, is teeming with inscriptions of battles between humans, devils, and demons. Practicing ramals still exist in Iran, typically performing palm reading, faith healing, and exorcism, but they've been outcast to the fringes of society, usually ridiculed, as the official clerical establishment denounces them and anything to do with the world of the unseen, or with what Islam calls jinn, which in the West translates to genies. That said, these occult practices continue to thrive, not just in Iran, but also in neighboring countries, including many secret organizations which boast membership from some of the most prominent elite governing modern Europe. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift and is the best way to support my work. I would like to thank those who support me through Atlantean Gardens on Patreon. I greatly appreciate it. There should be a link below for those that are interested. I would also like to thank anyone that has made a contribution during the live stream with a super chat, or anyone that shares these videos after viewing them, as I rely on word of mouth. Please remember to hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe for updates. And as always, I very much look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section. So please leave a comment. Please have a wonderful week, and I hope to see you again soon. The Achaemenid, or the First Persian Empire, was founded by Cyrus the Great in 550 BC and extended from Eastern Europe in the west to the Indus Valley. It was larger than any previous known empire in history and was a success story in the sense that it incorporated many different cultures, ethnicities, races, and faiths, governing them very effectively, building road systems, postal systems, showing its citizens a lot of religious tolerance, and ruling from the standpoint of a liberator rather than only with overt oppression. To quote Cyrus himself, "Whenever you act as a liberator. Freedom, dignity, wealth. These three together constitute the greatest happiness of humanity. If you bequeath all three to your people, their love for you will never die." Shah, or King of Kings, was the ruling title employed by the monarch in the empire, and the language in greatest use in the empire was Aramaic, but Old Persian was the official language of the empire, printed on gold and silver coins, but primarily used for inscriptions and royal proclamations. Now, when I say Old Persian, that's because after World War II, federally funded schools and universities were not permitted to use the term used by the Achaemenids themselves, which is, of course, Aryan. To help illustrate this point, let us examine the Behistun inscription, a multilingual inscription made on a large rock relief in Iran, authored by Darius the Great, the son of Cyrus the Great. Located on Mount Behistun, which means place where the gods dwell, 4 similar tombs are cut into the stone cliffs. The site is known as Nakhshe Rostam, meaning picture of Rostam, from the images carved below the tomb, which were thought to represent the mythical hero Rostam. This inscription was crucial to the decipherment of cuneiform script, as the inscription includes 3 versions of the exact same text, written in 3 different cuneiform script languages: Elamite, Babylonian, which is a form of Akkadian, and Old Persian, which is actually called Aryan. The inscription is to cuneiform what the Rosetta Stone is to Egyptian hieroglyphs, the document most crucial in the decipherment of a previously lost script. In it, King Darius says, quote, "I am Darius, the great king, the king of kings, the king of many countries and many people, the king of this expansive land, the son of Wishtaspa, Achaemenid, Persian, the son of a Persian, Aryan, from the Aryan race. King Darius III was the last of the Achaemenian line and was overthrown by Alexander the Great. I've included a link in the description to a video I made on Alexander and how he earned the name Great, including a letter that he personally wrote to Darius III. Herodotus, the father of history, writes in his book, History of Herodotus, quote, "In ancient times, the Greeks called Iranians Catholic, but they were renowned as Aryans among themselves and their neighbors." In another part of his book, Herodotus writes that the Medians were known as Aryans during a certain period. Ancient Persia was not the only place we find Aryans, as they were also known in northern India, parts of China, and Europe, especially the steppes of Russia, where post-World War II political correctness did not seem to replace scientific correctness. Here, spiral cities were built on these remote Russian plains by swastika painting Aryans. Russian archaeologists have unearthed numerous settlements which they believe were built by the original Aryan race about 4,000 years ago. According to the team, they have discovered 20 of the spiral-shaped settlements in southern Siberia, bordering Kazakhstan, and they claim the buildings date back to the beginning of Western civilization in Europe.
Many scientists agree that what is now a mere meadow in the hills was once the site of some urbanized capital city, the heart of an ancient civilization, estimated to be as old as the Egyptian pyramids. Local scientist Dr. Gennady Zdanoevich identified the outline of the ancient town behind the hills. 4,000 years ago, people moved to the area, building thick walls, mysterious towns, and solar observatories. Its tall walls and towers were destroyed a long time ago, and the town was ruined by fires, floods, winds, and time itself.
Guys, look here. It's a pot. And it's a cross at the bottom.
Archaeologists have since uncovered casting molds, blacksmith tools, and intricate works of bronze and ceramic. Archaeological digs have shown that the ancient town was inhabited by the forebears of the Aryan race.
Those ancient Aryans were credited with everything on Earth. They were even said to have discovered metals.
The Bronze Age settlements, the Russian archaeologists said, were built shortly after the Great Pyramid, some 4,000 years ago, by the original Aryan race, whose swastika symbol was later adopted by the National Socialists in the 1930s. And while the modern perspective is that the use of this symbol was an aberration, I would like to point out that before the Bolshevik takeover in Russia and the implementation of communism, this is what Russian money looked like. So, in light of the archaeological evidence, one must ask the question, was Russia being invaded by a military force that wanted to take over and rule the world, or was this battle an attempt to liberate Russia from a communist takeover that took place, decimating a civilization that once adorned its own currency with the exact same symbol? A communist takeover, which was responsible for the deaths of tens of millions of Russians, decades before World War II even happened. Of course, history is written by the victors, and modern academia, media, and currency is controlled by those same victors. And the point of this video is archaeological rather than political. That said, anthropology itself has become highly politicized, and where communism, to a large degree, has eradicated the memory of the great Aryan empires of the past in places like Russia and Europe, in the Middle East, Islam has imposed a similar effect on the collective consciousness. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. Thank you to those who support me on Patreon. There should be a link below. Kindly share this video if you found it informative. Please hit the like button. Please don't forget to subscribe and click on the notification bell for future updates. I look forward to reading your thoughts in the comments section. Have a wonderful week, and I hope to see you again soon. Most people have heard of the Book of the Dead, an ancient Egyptian funerary text generally written on papyrus, but also on tomb paintings used from as early as the 3rd dynasty of Egypt. which was a little under 5,000 years ago, to around 50 BC. Prior to the New Kingdom, the Book of the Dead was only available to royalty and the elite. The title was given by Western scholars, and the actual original Egyptian name for the text was translated as Book of Coming Forth by Day, or Book.
I need to cook dinner. How y'all doing? Did he throw on anything crazy? We're gonna make some shrimp Alfredo this evening. Oh shit, almost fell down. Yep, I'm back from the store. I got a lot more than my fucking Alfredo sauce. Oops. I've also got chicken started for tomorrow. Right there. It's gonna be a soup. I went and got some store-bought noodles. Said that will do. Oh, there's an empty can. Fucking. Oh, damn. Croissants, little mini croissants. I forgot I had these. What a bonus. Alright, this'll work. Oh, those are beans. Those are beans, man. Shit. These are also great northerns. So I've got maybe a cup of rice going in there too, just because I like rice in my chicken noodle soup. Who said it has to be chicken only noodle soup? And it's brown rice, long grain. Got some good protein up in it. Cooking up our chicken. Let's get on tonight's dinner. I know. Tell me about it. Oh my God. All right. Let's see here what we got. All right. Bing, bing, bada bing. This one's gonna smoke a little bit. Hound dog. Barking hound. Barking hound. Hound dog. Oh, something wrong with my dog. She's a hound dog. All right, we're gonna need this on too. Come on now. Patches, stop being so fucking pain in the asses. Fucking dogs. Hush yourself, animal. You know, I'm gonna have to compromise some of these noodles anyways. Well, you can have rotini. That would work. Excuse me, Miss Patches. See, here's my real motivation for cooking Alfredo tonight. I like adding butter to mine. And a good deal of it. Yeah, Patches. Everything's better with butter, right? That's the way I heard it. So I take it literally. Oh, she's mad. She's mad. She's like, I want the butter. I want the green butter. Get out of here, Patches. You crazy. You crazy dog. She wants my green butter. She ain't getting no green butter. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's too delicious for Patches. And a lot of it. I love my butter. It tastes fucking delicious. So, I mean, literally green butter. It's green. I made it that way. Marijuana got me hand. Patches, get out of my goddamn kitchen bucket, man, like a fucking hound dog. Ouch. Go. That way. Yeah, bark over there. No, 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 no. Don't lay down. No. Don't lay down. You're following me. You're following me, you're going to bark at me again. I'm busy, bitch.
She watching me like she learning to cook or something. We all know she ain't learning shit. She over here looking at me be all like, how much of that's for me? But all that Bernie stuff is burning right now. It's all you, dog. I want to put these in too. Come on now. Get off of there. Get off of there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You ain't getting none of them drippings at all, Patrick. It's all going into the soup. All of it. All of it. I hear you. I hear you, Mr. Oven. Look, my shrimp are green. Shit, son. I'm gonna burn down the kitchen. Look, I got it smoking over here good. That's smoke from my dirty grill. I guess I might want to get that butter back out. Fuck! Get out of my kitchen. Get on out my kitchen, dog. She ain't listening very well. So I'm going to add some veggies to this. And the onion. I almost forgot about the onion. I got that metal plate left to cut it on. I don't want to cut it on that. Cut it on there. You don't like onions. Don't worry about it too much, dog. I get them for $1. At the Dollar Tree. Good old Dollar Tree. Love that fucking place. Crazy. Little bit of garlic. Powder, not salt. Plenty of lemon salt. I like the lemon and pepper salt for chicken soup. Good shit. Lemon pepper chicken. God, that's a pretty sunset. Let's turn you all around and look at it. There's pretty sunset out there. Limon pepper. Set that aside for the moment for its noodles. Noodles. And yes, I am a cheap bastard. I will rinse the rest of that shit right on into my fucking food. Just like that. See there? Now I don't have a whole lot left over in that fucking jar. It'll all go on my skitties. I'm a cheap motherfucker. Cheap motherfucker. Black olives. They are a must in my family's recipe book. My family being me and Seamus. Seamus loves them. I like them too. They're good. But he loves them, so he gets more of them than I do. I got green butter. What do I give a fuck if I got a black olive or not? He don't have no green butter. Poor kid. So I'm going to set this to boil. The soup, that is. Turn down these noodles a wee bit. I don't have but maybe half of the water that I'm putting in the soup at the moment. Because I want to put the rice in there after I get it boiling and put some cold water in it. I'm picky about the way I cook my shit. Yeah, it's still pretty sunset. It's just deeper reds now, of course. It's getting darker. Now my whole sauce is green. Get out of here! What you barking at me? My God! Think you're a hound dog or something? Go, go, go! Be a dog out there. Go. Set yourself free. Fucking crazy animal. God. I think Seamus dropped her on her head, forgot to tell me a couple times. I don't know. She got issues, so she like just walking right up on your ass and barking at her. Oh, Jesus. They're going to be open if they keep listening to patches over here. Them puppy eyes be all popping up, be like, what the hell? I almost forgot the Parmesan, didn't I? Nobody forgets Parmesan. Cook it with it, put it on after it. A little bit of A, a little bit of B in my case. I have nothing for you, patches. This is probably going to be about 5 more minutes for that's ready. Where's my bread at? Oh, the bread looks like it's about ready. Sorry, I put it over here already. Fucking hot croissant. Patch, get out of here! No! No! There you go, bar to the front door. Good fucking God, you scared the shit out of me. Fucking dog. Jesus. She's brain damaged. Ow, this fucking shit's hot. Get out of here. Go. No. 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 You get nothing. Fuck, it's hot. Alright. Fucking hot. Hot croissant. Some curly butter. For my kid. Doing it there. Chico, don't you listen to her. She lost her mind, dude. She get you in trouble, boy. I'm telling you. That's about it, boy. Put that in a minute. Get the green butter going. Pop this back in the oven so it won't get cold. Who likes a cold croissant? You know what I mean? Well, unless it got green butter in it. That motherfucker, I don't care if it's frog ass cold. Give it up. Take it. God, I'm gonna have so much green butter tonight I might pass the fuck out after dinner. Y'all have to excuse me. We'll see what happens. Patches is excited. Listen to her. Look. She don't know how to handle it. She's so excited. She's like, I got that shrimp shit. You got that shrimp shit. Chico, I got that shrimp shit. Chico, you are shrimpy shit. You little. My green butter pack. Go. Get. I can tell you just want to bark. Get out of here. Go. Y'all instigate. You got Chico inspecting shit. I see how you're working me. Yeah, here Chico. Go. Nobody asked you. Except for her. She asked you. She put you up to it. I know who put you up to it, Chico. Fucking crazy dogs. Crazy, I said. Motherfucker sitting there inspecting my cooking job. Like, making sure I don't drop nothing. Off the hook, Chico. Alright, those can go back in there. Stay warm. And it is definitely time for some brown rice. Supplement. Leave it on high. Look out here, throw in some more water here. Bring it to a simmer. Oh, good. Look out, Hamilton. Don't tell nobody you saw me do this. That's my secret ingredients to my chicken soup. How do you like your chicken? Make your soup that way. I make it barbecue sometimes. Barbecue chicken soup. Motherfuck, that's some good stuff. And he likes teriyaki soup. So I'll add the rest of that bottle in tomorrow morning. And it'll already, oh man. It'd be tasting good. I only put like about that much of the bottle in a batch, but it's good shit. In the red, you have a good night, be kind to everybody else who left. When I started cooking, I'd be scared. But see, it's my other dungeon. This is a dungeon where the torture takes place. Battery. Still need a little bit of pepper, a little bit of salt. Too bland. Too bland for a base. We'll let the base stew till the meat's done. Tomorrow morning, I'll give her another taste test and add the final touches to the sauce and let it cook into the afternoon, and it'll be ready by lunch. And this stuff right here is damn near done. Hey, bud. We want to drink. Okay, well, you can handle that. Look, you better not get this thing off. I can tell. You are completely aware of everything you're doing. This boy took a painkiller about 3 or 4 hours ago, and he's loopy. The first painkiller I think he's ever had. How you doing? Silly boy. Cat just has something to say. What were you getting a drink from? You knew what you were doing, right? God. I know. I'm just trying to converse with you over here, and I can't even hear myself back at the points and fucking barking like that. You hope who? I hug. Oh, yeah, I know. Quit hugging her. Of course she must hug. She doesn't like your love. She doesn't appreciate it. Doesn't appreciate it. Doesn't appreciate it. I got your apple juice, I got your home, I got your soft cookies, I got your farmers and cheap. Got farmers and cheap. Here's some donuts. What else did I get? Patches Forks. No, we got plenty of that shit. Ho-hos, stay away from my ho-hos. We might fight. Oh, stay. Hey, boy. Boy. Oh, mine. That's my mint chocolate chip, motherfucker. That's it. We're fighting. Action says no. Action says it's hers. No, she said it's hers. That is not at all what the fucking dog said. So he's mad. Are you mad? Are you mad? Yes. Wait until you find out how much Alfredo you get. Zero, Patrick. How much do you get? You get 0 Alfredo. How many passes I want to give you? I can't help it. You're going. I don't go. Uh-oh. Shit. Fucking shit. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Not shit. Fuck. The shit. Fuck. My soup boiled over. That got excited. Yes, absolute shit fuck. Shit fuck. Fire. Shit fuck in the kitchen. It's time to turn her down to a low simmer. Infinity. Don't start with me. I will give you infinity. You and Chico. Below infinity. You and your little dog. Below infinity. You don't want any of this, do you? Patches said you didn't. She's like, Seamus said you could have his. I was like, all right, Patches. I'll run that by Seamus first. And she's like, oh, fuck him. Speaking nonsense about me, Patches? Must have been. Speaking nonsense? I think she was. You don't even have opposing thumbs. She told me that you no longer like black olives, too. I was like, you don't even have opposing thumbs, Patches. There's 0 opposing thumbs. What she needs is food in her bowl. Because it is food in her. Since when? Just now. You have no opposing thumbs, Patches. Back away from me. Got no opposing thumbs. Oh, shit, fuck. What? Shit, fuck. Shit, fuck in the kitchen twice. God damn it. Look, I'm dripping green butter laced shit all over the place. Uh-oh, Patches. Shit, Patches on it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're about to collapse. Yeah. About to collapse. Here. Oh, she's out. She's done. She's done tonight. Geriatric dog. Are you excited? Yeah. There you go, Vito. Here you go, Miss Patches. Here's all you. All you right there. Chico. Dumb motherfucker. Right there. That's you. Right there. Right there. Oh, you do. Hey, kid. You have to eat your shit with a spoon because ain't no kid done no dishes in the last week. We're out of forks. Get what? Say, baby got a job? No. Oh, it's the daddy's job. That's what you say. No wonder it's so foreign to my ears. Sure, Patches, you can have this plate of delicious shrimp stuff if you'd like it. She hates it. Sounds great, Patches. She hates it. She got her own, now she just hates it. Oh, she hates it now. She hates my place. She got her own. I see. I'll bet you. I'll just bet you. Look at Chico. He's over here. Is he all right? He's choking on noodles. He's making funny noises. He's eating noodles. Well, I'm not sure. Eating could be choking. Hey! She's bad. Poor Chico. She bandited your shit, didn't she, boy? She come up and snatched his shit and said, mine. Now you snatching his snatch. Look at that. She don't love him at all. You sure you want that? I'll give you a ho-ho, take your shrimp. You good? Okay, I just helping. Trying to help. Trying to help. I guess he wants his Alfredo. Bummer. So what's this guy talking about?
Book of emerging forth into the light, and was used as a guide containing a set of instructions and a collection of spells with the goal of enabling the soul of the deceased to navigate the afterlife. To the ancient Egyptians, death was not an ending, and the afterlife was considered to be a continuation of life, where the soul passed through various difficulties and judgments, and so this afterlife manual was considered extremely useful. It also provided the soul with foreknowledge of what would be expected, and there wasn't one version, but this would be customized for the individual. That said, there have been some interesting articles that came out this week concerning what some are calling the ancient Egyptian board game of death. The game, called Senet, was played at all levels of Egyptian society from when it first emerged 5,000 years ago until it fell out of favor about 2,500 years later. Egyptologists believe Senet was played by two competitors on a board that resembled a cross between chess and backgammon, where each person has 5 pawns that were placed on a grid of 30 squares arranged in 3 rows of 10. Then, by a roll of the dice, players would move their pawns, with the goal being to have all 5 of your pawns reach the finish point at the lower right-hand corner of the board. Egyptian texts describe the game as depicting the movement of the soul through the Egyptian realm of the dead. Players threw an ancient equivalent of gaming dice to establish how many squares to move one of their pawns.
Can't have fucking
the use of dice
shrimp Alfredo without croissant and green butter and black olives.
The Senet board is located in the Rosicrucian Egyptian Museum And while some believe the board started out as entertainment, Egyptian tomb art depicts the tomb's dead inhabitant playing Senate against living friends and relatives, with text from the time suggesting the game had been seen as a conduit through which the dead could communicate with the living. The age and archaeological context of the Rosicrucian board are unclear, but some archaeologists believe its style is unique to Egypt's Middle Kingdom period, between 4,000
He made a video.
years ago, and was probably about 3,500 years old. If you'd like to see it in person, the Rosicrucian Museum is located in
I hate to do this to you, dude, Mr. Anthropologist, but Homebrewed has made a video. I mean, like, major announcement. We gotta go over here. The electromagnetic river. 10 minutes of bliss.
Hello and welcome to my channel.
Thank you, CH.
Let's start out here as an example of what is going on Iswa.
Oh shit.
Because something pretty neat happened and I wanted to record it. It's something that's new and has been going on a little bit more often, but this is the longest stretch I've seen it. But I also wanted to point out this. You can see, we have the sun is coming in from this direction, the solar wind. This is Earth. This is Earth. And the magnetosphere and the bow shock. Right. Well, we also, when we're learning about magnetic fields with scientific lead, we have the pine cone and we have the flower of life.
Mm-hmm.
Flow energy, flow in, comes in from the front and leaves out the equator out the back.
Yep.
Only some energy leaves the poles. It does not come in the poles.
It does not come in the poles like some fruity flavored
yes.
Kool-Aid people say.
Now I'm going to show you on Iswa that part, okay? And then we'll get to what I want to show you. So this is just in flip the other way.
Break one.
Here's the pine cone.
I know, right? Welcome to my channel, fucktard.
Just
let me show you something.
turn the poles out. Like a
Woo!
in the other. This is the halo wave. This is the Ouroboros Taurus wave. Splash down in, rocket out. Okay. But
oh god damn it! You're kidding me. I'm eating dinner. I got a homebrew thing on. Someone calling me.
Similar, the exact same pattern in this. Especially the flower of life. Flow coming in now. This. No, back now. The sun is coming. The solar's wind is coming in this way.
Yeah,
that means the energy flow is coming in and going out this way, right?
Who is this?
All right, so just showed you the flower.
Why would I want to talk to you?
Come on now, raw.
Thank you.
In the front, and the energy.
It was Carol with the Democratic Party.
Well, guess what we have right here?
Doesn't she know what I'm watching here? Fuck off.
We have
the flower.
Yeah,
I can do it again. I'm going to have to repeat. Something in the front. Good job, John.
The wind is coming through Earth and then it's hitting the next magnetic field.
Look at that. Trip. Conduit. Feeding it back.
And creating the same thing in the next part of the chain. Magnetic chain.
Mm-hmm.
So the energy comes in and splashing down.
John sees it.
And we'll go out and then you'll get the same pine cone out the back. Magnet here, pine cone out the back, splash down on the front. Got the exact same thing here. Flower of life, energy flows through.
You
pine
know,
cone.
Y'all should probably go
Just the exact same thing.
Watch Homebrew's channel.
I'm going to sit here and show you that shit.
Energy does not connect the poles. It leaves the poles. You're looking your northern lights or your
You know what I'm going to
lights.
do?
You are watching energy.
I'm going to send you the fucking scientific lead.
To the ionosphere, not the other way
So you can
around.
figure it out like John does.
Okay, so here, what we have here is we have a magnetic chain.
Mm-hmm. We do, John.
This is the first magnet. This is magnet number 2. 2 and magnet 1. In a chain, energy is flowing through the equator, out the equator, into the equator, out of the equator again on these both magnets. Earth. Sorry, I'm learning the writing tool. Earth, and we'll just call this blue because it's IMF, blue IMF, not connected to Earth. But that just means electrically not connected to Earth, but
magnetically
still
it is.
Electrically connected.
We're encompassed by it.
The energy proceeds this way.
Go, John.
The pattern repeats. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's show you the next important aspect of what I wanted to show you.
I'm sure as hell ain't
I
NASA
noticed this and added this.
making this so we can sit here and it ain't NASA making that shit up.
We're gonna press play, but I'm gonna pause real quick. But watch. See if I can get this. Watch right here.
I'm watching, John.
Wait, watch that area.
Mm-hmm. It's a smaller flower.
This is a 5-hour frame. No.
There's a smaller one in front of that big one.
I'm just gonna let it play through. As you can see, things don't change much. Pretty much locked in. All right, so we've had one run through. And as you saw, things never changed right there.
Mm-hmm.
The colors, otherwise, we had polar cap, we had IMF, we had closed, but we still had something there all the time. We still had a magnetic or an energy barrier. So our little blue IMF is coming has been compressed in to us a little bit farther, and it's become a little bit, when you have magnetic chains, like when you play with a magnet and your fridge magnets and you put, the same polarity ends together, what happens? You can push them together up to a certain point, but then those closed field lines are just going to keep pushing against each other and pushing away. And then eventually what happens is your two magnets, what do? They flip to the sides or something. One goes one way, one goes the other way. You can't even hold it. It just becomes out of control of your hand for a second until it moves far enough away. Well, that's the same thing that's going to eventually happen here. This magnet's going to come this way and towards Earth, and then eventually they're going to go. One's going to go that way, and one's going to go this way. And that's when the chain gets compressed enough. They're going to bounce away from each other in two different directions. All right, so that's why we are.
People want to know what I meant by boing. That's what I meant by boing.
It has been just a.
He just took 10 minutes to draw it out.
Constant
for you.
Unchanging thing at this point. It stays within this river, this flow, because this area has become too locked in or sandwiched so that the flow always has to stay within confine of the tunnel, like a water through a pipe.
Yep.
Well, now, like we saw back here, and we have seen these before, these blue IMF like this, but now it's it's just becoming more and more more and more prevalent.
More and more,
So
and more.
I've gone over what I want to go
You got that
over,
right.
showing you how the magnetic field works. As the energy comes in, you get
He got that fucking right, didn't he?
Which provides the flower of light. And pine cone. This is the light side. This is the dark side.
Where is he? Is he in here yet?
You can basically
No.
determine, double helix, yin and yang, dark side, light side, evil, good versus
You already watched
evil.
it.
That's, that's basically what they're saying. Light
That's a
side,
good one,
dark
Deborah.
side. Pine cone is a symbol of dark energy. Flower is a symbol of good energy or positive energy. Okay, so when you're looking at architecture and you see pine cones and flowers,
What am I gonna do?
they mean?
Well,
all right. So everyone, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Blow glass.
I'm still in Pittsburgh and just
Cheer your mom on.
Not
Go
really,
mom.
but in Boston, in Pittsburgh, chilling in my hotel room. And I'll see you all in the next one.
What are you gonna do?
In the modern world, we humans are completely surrounded by electromagnetic radiation. Have you ever thought of the physics behind these traveling electromagnetic waves?
Nope.
The great scientist, Heinrich Hertz, was the first man to transmit and detect electromagnetic waves. In his famous experiment, a high voltage current was applied to the two ends of two metal wires, which generated a spark in the gap between them. This spark resulted in the radiation of electromagnetic waves. Those electromagnetic waves traveled through the air and created a spark in a metal coil located over a meter away.
Oh boy.
If you had placed an LED in that gap, the bulb would have glowed. This was a clear case of electromagnetic wave propagation and detection. However, before Hertz, the brilliant mathematician James Clerk Maxwell had already laid out the foundations for electromagnetic radiation by formulating 4 mathematical equations.
What the hell are we watching?
However, these equations and the Hertz experiment raised the question, how do electromagnetic fields detach themselves from wires and propagate through a space? More specifically, what we need is a traveling electromagnetic wave and not a fluctuating one. Let's explore this logically.
That's a direct one.
Consider an electric charge, which is moving at a constant speed. The electric field around it is shown. Now, imagine for a fraction of a second, it accelerates. After that, it continues its uniform motion at a higher speed. What we need to understand is the effect of this acceleration on the electric field. The interesting thing is that the information does not travel at an infinite speed. Instead, it travels at the speed of light. Similarly, the information about the sudden variation of velocity of the charge does not get conveyed to the whole electric field region. The field near it knows about it, but the field far away still has no idea that the charge has accelerated and it is still in the old state. Let's separate out these regions with the help of 2 circles. Since the electric field cannot break, the field between these distances must transition. This transition field is known as a kink. The kink moves or radiates outwards at the speed of light. To show the kink animation in a clear way, let's move the camera along with the charge.
Can't what break?
We can say here that the acceleration of the charge has caused an electromagnetic disturbance or electromagnetic radiation. Based on this understanding, we will be able to understand the most important experiment in the field of antenna technology, the oscillating electric dipole. The interesting fact about this simple oscillating dipole is that it produces electromagnetic radiation in a perfectly sinusoidal manner. Let's see how it is achieved. Before getting into the electromagnetics, let's understand how velocity and acceleration vary in this simple case. It is clear that at both ends, the velocities should be 0, and in the middle, the velocity should be at the maximum. This means that...
What do you say you can't break? The electromagnetic field. Well, kind of makes you wonder where in the hell NASA's getting their information about this big gap in Mama's field. Big tear.
This is a case of continuous acceleration and deceleration. The electric field pattern is drawn here when the charges are far apart and when the velocity is 0. In order to have a better understanding,
Let's examine one of the electric field lines. Let's observe the electric field line at T/8. You can see that the electric field line is deformed. The reason for this deformation is simple. This time period is the region with the highest acceleration. As we saw earlier, accelerating or decelerating charges cause kinks in the electric field. In short, the old electric field does not get adjusted to the new field very well. This deformation is continuous since there is continuous acceleration in the charge. When two charges meet at the central point, the deformed line also meets there. After that, it detaches and radiates. This radiation travels at the speed of light. If you plot an electric field intensity variation with respect to length, you can see that the radiation we have produced is perfectly sinusoidal in nature. Please note that this varying electric field will automatically generate a varying magnetic field perpendicular to it. Now, let's have a look at how this applies to an antenna. A time-varying voltage is applied to the metal wire as shown. Due to the effect of the voltage, the electrons will be displaced from right to left and create positive and negative charges. With the continuous variation of voltage, the positive and negative charges will shuttle back and forth in the wire. This simple arrangement is known as a dipole antenna. The dipole antenna produces the same radiation as we saw in the previous section. In this case, the antenna works as a transmitter. The frequency of the transmitted signal will be the same as the frequency of the applied voltage signal. The same antenna can act as a receiver if the operation of the antenna is reversed. When propagating electromagnetic waves strike the antenna, the oscillating fields of waves create positive and negative charges at the ends of the antenna. The varying charge accumulation signal is produced at the center of the antenna. This voltage signal is the output when the antenna works as a receiver. We can note here that for perfect transmission or reception, the length of the antenna should be half of the wavelength. This is the first antenna design criterion for proper reception or transmission. The second most important design criterion is a term called impedance matching. Perfect impedance matching will make sure that the waves are radiated in the most efficient way. When an alternating current passes through a circuit, it faces opposition from the combined effects of resistance, inductance, and capacitance. This combined effect is known as impedance. According to the maximum power transfer theorem, to transfer the maximum amount of power,
This guy just keeps talking the same way I do. Talking about induction and all that excitement. Homebrew! What's up, man? And switchback. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What'd they blame it on? Jupiter? Yeah! They blamed it on Jupiter. It wouldn't have anything to do with opposing charges coming from opposing suns, would it? Oh, fucking Jupiter. That's good shit. Good video tonight, John. I give you a thumbs up. Seeing the switchbacks. Yeah, that's good shit, John. Seeing the switchbacks. Well, yeah, he's just sitting here talking about known properties of this shit, and that's what amazes me when NASA comes out with all this fucking. Oh, it's got a tear in it. It's got it ripped. Her mom's dress ripped. I'm like, that's what? That was my response. I was like, wait, what? No, it didn't. They're making excuses for all that shit we see behind us, is what's going on. Yeah, Deborah, Roger's a lost cause, dude. I'm telling you right now. Everybody thinks he's really cool and everything. Roger don't want to talk about anything but what Roger talks about. And Roger thinks he's got all his answers, even though in every fucking video you hear asking more questions than he's got answers for. I know. I've dealt with him. I mean, you might get somewhere with it. I never did. So I thought that this would piece together his what happened, because he shows symptoms, but he doesn't have the what happened. Graham Hancock, none of them. It sure as hell wasn't a fucking comet impact. And if it wasn't alone. It wasn't just like a random comet impact. It's because we got these shits in our system. The big picture is 3 suns, you know. And from Roger to Lee, nobody's ready to talk about it. But I gotta send people to Lee so they can learn how to read hieroglyphs, right? It's getting that good over there. He keeps drawing stuff. Yeah, bro, that's shit I won't sit and do. You won't catch me doing that unless I absolutely fucking had to. Yeah, they do. It's like their job. I told you. I had several NASA astronomer staff out there in Galveston talking to me. Every one of them told me, be careful who you say that to. Like they would be afraid to tell anybody. Give a fuck. I'll tell you this much. Even if they would manage to get a bullet in my head, so what, they took my life, they can't take my soul. If I traded my soul in for fucking playing their game, I'd be ass out. And that was a decision I made before I even knew if there was a God or not. All right, just in case. That's how I've lived my whole life, just in case there is a God. Now I know there's one. I'm kind of glad I lived my life just in case. Yeah, I'm still eating, man. I have a big old plate. NASA ain't going to mention nothing about the moon, man. They'll ignore your ass. They will ignore you. They won't even say fucking nothing. NASA can't attach that. I've been on them for a long time. Different angles, different places. Oh, you noticed it. Yeah, they won't blame field rotation at all. If they blame field rotation, people on that site would be like, what? What?
The fact that NASA ignores you, you're just this crazy guy out there making a comment. They will not fucking touch that, dude. We took John and I both took fucking Raw over to NASA on the Twitters. At least I have. I think John has. He went over there. He chasing people around with Raw. He got him turned that fucking this wall back on in like an hour. One day I was like, damn, John. So yeah, they won't touch the moon. They don't want to talk about Ra either. Oh, you tried to have it and got crickets back. Absolutely, man. That's about all you're gonna get. That's about all you're gonna get. Crickets from NASA. Said they can't even touch the subject. They can't say it isn't it is all they can do is deny that it's happening at all. They'll be like, nah, that ain't happening. Then they're in Eric Briggs's field. It's an illusion. They definitely can't blame something like field rotation because most people, again, would look at that and be like, wait, what's happening? I don't care how much Eric Briggs wants it to be. Man in the Moon is not famous for his cartwheels. And if NASA started validating that it was doing that, there would be an awful lot of people asking an awful lot of people awkward questions. Yeah. You tried. That's it. And you know what? Even though you were sitting there talking and NASA ignored you, somebody might not have. They sure as fuck ain't going to say anything on NASA's website like, oh, I'm going to go check it out. They might talk to you 3 or 4 months later and be like, dude, wow. I've met a lot of people that way. Rolling through NASA feed and mainstream news, posting one of my shits up there and leaving. Well, yeah. I would have to ask you, what makes you think otherwise the other part of the time? Sometimes you think. What makes you think they're good at any point? That would be more amazing to me. I want to hear a reason why I shouldn't think that all the time. Even when I'm praising NASA for their releases of information, It's a glowing wall of hydrogen on the edge of the solar system. They just told the world there's a sun on the edge of the solar system, and no one paid attention because they didn't use the words. I personally associate a glowing wall of hydrogen with a sun. I wouldn't know what else to equate it to, personally. But I know I was the only one when that shit was released on my Facebook page that understood it. Everybody was like, oh, look. Like, what do you mean, oh, look? Oh, look, it's a pretty wall. Oh, NASA. You know, like, oh, NASA, you're just trying to get money out of us, justify your job, kind of shit. Those kind of remarks. I'm like, no. See, they just gave you disclosure. No one noticed. No one. Glowing wall of hydrogen.
Alright, motherfuckers. We got some marijuana. Oh boy, it's already packed. I forgot. We already got a bunch of marijuana in here with concentrated marijuana. Lots of She concentrating on what? On getting me high. So I still got my dragonfly over here. He's all, oh, I like to buzz around. It's gonna get sent off this week with another one of my bigos. I get it hiding from everything. I'm gonna need to wash my tooth. A little dragonfly trick. Why do people eat when stressed? But I don't know, maybe they're hungry. I'm pretty convinced that these cats are just misled, Deborah. They didn't know what was poisoning their planet in the first place. They knew they was divided. They knew it was fighting. They thought they could fix it with gold, and that's just not what they need. They need to re-energize their planet with their hearts, just like us. Same symbiotic relationship we got to do. What's a good book, CH? Oh shit. Now look, I got the hiccups. Stressed out? Fuck, man, I'm ready for nap time, motherfucker. Oh yeah, belly full of green butter. Personally, I'd rather have someone read it to me. I'm too lazy. Oh, The Stand. Yeah, I've already read that. I read that when I was a kid. It is a good book, actually. It's a good book. It's worth reading. I actually, like, sat down and read it, you know. Old school. Tiny bubbles in my palm. Damn straight. Thank you, thank you. I like making little animal pipes like that. It's fun. I'm waiting on me a fancy handmade Afghan, hand crocheted fucking Afghan. So I'm definitely sending you more than the dragonfly. Then I like barters. Mm. So that's like, what was that, purple berry or some shit? Some kind of purple berries. Purple berry? I don't know. Purple punch. That's what it is. Purple punch. I'm getting the berry.
Oh, jeez. That gets you going for a little while, but it ain't gonna fill your belly, no. See, you're supposed to offer a high protein shake before lunch or for lunch. As long as you don't come up with no pearls. Oh shit! I just gave you an unshreddable file, didn't I? You know, wait a minute, what? Oh. Oh, Jesus. Need a biopsy? What the hell's that got to do with eating your muff? You need you some Rick Simpson shit. Rick Simpson oil, man. Get rid of that cysty shit. I insist. You need some Rick Simpson oil. Get rid of them cysts. You should still probably get some Rick Simpson oil to keep from getting cysts. It's a product. He's an actual person, yeah. But you can you can make it. Actually, it's very concentrated though. Very concentrated shit. It's more than a wreck thing. I kind of shit'll lay you out, but it'll cure what's ailing you 9 out of 10 times. You know, melanoma used to be a death sentence. And with the Rick Simpson oil, you can just smear it on there and put you a band-aid over it. And in a few days, just keep doing that. It's gone. It gives me giggles. Like I said, it's some strong ass shit. It's some strong ass shit. But it's curing cancer. And like I said, melanoma used to be a fucking death sentence. It was just a matter of time, you know. And ain't no more. Ain't no more cutting on you. You don't have to cut your. You ain't even got to take it for that shit. You just put it on there. Fucking amazing. Giggles are good. Giggles are really good when you got goosebumps too. You need producing stem cells like a wild man. Those heal you. There you go. Get you some goosebumps. We found those. I don't know where Hermetic is. He went all checking out 1748 hertz and goosebumps. Found out when you get goosebumps, you're making stem cells. Like, well, that's just fucking a fountain of youth right there. Fucking perma smile, just giggle. Yeah, I've been in that state. Self-induced. Listen to Patches. She's convinced I've got more fucking Alfredo down there. She's trying hard to break in that door. I hear you down there. You got Alfredo in your pocket, motherfucker. Nope. Not tonight, I don't. No Alfredo pockets. I'm about to make some more pipes, though. My kill's acting all right. I don't get no complaints. I mean, for what I got going on, it's fucking all right. A lot less stressful than what I had going on all weekend. I'm about to get a perma smile over that shit. I got some MacGyver shit going on. I tore apart my little tiny oven, them little counter ovens. I'm using its infinite control switch to run my kiln. It's working pretty good. I gotta accentuate it with the fan, make sure it stays cool enough. But it's keeping my shit pretty regular. A lot better than that damn part that went bad. Seeing I get it up about 1100. It'll take about 20 minutes to get back down to below 1,000 even. I'm like, all right, that's cool. Do that because it's still just clicking on and off now, but it's going to get hot. Click on and off faster. Yeah, Deborah, good possibility. It was designed to help people with cancer combat their chemo illness so they could eat. And eventually, like, we didn't know it was curing cancer. We suspected it was. But we harped on it's helping them eat. because they'd lose weight and die, on this chemo. They couldn't eat. Well, that's what kind of got us in there in the first place in California. That, seizures, asthma. It could save 4,000 children's lives a year from acute asthma attacks. If a parent had a break-in case of emergency fucking joint case, dead serious. Stop that fucking asthma attack. Tell me what's a better bronchial dilator? Lung expectorant. That shit's gonna send snot in every direction, but that child's gonna live. 4,000 of them die every year because of their asthmatic acute asthma attacks. That steroids or no current medicine can stop. This one can. It is also beneficial for a stroke patient. Brain tissue protection and repair. Right after a stroke, your brain goes through a chemical reaction that causes much more problems than the actual aneurysm. It is the lead into the paralysis and speech problems and stuff, this chemical reaction. Well, if you hit a joint right after you have yourself a stroke, it'll stop that chemical reaction in the brain. And you're going to have less trauma to your brain due to your stroke. So, I mean, there was a lot of things that got us in the medical in California that we could prove. That's how we got it. But we didn't have cancer. We didn't have a lot of shit that we do now. We know it's taken care of. I was a poster child because of my herniated discs. See, that wasn't even life threatening. I got PTSD though. I mean, I got like 7 different reasons in California to be fucking puffing Mary Jane. And all of them, well, I guess, it isn't life saving, pain relieving, that's for damn sure. But that's quality of life. And they would have me on fentanyl. Now, granted, I wouldn't be feeling much pain. I wouldn't be doing any fucking thing either. I'd be laying around talking about fuck off. I'm on this couch. I'm gonna stay on this couch. That's not me. Okay, I can't fucking possible. I got a son anyway, which is another reason I don't drink. I got a son to raise. And I haven't done anything in 16 years that I would have done any day when I was younger. And that's the truth. Here's the most important part. I don't miss it. I don't miss any of it. I really don't. I don't regret giving up my lifestyle for him. I don't even look back. I just think it's funny how straight fucking edge I am. I used to go through a quarter a day of marijuana's, blow my glass for like 8 or 10 hours nonstop. Fuck you, I'm in my shop kind of thing. Leave me alone, I'm working. I wouldn't be sitting here for 8 hours talking to y'all. But raising him for 16 years, I've been out of the loop. Yeah, I used to be in all those competitions and class competitions and shit. I win. I every time I go into one, I'd win. I never did the Cannabis Cup, but I did the first Compassion Cup in California in Sacramento, and I won that first place. That was the last one I did in 01. Yeah, Seamus was there. Or his mom, anyway. Jack was there. Jeannie was there. Fucking Patches was there. Not Patches the dog. The different Patches. Lots of people at the trade show. Tommy was there. It wasn't really a trade show either. It was more like a compassion cup. It was like a cannabis cup, but it was medical cannabis cup. And Skunk Magazine put it on instead of the High Times cover and shit. So it was like American Family Publishers versus Clearinghouse. Clearinghouse was higher dollar. American Family had fucking Ed McMahon from fucking what's his name, The Tonight Show. They had the big name, but they didn't have the fanfare. They didn't have the production value. That was fuck. That was the other one. It wasn't American Family. They have all the balloons. Woo! And the man give you $10,000 and get day for life. Motherfucking Ed McMahon. Everybody, that's some old ass shit. Old Johnny Carson. Anybody? I'm sure y'all watched Johnny Carson. I used to watch Johnny Carson. But he was funny as shit. They don't make TV like that anymore. And he changed over the years. He changed. He got corporatized big time, man. He started out corporatized, but I mean, they just fucking put the reins on some motherfuckers after all Eddie Murphy. I love that, man. Who else can come back from setting themselves on fire, running down naked down the fucking Sunset Strip on fire? Who else can bring themselves back from that shit? Rich motherfucking Pryor, baby. He was the man. Him and Gene Wilder, dude. Oh my God, those guys. That was some good entertainment. Those two get together, all the motherfucking and the fucking. Yeah. Holy mother of pearl, man. That was definitely a different step from fucking Bill Cosby comedy routine. You have a good night, Glenn. You don't need munchies. Wait a minute. You're dieting. Well, you might not want any Rick Simpson oil, bro. Oh, she has asthma. Well, I'll tell you what. Asthma is the only reason I would condone inhaling medical marijuana. It's way better for your body if you inhale, if you eat it. But in the case of an asthmatic, what you're dealing with is a closed off bronchial tube, and you need that motherfucker opened now. Light up that fucking joint and inhale the little squeaky fucking bit you can. It's going to start a reaction. You might not like it. Take in as much of that smoke as you can, because you'll want it to fucking dilate you, and it's gonna, it's gonna just slow down, hit your fucking breath as much as you can take in, and get your fucking smoke on. Keep it puffing, puff that shit. It's gonna open up your bronchial tubes, and you're gonna be like breathing in like a minute. You know how it is. You cough and sniff, and well, can you imagine in an asthma attack, you're gonna cough twice as much. It's gonna fucking affect you. You're gonna violently fucking reject it. Hit it again. You're gonna violently reject this shit again. But once you get up off your knees, you'll be able to breathe again. You'll be like, oh fuck. Who wants to run a race? Kind of thing. I mean, who doesn't after they hit a good joint like that? You know, it opens up your lungs. It's the best known lung expectorant to man and bronchial dilator. It's also the best anti-seizure medicine known to man. Just that alone is fucking incredible. But it does so much more. And it's not a miracle. It really isn't. It used to be our food. There's a reason. It's like scurvy. You know, it's a lack of fucking. Hi, Renee. Scurvy is a lack of what? Vitamin C. Well, everything else is a lack of vitamin marijuana. Pretty much period on that one. And that's why it cures everything. Period. It's specifically designed to maintain our bodies. It's the only thing on the planet that I am aware of that has each and every nutrient your body needs: amino acids, fatty acids, fucking vitamins, everything for human thriving, not just existing. No, this shit fucking, I mean, it's like, boom, it gives you more than you need. Vitamin and mineral and protein wise. Fat also, the fatty acids, very important fatty part so your brain functions. Amazing what hemp, how perfect it fits the human need. It's that's the miracle, I think. But it used to be our food. Our very base of our diet was gruel and porridge, and it was made from crushed hemp seed. And that's what fed the masses. Smoke and eat. Oh yeah. Smoke and eat. That's what I do. Hell, you just saw me eat a bunch of fucking green butter. I'm fucking relaxed. Tell you, I'm relaxed. I'm feeling good. I'm not having that butt cramp anymore. and I'm sitting here smoking some hash. My head's like getting all like, oh, I ain't in no pain. I'm just fucking straight up high as fuck. Let's blow some glass. See, that's where my head's going right now. That'll work. I'm ready to create. I love my job. Yeah, Renee, me too. Well, that's what's on here, of course. My sugar hash and my butter hash. I put a little bit of a mix on there today, of course. Get that salad bowl going, right? Well, that always was my first priority in my adult life. Here, Deborah, is educating people on marijuana and the benefits of it. Um, strain, I've got Bubba Kush, Sugar Hash, and Purple Punch wax over a bed of some sort of purple green leafy stuff. And I just melt it in and it makes this ball of wax that kind of clogs all three holes sometimes. It's like, what the fuck? I put too much. There ain't never too much hash. You just smoke it later. Oh my God. It is. It definitely is. And I know you went and did your research on it because you ain't just gonna take some fucking fool's word on that. Because you can tell you did your fucking research anyway. I didn't tell you about no receptors. I just said it does a body good. Bubba Kush is delicious stuff. It's this shit right here. Well, it's funny. I don't know if you can read it on your screen. My screen, it prints it backwards. I'm looking at XAW for the wax over here on the left hand side for me. So it actually flips the print. I don't know what YouTube's doing to me over here. That's so weird. I mean, it's right over here because my thing's right here on this side of me. It's not flipped. I'm not flipped. Why is the printing flipped? Isn't that weird? Does it read right for you guys? Almost 68%. Yeah, 67.8. So I guess it reads right for you guys. 77, 79. Yeah. I get some higher end stuff too. This one here is, I don't even know. I just like the flavor. Fucking no. It doesn't tell. It's supposed to. Motherfuckers. Oh. No. That's just a pamphlet. Maybe it's not. Hang on. I got some shitty lighting here. That's got some stats on it. It's just teeny. Here, let's magnify it. See, it's just teeny writing. I can't make it out even on the screen. It's fuzzy as fuck over here. Oh, and it's backwards too. God dang it. Yeah, we're talking about marijuanas. Hi, Heather. We are trying to read labels over here. I need to get myself out the light so I can read it. Oh, I had it upside down too. See, that would help. Yeah, this one here is 78.5 THC. It's almost 80%. It's a little bit more concentrated than the other one. So I had that motherfucker upside down too. But yeah, that's almost 80%. That's still backwards as fuck. But yeah, I like this. It's my little purple punch pack. This only cost me $20 a gram. Well, minus 30% discount, which basically I walked out of the door with it for $20 because that's your taxes. They gave it to me tax free, basically. What, Purple Punch? It's pretty good stuff. It's pretty good shit. Oh yeah, my body's like, okay, dude, you done ate green butter. Oh wow, ouch. Yeah, hell, that wine will give you a headache. We're careful of that shit. It's very rare you get a headache from smoking marijuana, but it happens occasionally. For medical. Oh yeah, I get pretty good deals too. But like I said, that shit's 80%. If I bought it, I got this one 3 grams at a time. This had three grams in it, and the whole bucket only cost me 36 for 3 grams. So about the same pricing anyway. That's rec out here though. I'm recreational. Medical's about half price of all that out here too. They're a lot cheaper. You know what makes you paranoid, don't you, Heather? It ain't got nothing to do with the strain. Take a guess. It ain't got shit to do with your strain that you're smoking. It's got everything to do with the law in the state that you're smoking it in. That's that's what causes paranoia. And I can speak for that. I have no paranoia to my marijuanas in Colorado. And I had no problem standing up there and telling that judge I need in my order that I can smoke and grow marijuanas in my custody order in California. I was the first one in California with it written in their actual custody order. I educated my judge on it. I don't have any no paranoia. Now, when I was in Texas fighting for legalization for the little kids and won, yeah, I was paranoid. I was very careful about my marijuanas. Well, you don't need to be token anyway. Although it might help you get rid of that wine headache. What can I say? Renee's gonna get paranoid anyway. She's like, I'm legal, but I want to be paranoid. I'm gonna smoke me some sativas. I've heard that too, Renee. Honestly, I don't know. I think it's got a lot more to do with the laws than the strain. I just do. I got so many strains here. You guys, I mean, look, I literally got it legalized in Texas for minor children, not adults, minor children suffering from seizures because it's a human right violation to keep a life altering medication away from a patient. And I very specifically went after the seizure. because they were arguing in Texas, the legislature they were arguing against it. CBD is already legal because the treatment for these seizures isn't a very strong THC measurement. It requires more CBD, but it requires a very small amount of THC to cause the catalyst reaction in the CBD to activate it, to make it the actual medicine for the anti-seizures. And I proved that, and they had to legalize it, and I didn't give them a choice, and they did. When I left Texas, it was legal for only minor children to use THC in the state of Texas. Out of embarrassment, I'm sure they had to expand that over the next few years. Of course, now they have a pretty decent medical bill going on in Texas. Everybody told me Texas would be the last to fall. When I left Texas, it was legal for minor children only. Adults couldn't use THC. I made a point. And what happened, like 6 or 8 states that next year went medical, some crazy shit like that. I was like, yeah, baby. It helps so many people with so many things. It needed to happen that way. It needed to happen. It just absolutely needed to happen. There was too much suffering, unneeded. A lot of it caused by the medications are fucking talking everybody into giving their kids. And it needed to happen. It needed to. And I couldn't let it not happen. That's just like when I ran across this shit. It needs to get out there, and I'm not going to let it not happen, for fuck's sake. See, that's how we change the world. It's like, wait a minute. I am stuck on repeat. I'm on fucking record, and I'm going to repeat. Point at your moon. Give them your heart. Take them to scientifically. Because we're fucked if you don't. That's my message. We're created for this, man. A lot of people look at us and say, what can we do? Well, a lot, actually. We can actually do a lot. We are the ingredient that makes the difference in this time, specifically. Other times we kind of just hang out with daisies in our hair. Apparently get bored and start slaughtering each other. And it's not exactly hard. We're actually made for this. Oh, you talking about somebody getting with weed? See, look, that's fucked up. Y'all got to get together right now. God, it's all about educating your neighbors and them educating their neighbors. That's how I've done it since the beginning, and it's still going on. Now, Texas, honest to God, Texas was the easiest state I've ever fought for legalization in my life. They said it would be the first or the last to fall, and it was the easiest to fall. I found it to be a giant that was easily tilted. On their particular ballots like that, it wasn't for the voters to decide. It was for the legislature to decide. And I was aggravated. Oh, that's how their fucking state works. That's fucked up. Because I was on a campaign to educate the people. And I realized instantaneously, well, that isn't going to work. If these guys don't want it through, it's not going to through. Period. They've already taken it from Texas once. Texas was actually the first medical state under Bush, and he took it from them. We'll settle down. Just give her the moon. Tell her it's flipping. You don't have to give it all to her. That's why I keep saying, folks, it's look, if you're trying to wake up your family, do it one step at a time. While you're hanging out with them, mention offhand. You know, I like the moon. Look at it. It's a pretty moon. And then later, look at it again later. It's on a different angle. Shouldn't do that. You know, then kind of leave it for a day or two. See what they do, because they're going to see that moon. Yeah, just stick on the moon. There you go. Watch it roll. The motherfucker's going to roll. By morning, it's going to be upside down from what you're looking at. But you're already morning. You should be seeing, if you're in the UK, are you in the UK, Heather? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, you're not. Okay, I thought you were talking about you were in the UK or something over there in Europe. I was going to be like, well, it should be morning for you already, actually. Okay, Connecticut. Yeah, I really don't. I don't want to know where you live. Fucking, but, yeah, by morning in the morning, you're gonna see it's Tycho Crater's up by 1 o'clock. So you're gonna notice, you know, it's fucking rolling. It should be the flood zone. Well, once they realize what's going on, take them to scientifically. Be like, look, it's okay. Because they got to grasp what's going on. That might take a little while. We turned. It's not just the moon. It's Orion. It's your sky. Give them your sky. This is what they can see with their eyeballs. You don't have to talk to them about it. Just give them the sky. Give them their moon. You see the moon. You can schedule. You know when you're around your family, you can kind of schedule it to yourself and see what you can. Yeah, you got 13 hours or so, 14 maybe, with the moon in the sky now, which is fucking crazy. But there's a lot of hours from rise to set that thing's doing flips. It's really significant to catch it on the horizon at rise. If you ask me, I mean that's pretty telling right there. If it's laying on like a little grin, that's just odd up here, especially where you're at in Connecticut. Are you fucking kidding me? It shouldn't. That should not be fucking laying down like that. But later it'll be standing up and then roll over to a frown, or from a frown to a grin, wax to wane. And your mom's should be old enough to know that the man in the moon shouldn't be doing that. The wax and wane is a monthly thing. It shouldn't be doing that. So once she gets that, then calm her down a little bit, because then I mean, look, all of a sudden we're on our side. and she thinking everything normal and thinking you're crazy, she gonna look at the moon and be like, oh damn, okay, maybe you're not so crazy. What do we do? What do we do? Give her a scientific lead, give her her heart, calm her down. See how that works? Because she's coming to you now. Once she figures it out for herself, it's got to be herself. It's got to be. It can't be from you. You've tried too hard. See where that is working against you. You can't try too hard. You just got to stick real simple. Be like, look, I know you bugging on me, but look, there's the moon. And then later it's going to be laying down completely different. You're standing the fuck up. Same night. You still going to be around your family. Make sure they see it the second time. Be like, you see that, right? Once you see that enough, you can come talk to me about it because I'm telling you right now, that shouldn't be happening. They wrote about that in that book, right? Isaiah 24:23. The moon's confused. Is she a Bible thumper? I don't know. Use it. Fucking use it. Use the Bible. She's read it. She knows about the confounded moon. She knows about the verses. We ask her, why is that moon confounded? Why is it confused? Your mom's going to wake up. All right? I don't know what to say. Just give it to her. Let her analyze this. Don't pressure her. Don't give her 1,000 different things. Don't be all over the place. Just stick with the moon until she comes back at you. Be like, well, okay, that's abnormal. Then you can start the conversation about what she can do about it. Take her to lead. Show her the motion, everything. Take that plane with you. Say, look, this stupid motherfucker. Start reading hieroglyphs, and then he finally figured out how he was doing it and started telling people. God gave us this, our creator. This is divine intervention. This isn't me. This is truth your mom's gonna see. Just don't stress her out. Yeah, don't go to Three Sons, dog. Don't go to Three Sons. Send her to Homebrewed for that, dude. See, you got to get her stable first. Because she's going to be a little bit unnerved because the moon's confounded. It's going to start making clicks in her head. Don't throw raw at her just right yet. That one still bends my mind. It's fucking raw, dude. Fucking raw. Just take her to Lee, break her in with the golden Peruvian plane, and say, now, do you see that? Do you see that on the wing? That's an open halo wave. And, walk her through it, help her out, and then be like, now, you want to know how this accidentally came to light? Because here's a big hieroglyph now. And then take her to raw. Raw mapped. Just take her to raw map. That'd be good. Give her that one. Or you got big things to do, but you gotta be awake first. Or take her to better look. I keep telling people, man, for fuck's sake, man, would you bring your mom here? Would you bring I'd probably get along with most of your moms. I'm just saying. I might cuss her out. Scout's honor on that motherfucker. You know, I've done it before. Hi there, Ange. Phone's not working in Indiana, huh? Well, that'd put you guys about 9:30, 10 o'clock, I guess. 10 o'clock. Yep, that's a good time for you to be quitting. Let's see what's going on over there. Let's close this one down. It's like a time clock every night. Seems like for me, my internet will start acting up here in the next half hour. Oh, damn, yeah. In the next half hour, I would imagine. See, nothing's changed. She's just inducing a little more heat and she's tilted a little more up to the left. It's the only change I really see in the whole picture here. A lot of closed field lines coming from behind that aren't hers. And some heavy charge. Heavy fucking induction. Fucking double dipping. We're gonna have a bell ring in a minute. Oh boy. Not yet. I don't think. Let me check my helio plots. Nope, nothing. Well, that's that second one. Oh, that's the most significant. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. No third one yet today. Or no second bell ringer event, anyways. Full on bell ringing ain't happened yet. I expect it to. She's doubled inducing. We're on the night side. Indonesia's going. See before see. Indonesia's right. I could go south of in between Africa and South America too. Down there south of South America. Ish. I think Indo's right though. Towards the Indian side of Indonesia. Maybe Malaysia. Alaska, you're looking like you're excited over there between you and Japan too. Japan hasn't had one. Oh, take that back. There's one straight mainland Japan right there on this side of the map. They were hiding it from me. A pretty decent little shaker. Same place it was like the last time I went too. Mm-hmm. So that's your update. Shit's happening. Shit's popping. Shit's heating. Heating up. Induction heating mainly. You better be careful what you ask for, dog. We might talk about you on the phone. Oh shit. He'd be like, fuck. I can't get a break. Fucking kids. Oh, probably would, man. It's all good. Like I said, Some people just take a little bit of extra time, bro. If you've been trying too hard, it might take a little extra time. Give it a little leeway. Only she can talk to you, talk about you like that. I could just refer to you as a common fucktard. That's just my way. Oh, I definitely. Well, in some regions, that's the thing now. Nobody leaves their parents' house. San Diego, the parent needs the kids to get a job and help pay rent because their condo price went up. That's the way of the West nowadays. See? Yeah, I'm from California. I know the lifestyle out there. Everybody stays at home because rent's fucking expensive. Unless you want to live in the middle of nowhere, which traditionally is a lot cheaper. Well, then she knows the man in the moon shouldn't be doing no cartwheels, dog. Well, Heather, I don't know. Like I said, it didn't take me much. I noticed the moon was doing fucking cartwheels, and I did the math. I was like, I happen to be on the receiving side of this. I think I should probably get the fuck out of here before it's too late. And that was 10 years ago. Um, I left my state 10 years ago in 23 days. I left California 10 years ago in 23 days. It'll be 10 years. How long the moon's been turning upside down. And funny enough, just the other day we found out through double correlation within a week. I'm sitting here, I heard it through the cuneiform where it's going to be about 10 years from the point we turn on our side and we start the tribulations of the earth. And I'm all like, oh shit. So if we're running up on that 10 years. And then this new guy, fuck, what's his name? Not the archaeologist guy, but the other new guy that we ran into that I still want to listen to some of his shit too. By the way, what's his name? Ken McClellan. That's his name. The other guy, Ken McClellan. He says 10 years, 5 months from a different set of research. Not much leeway there, is there? So that's why I'm saying about my birthday, we're going to have some shit. And then I've been saying that for a while. Now look at the ISWAs. ISWAs saying we're going to have some shit before my birthday, too. So, happy birthday, too. I didn't know about any of this damn stuff either, dog, until I started reading hieroglyphs. That wasn't something I'd ever done before. I never even looked. Yeah, I like that guy. Ken's a good guy. He does good research. I was like, fuck. I'm impressed with his research, and I'll tell you what, you ain't gonna hear me say that about a bunch of people. You might have got that clue already. This guy, he's got good research. Lee, me and him don't even get along. I'll tell you what, he's got some good information. His shit ain't research though. You got to download. He definitely doesn't know what he's sitting on. He helped me piece some of my shit together though. Well, back it up anyways with the evidence. A lot of evidence. We lost voltage. We got put on a smaller, lower energy sun, completely different polarity. Lee found all that. He's got all that, but he thinks the universe lost energy. That is not what the fuck happened. Unfortunately, he's a doomer. He thinks we're all going to die, and that's just not the case. Yeah, the lockdown kind of gave you extra time, Heather. That's funny. Yeah, for the science, Lee is fucking amazing. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. A lot of people just don't give a fuck, Heather. They don't look around. They don't even think. They're so fucking worried about catching a flu. Yeah, I'm glad you went to looking because there's a lot more than what they're telling you lockdowns for going on. That's for damn sure. It ain't because of the virus. That's some made up bullshit right there. The virus is because of the fucking need of it. They needed something to lock us down because they had to take control of the food supply and make it look like incompetence rather than we're out of food. Wasn't stuff stuck in traffic. That's a big one, isn't it? Every time I go to Denver, it's like fucking flying the gauntlet, man. Everyone's doing like 80. I'm doing like 80. Motherfuckers are flying past me like I'm in their way and shit. Like, damn. It's very Anunnaki of them, Heather. They've been doing this since they started this process. They like to keep our herds very thin. See, that's you see, you're the one that scares me out on the road. Yeah, because man, I lived in a fucking RV for 4.5 years driving around the country. I have driven around this fucking country on motorcycle or bike or car, up and down. I drive back and forth for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours a week in that fucking car. And then I get behind some desk jockey that ain't never been in a car in 3 weeks. And I'm all like, oh, fuck. I'm going to die. It's rough out there with y'all out there driving. I forgot how to drive. Oh my God. You're the one that you're doing like 35 miles an hour under the speed limit. And when I come up at you doing the speed limit and brake, you're all of a sudden over here and over there because you're watching me because of, I see you. Oh shit. Nice, warm and dry. That's what they all say. Here's the big test. Do you drive a Subaru? Okay, so you're not one of those drivers. A Honda, oh man. You know what? You're probably a decent driver. I, I, who drives a Subaru? You need to wear a name tag. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, you gave it to your oldest son. See, I'm afraid to do that. Ah, cool. Yeah, I don't get tickets either. I try not to as often as possible. I've got a clean record, clean as fuck. That's what was pissing me off. Fucking, they was trying to suspend my license every couple of days. I was like, I ain't got no reason to have my fucking license suspended. I ain't got no points on my license. I ain't got nothing on my license. And then by the time we got in front of the judge, he was all like, yeah, I agree, B, with the gavel. But the next thing you know, I'd be back in the fucking court in a fucking couple of weeks. It was nuts. But then I started reading hieroglyphs and all that shit stopped. I think I'm teaching the government more than they ever knew. They decided they want to back the fuck up off of my ass. Maybe it's the fact that Mama's got my back and they know that because that boy got fucked up when he tried to kill me. And I figured him out. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I thought it was just a strange accident for about 6 months. And I got talking to the insurance company. Oh shit. Buick, the old V6 gave out, huh? That's not good. Yeah, mine's running about 300,000 miles on it, a little bit over. I don't know how many more good miles it's got in it. I keep her maintained though. Fuck, man, I don't get on it. When I do get on it, it's just short bursts to pass fucking people that are driving under the speed limit. But yeah, I don't race it. I don't rabbit punch it or nothing. I'm as gentle as I can be on my beast. Love my car. Without it, I'd be fucked. Yeah, Buick is beautiful. I love my car. Yeah, they're awful expensive. I buy a used one as long as the owner's older. I ain't buying no youngster's car. I just ain't doing it. I learned my lesson. Oh shit. You're gonna be a paleontologist. take your take your truck. That's good shit. I'm just, I'm just gonna take your truck. Yeah. I miss my truck. Miss the fuck out of my truck. I like my Buick though. It's good for road trips. Sure as fuck is. There's enough room for Patches and Chico and Seamus and I. It just ain't enough room for our shit, really. Going camping, we were kind of limited by space in that thing. Nice. Yeah, see, that's a good deal. I got mine from my landlord. He gave it to me for fucking 1,500. Had about 180 on it though. Had an extra 100 on it. He's every time I drive at his house, he's like, "Damn, dude, you still driving that car?" I said, "I ain't called you for my replacement, have I?" He's got one just like it that's beige or dark. I don't know if it's beige. Beige ain't the right color. It's more like a gray, but not quite gray. Same year too. It's got about half the mileage on it. That's, he's like, man, I'm gonna hold out for $2,000 on this one. I was like, that's cool. I know you take care of your cars. He just replaced some shit on like the whole front end on it. He probably put $2,000 to work in it. He's a good guy. He's really a good guy. I love my landlord. Fuck, man. I kick myself in the ass if I move out of here. I love this spot. Who's winning the election? I'm not sure, Renee. I'm not even sure why we're having an election this year. Donnie's going to win it, ultimately. Biden ain't going to run shit. You kidding me? He ain't. He ain't rolling up. And they played the Trump card. They're going to play some sneaky shit this year. Number one, the office and the power of the president is in the hands of FEMA. Still is. We're still under that emergency act. There is no contacting the president, no president's power. They all direct you right to FEMA, which it says so in that act he signed. And they act just like, hey, I can call the White House. I used to call the White House a lot. The White House hotline to the president don't give you no option to leave a message. It don't give you no option to hold and wait for an operator. It directs you directly to the director of FEMA. We're under an emergency order. So why are we even holding an election? It should be technically suspended. This is a play they're putting on, worse than the last one I watched. I'm like, if you look at the legalities of this shit, technically there is no president now. And I am really confused why we're even having an election, why it shouldn't be suspended. Well, yeah, well, I know technically I'm correct, but obviously we're marching forward with this thing. It's in November. It's right after my birthday. I'm going to hold out for Rob revealing himself, people shitting themselves before the election. We're going to have some sort of fucking. They got to take Donnie away for 3 days. How they do it, I don't know. It's going to be like that martial law thing. I'm going to tell you, they're going to put you in martial law. I don't know how they're going to get you to do it. Well, now we know how they're going to get us to do it. Medical martial law. But this is a question of how they going to get Donnie to fucking fit the script, because he's got to fit the script for what he's done already. He has to bring destruction down on Damascus. He either has to do that before the election or after the election, of course. Now, what I'm getting at is this guy's got to die for 3 days to fit the script. They've already got the Messiah character in Hebrew land over there. I've been saying it since before the first election he was in there with his cousin, Hillary. They're going to put a cap in his ass. But don't worry about Donnie. He's somewhere in his bunker. It's the body doubles family you should worry for. They're going to send his toupee into the crowd somehow and take him away. It's going to be a fiasco for fucking 3 days. As I read the script, I'm looking at who fits in this script and what they've done already to make them put us in this script, because we know we're at least Revelation 12 in this script. We saw the sign. We've been in tribulations for 10 years now. I'm putting my money on things get more exciting than you had counted on before election. One. And two, Donnie's going to walk away with this power seat. But they have to get us in civil war somehow. I'm looking at Antifa and BLM as catalysts. It's weak at best from my angle, but God knows, man, these sheep will surprise the fuck out of me. Every time I turn around, they'll do exactly what I didn't expect them to do. Like, look, the world's fucking coming to the end. We got this fucking huge goddamn virus. It's fucking crazy. It's going to eat your face off. We're putting you in quarantine. And everybody runs and does what? Toilet paper rush. They're in the toilet paper aisle fighting with each other. I'm all like, 180 nations just went into lockdown and want to do a free-for-all over toilet paper. That's what y'all think is important. Okay. Really? I walked right in there and grabbed myself some milk, cookies, an extra bag of rice or two, just in case one of the fucktards realized that the food was a little more important than the fucking shit paper. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I don't want to eat toilet. It's okay, I don't want none of that shit. I'm okay, I just want my cookies, my rice. Fucking nuts, man. Somebody was, huh? How you doing, Yvonne? Red wine and chocolate? Nice. Okay, what's Crohn's got to do with anything? You should eat more hemp seed. Get you some Rick Simpson oil. Take care of that shit. What are you complaining to me for? You should talk to your legislature about that. They got a cure for that shit now. Yeah, it's called Rick Simpson. You just swallow it. It makes you high for a while, coats your goodies, brings back your good fauna into your belly, and starts making you be able to digest shit without fucking bloating your ass up and causing nasty noises, shit to transpire. I know what you're suffering from. My friend Angel has it too. Had it. She's got it under control. She's in Florida, a medical state. Took my advice. Her Alzheimer's is better. I kept telling her, she's like, I got early onset Alzheimer's. I'm like, well, marijuana would cure that. She's like, no, it won't. It's genetic. I'm like, you don't understand. Your genetic makes you more at a disposition to build plaque on the back of your fucking neck over here that separates your fucking thought from your action, and that THC is going to eat away that plaque. And I kept telling her that and telling her that and telling her that. She kept saying, no. And then the fucking doctor told her one day, said, you know, this THC shit seems to be eating the plaque. She came home crying. She said, oh, you were right. Oh, you were right. I said, I'm always right. She's doing better now. I don't usually open my mouth unless I'm fucking right. I don't like being wrong. I hate being wrong. But if I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to beat myself up over. And that's just my nature. Because I want the truth. I want the truth for me. Why wouldn't I want it for those around me? You know, that's I get upset when I get wrong about something. I made videos twice, 2, 3 times when I was wrong during this last year. And it was Mother Earth that corrected me. I got corrected by a planet like 3 times this last year. I'm not kidding. Made videos. Yeah, Western medicine is great for trauma, like you break an arm, but aftercare, dangerous. You're taking your life into your own hands at that point. Every time you go into the doctor, just to go into the doctor for a checkup, you might end up with staph in your toe and die. Swear to God, man, it's like that. I wouldn't do it. I stay away from them. Asperger's, I might have Asperger's. I don't know. I cuss a lot. Does that come with it, Yvonne? Well, death by doctor is what, the third leading cause of death in this nation. That's a fucking freaky thing. A lot of people don't really think about the cause of death is the treatment of an illness. It's fucking nuts. Our doctors are killing just about as many people as they save. That's not a good fucking margin. It's Tourette's. Okay. I just wonder. I'm cussing you. I need the truth. That might be it. Yeah, doctors, man. I've saved my own son's life a couple times. And mine from getting away from doctors. Getting the fuck away from doctors, man. I should have never took my kid to the doctor. They almost killed his ass. He gets rid of cortisone. Oh, okay. I guess I must not need more cortisones. That's a steroid, isn't it? Cortisone. I've had cortisone shots in my shoulder for my collapsed guy canal and my rip rotator cuff. Oh, cortisol. Well, yeah. See, there you go. Maybe that's why I'm not so. If people think I'm stressed out, I'm like, no, just talk that way. What the fuck? What the fuck's wrong with you people? You ain't never heard the word fuck? It lets on, see? Look, I'm all laughing. It lets all stress. There you go. I'd have to agree, Yvonne. I concur with your findings. Because I feel so much better after I say, welcome to my channel, fucktard. I mean, it just makes me giggle. It's like, yay. I feel so much better. I get to voice my opinion. I answer all these stupid fucking questions all day, and I look at them, and I'm all like, man, God, why did you just waste my time with that? I covered that in a previous video to a great extent. Oh my God. I laugh as much as I swear. So, you know, it makes me feel good. I feel good. What can I say? I'm not stressed out. If I was stressed out, you'd know it. I've been stressed out. God, you just should have seen me last year making videos. Fuck, I didn't know who I was. I'm like, what the fuck is going on in my life? Why am I reading for fucking almost 2 years? Or 2 years, I've been reading hieroglyphs and shit. I took almost a year off and fucking had that thing cross-referenced, though, because I didn't want to think that I thought I was crazy. I did. I did. I thought I'd lost my ever loving heart. Gotta love fucktard. No, I don't. I try not to, Yvonne. It doesn't pay to get all stressed out about life. What I need is going to come to me one way or another, as long as I just keep trying to make it happen. I don't fight things. If life's pushing me out of a spot I want to be in, I've learned to roll with it. Just the stress parents go through, of course, and the single moms and shit. But you got to make the best of it, for God's sake, man. Especially if you got a kid. You just got to make the best of it. Just got to make the best of it. That's all you can do. You know, I ain't looking for spinning wheels or anything. Just get by, be happy. Yeah, ups and downs. Ride the roller coaster. Try to ride the fucking downs real good. That way it's easier getting on the ups. You ain't got nowhere to go once you get all the way down, you know. Just get there. Ride that motherfucking coaster. Yeah, I mean, Seamus and I have been through heaven and fucking hell, but we're tight. You know, we could go through heaven and hell again, and it doesn't it doesn't affect us. Actually, when things get down, I think we're tighter. You know, of course. But I can't think of too many other people that's been like that with my kid. But I'm all he's ever really known. But he's not spoiled. He doesn't really value things over people. I feel like I'm really blessed with him, Heather. I lucked out. Yeah. Well, Evan, one Christmas we were in Galveston and we were in a loft apartment kind of thing, and we didn't have a chimney or anything. Didn't have a lot of money. We just moved out of North Carolina because some fucking senator was chasing me around, and I didn't have a whole lot for Christmas, but I wanted to surprise him because I got him a few things anyway. And I also wanted to give him a little test because of that Jimmy Kimmel's Kids, where that was big that year. They were showing these kids throwing a fucking fit. I was like, damn, I wonder how my kid's gonna act on Christmas when he wakes up and ain't no presents. So we woke up and there wasn't no presents. Old Chico there had shit on the floor. Yeah. I said, look, Chico left you a little something. So traditionally, I work on Christmas. I usually don't celebrate for myself, not Christmas anymore. And so we were walking into the art studio to go blow some glass, and that's where I had the Christmas tree. But all the way down, and we walked from the loft all about 3 blocks down to the. And yeah, Chico shit. That was his Christmas present. And I asked him, Seamus is singing all the way to the shop, and me and Christian, friend of mine, are walking down, and we're talking, and laughing. I'm like, look at this kid. See, he just woke up and got a pile of shit for Christmas. He's singing "Fa La La" down the fucking sidewalk. I turned around and said, "What are you so happy for?" He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, you just got a pile of shit for Christmas." He goes, "Yeah, but I got Chico and you, Dad." I was like, "Cool, let's go." So I got you, boy. And we got there. We had a little Christmas tree and shit. But I was so proud of him. I was still talking about it. I was so fucking proud of him. I was still talking about it. I was like, "Oh, you little fucker." I'm glad I had him a Christmas tree at the shop, though. He was surprised. He was happy, of course. Who wouldn't be? So, I was fucking extremely. I was like, damn, dude. He just said, "Yeah, I love Chico. I got you." Okay. That's good enough for me. I'm just checking. He did. He was singing the Fa La La's all the way down the goddamn sidewalk. And me and Christian are laughing. I'm like, look at this kid. You can't get him down. You can't get him down. By not giving him stuff, you know what I mean? You can get him down, but I mean, if you don't give him stuff, it ain't gonna hurt his feelings. And I thought that was fucking awesome. So this is, I mean, especially like the reason I did it because these fucking kids were tripping on Jimmy Kimmel, and I was all like, man, I hope my fucking kids don't do that shit. I need to find out. And I did. I found out. I was very pleasantly fucking surprised, actually. Poor Chico. We had just got him too, like that year. And he was still new. He's been with us for several years now. Every time I look at Seamus, he's like, I got a Chico. He's sitting here holding his fucking dog. What are you going to do with him? He's stinky. Oh, God. I'm telling you right now, I'm blessed. I got blessed. I got blessed with him. He didn't get blessed with me. I got blessed with him. That's all there is to it. He made raising a kid easy. I needed one like that. That's all I got. You got a Chico clone. Ain't they cute? Fucking crazy. Did you see Chico try to eat me earlier? He gets defensive over the little baby. He gets criminally defensive. He's just fucking all about eating me. I act like I'm going to attack Seamus. He's like, all right, you're going to have it. You're going to have my fucking neck. All right, so I got some more pipes to make tonight. I've already made more than I made all week. Yay, kill 'em. Fucking MacGyvered that shit together, too. Can't wait to get myself a decent rheostat tomorrow. Not that you're not doing a great job. I'm just saying. I'd like to have my exhaust fan in my fucking window all the time. We're going to continue listening to the anthropologist this evening. Good night, Heather. Yeah, it's probably late for you. It's almost 10 here. It's pushing midnight for you. Nice, Renee. I'm glad you like them. They make meditating fun when you don't have to fight with your smoking device. The key to happiness is a packed pipe. Uh-oh. I forgot to put on our anthropologist. Let me get this thing straightened out here real quick. Much better. Ancient history.
Jose, California. Architecturally inspired by the Temple of Amun in Karnak, it houses the largest collection of Egyptian artifacts on exhibit in Western North America, including objects from pre-dynastic times through Egypt's early Islamic era. The Rosicrucian Museum began with one small artifact, the Sekhmet or Lion Goddess statue, which stood on the desk of 8th Spencer Lewis, the founder of the Rosicrucian Order. It cost between $5 and $9 per person to visit, I think depending on age. But if you can't make it yourself, I've included a brief tour here so you can get a feel of what it's like on the inside.
So I'm supposed to be doing recyclers this week too. There's no way I can do recyclers with my kiln fluctuating like that. Although today it's been acting okay, I still wouldn't trust a fucking recycler in it though. I need an infinity switch that's gonna hold that temperature. I ain't heard too much talking. We just got the Sumerian music going. Doing a funky chicken over here.
My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. I greatly appreciate those who support me on Patreon. There should be a link below if you're interested. Kindly share this video if you found it informative. Please hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe and click the notification bell. As always, I look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section. Please have a wonderful week, and I hope to see you again soon. Enchanted forests are described in the oldest folklore from regions where forests are common, and are often alluded to as a place of magic and danger, a location beyond where people normally travel, where strange things might occur and strange people might live. Monsters, witches, fairies, dragons, dwarves, elves, giants, gnomes, trolls, unicorns, and other mythical creatures are depicted in books of fantasy for centuries, but whose oral traditions go all the way back to prehistory. Some stories have trees that talk, or with branches that will push people off their horses. Others feature sorcerers and witches living somewhere in the depths of the forest. Anthropologically speaking, they represent places unknown to the characters and provide situations of transformation and liminality, a word which comes from the Latin word limen, meaning threshold, and is used in the context of the ambiguity or disorientation that occurs in the middle stages of the rite of passage. Participants no longer hold their previous status, but have not yet begun the transition to the status they will hold when the rite is complete. So it's the one who's standing at the threshold between the previous way of being and the new way, or identity, which is completing the rite of passage. In Norse myth and legend, Mirkwood was a dark and dangerous forest that separated various lands. Heroes and even gods had to traverse it with difficulty. Back in the early 1800s, Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm were brothers who, while working as librarians, put together a collection of 86 stories, mostly from Germanic folklore, first published in 1812, and in all of them, the hero always goes into the forest. Acting as a place of transformation, the forest can also be a place of magical refuge, such as with Sprite, who escaped from her stepmother into a forest with dwarves. It is in the forest that the dwarf of Rumpelstiltskin reveals his name, allowing the heroine a way to free herself. In a study published in the journal Royal Society Open Science, the folklorists and anthropologists say that the popular stories and fairy tales are much older than originally thought. Instead of dating from the 1500s, the researchers say that some of these classic stories date back thousands of years. For example, Beauty and the Beast and Rumpelstiltskin to be about 4,000 years old. This contradicts previous speculation that story collectors, like the Brothers Grimm, were relaying tales that were only a few hundred years old. In the article, the team tracked the presence of details in 50 Indo-European or Aryan language-speaking populations. They were able to find the ancestries of 76 tales, tracking them backward using language trees. As they tracked, they found evidence that some of the tales were actually based in other stories. More than a quarter of the stories turned out to have ancient roots. Jack and the Beanstalk was rooted in a group of stories classified as the boy who stole Ogre's treasure, and could be traced back to when Eastern and Western Indo-European languages split more than 5,000 years ago. And the folktale called The Smith and the Devil, about a blacksmith selling his soul in a pact with the devil in order to gain supernatural abilities, was estimated to go back 6,000 years. In it, a blacksmith strikes a deal with a malevolent supernatural.
Did you see what I did? No, you missed that, didn't you? Yeah. We won't talk about it.
Natural being.
Just grabbed a hold of that fucking thing.
The blacksmith exchanges his soul for the power to weld any materials together. It then uses this power to stick the villain to an immovable object,
3,200
such as
fucking
a tree,
degrees, dude.
to renege
I just got
inside of
near
the
it
bargain.
and fucking put stripe on
This
my
basic
finger.
plot is stable throughout the Indo-European speaking world, from India to Scandinavia, according to
Look,
this
yeah, I've
research.
got quick reflexes. That
The
was
findings
well on
seem
its
to
way.
confirm the long disregarded theory of fairy tale writer Wilhelm Grimm, who thought that all Indo-European or Aryan cultures shared common tales. Some of the fairy tales go back thousands of years older than the earliest literary records, going back into the Bronze Age. The study said that this tale could be traced back to the Proto-Indo-European or Aryan society, when metallurgy likely existed, and there was an archaeological and genetic evidence of massive territorial expansion by nomadic tribes from the southern Russian steppe and the northern shores of the Black Sea between 5,000 and 6,000 years ago. These findings are interesting, as a little over 7,000 years ago, the Black Sea, which was formed by melted glaciers, was a freshwater lake, until an event that geologists and anthropologists call the Black Sea Deluge happened, which not only flooded the people living near the shore, but the water was no longer usable for agricultural purposes, which may be a major impetus to the first wave of what is historically known as the Aryan invasion, where the Proto-Indo-European, or Aryans, migrated to places where we find rivers for agricultural purposes, such as the Indus Valley, which did not have horses before the Aryans arrived, implementing an ethnic caste system, the remnants and traces of which can still be found in India today, not to mention Sanskrit, which is an Indo-European language. They also settled Iraq between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, establishing what eventually became some of the earliest empires of the Holocene, meaning our current age, the time following the Ice Age. Of course, these Aryans also penetrated into Europe, introducing domesticated animals to the continent, such as cows. And even today, Northern Europeans are among the most lactose-tolerant people on Earth, a genetic trait that comes directly from milk-drinking Aryans, and is a clear genetic marker of the Aryan roots and genetic affinities in Scandinavia and the Germanic people.
I live on
Another
milk.
shared genetic indicator is blood type,
I live on
such
that
as a
shit.
high degree of Rh negative, which I cover in my book, Species with Amnesia.
I'm A negative.
And identified as a trait, part of the haplotype that can be traced back into the Pleistocene, or Ice Age, to Cro-Magnon, a specimen found in a cave near the Atlantic, in the Pyrenees. Cro-Magnon is the direct ancestor of the population that settled near the Black Sea and Anatolia after the Ice Age, which incidentally is where Noah settled in the Bible, Mount Ararat, which is part of the Caucasus Mountains in modern Turkey and Armenia, and where the term Caucasian comes from, and from where the Aryans spread their languages, domesticated animals, and agricultural civilization from, and why they were considered the ethnic, blue-eyed nobility of every agricultural society of the Holocene, no exceptions. This may help to explain this quote by Rudolf Steiner when he said, quote, "The greatest part of the Atlantean population declined, and from a small portion are descended the so-called Aryans, who comprise present-day civilized humanity." Which brings me to another interesting quote by U.S. Congressman Ignatius Donnelly, who wrote in his book, Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, quote, "Did the Aryan race come from Atlantis? The center of the Aryan migrations was Armenia. Here too is Mount Ararat, where it is said the ark rested, identified with the flood region, representing the usual transfer of Atlantis legend by the Atlantean people to a high mountain in their new home. The Greeks, who are Aryans, trace their descent from the people who were destroyed by the flood, as did other races clearly Aryan. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. Thank you to those who support me on Patreon. It has really helped me to increase my content output, so I am grateful and very much appreciate the support I've been receiving. There should be a link below for those who are interested. I also appreciate anyone that shares these videos, so thank you. Please hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, and click on the notification bell for updates. I very much look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section as always. Please have a wonderful week, and I hope to see you again soon. The Phrygians were an ancient Indo-European or Aryan people who during classical antiquity lived in Western Anatolia or the Balkans, and more specifically today's Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Eastern Germany, Albania, and Western
Offered him
Ukraine.
$100 to prove to me I was
Herodotus
ever a
states
god.
that according to the Macedonians, they migrated into Anatolia
I got proof that
probably
he was.
between 1200 BC and 800 BC due to the Bronze Age collapse, particularly the fall of the Hittite Empire.
I gave him my thoughts. I hope he takes it serious and looks. I know it sounds
The
outlandish.
state of Phrygia rose in the 8th century BC in modern Turkey, passed successively into the Persian Empire of Cyrus the Great, then the Empire of Alexander and his successors, and eventually became part of the Roman Empire. Herodotus also states
talking to my dentist
that
about
it was
it today.
acknowledged by the Egyptians
I showed
that the
him
Phrygians
raw.
were a nation older than the Egyptians. Josephus claimed that the Phrygians were founded by the biblical figure Togarmah, grandson of Japheth, from who the ancient Aryans are said to be descended from. The Phrygian language is now extinct, but their cultural influence and identity can be recognized in ancient art. In classical Greek iconography, Paris, the son of King Priam of Troy, is represented as non-Greek by his Phrygian cap. And according to the Iliad, the Phrygians were Trojan allies during the Trojan War. It was worn also by Mithras, the Indo-Iranian or Aryan deity, which gave rise to a mystery cult in the Roman world whose cap has a soft conical shape. The Amazons, the tribe of women warriors of mythology, are also associated with the Phrygian cap, which incidentally is where the Amazigh, the Caucasian tribes of northern Africa around Mount Atlas, get their name. They're more commonly referred to as Berbers, but that's a derogatory term which comes from barbarians, who also were associated with the cap. The Scythians, another Aryan tribe, were also depicted wearing the Phrygian headgear, as well as the Thracians, most notably Bendis, the
Fucking
Thracian
great
goddess
shit.
of the moon and the hunt. It survived into modern imagery as the Liberty Cap of the American and French revolutionaries, which came to signify freedom and the pursuit of liberty. But the Phrygian caps did not originally function as liberty caps. The original cap of liberty was the Roman pallius, the felt cap of emancipated slaves of ancient Rome. I'll go into this in more detail in an upcoming video on Spartacus, a Thracian gladiator that escaped slavery and led an uprising against the Roman Republic. In the 4th century BC, the early Hellenistic period, the Phrygian cap was associated with Attis of Greek mythology, whose priests were eunuchs. This cult started with the deity Agdistis, who had both male and female attributes. As the story goes, the Olympian gods cut off the male organ and cast it away, but I'll leave this myth to a future video as well. Conical hats have also been attributed to witchcraft and forms of divination, with some very ancient ones made of gold thought to contain astronomical and calendrical symbols used in ancient rituals and prophecy.
Conical.
Early Christian art depicts the 3 wise men, the Magi, where we get the term magician, as wearing the Phrygian cap, who were experts in the art of astrology and magic. The cap also appears in depictions of the legendary King Midas, who had the magic Midas touch, turning anything he touched into gold. This brings us to an interesting discovery made recently of a large inscribed stone found by a Turkish farmer while dredging an irrigation canal that has led to the uncovering of an ancient city belonging to a king rumored to have defeated King Midas, the mythical Greek ruler. The stone was extracted using the farmer's tractor and transported to a Turkish museum for cleaning, photographing, and translation. Scholars from the Oriental Institute translated the hieroglyphic markings written in Luwian, one of the oldest branches of Indo-European languages native to the Turkish region, and read by alternating between right to left and left to right. Markings indicated that the messages came from a king named Artapu towards the end of the 8th century BC, the same time as Midas's mythical rule, and boasted of defeating the golden-handed king of Phrygia. So it's possible that Midas is based on a real 8th century king. King Hartapu likely ruled the area surrounding the ancient city that would have covered an expanse of around 300 acres at its peak, making it one of the largest cities of the Bronze and Iron Age in Turkey. Today, the large earthen mound covers what archaeologists believe was a large empire 3,000 years ago. The lead archaeologist said, quote, "Inside this mound are going to be palaces, monuments, and houses. This is a marvelous, incredibly lucky find. Excavations are planned for this summer." My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. Thank you so much to those who share these videos and who support me on Patreon. There should be a link below. Please hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click on the notification bell for updates. I very much look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section. Please have a wonderful week, and I hope to see you again soon. Rome is the capital city of Italy, located in the central western portion of the Italian peninsula. Its history spans 28 centuries, with Roman mythology dating the founding of Rome at about 753 BC. The city successively became the capital of the Roman Kingdom, the Roman Republic, and the Roman Empire. After the fall of the empire in the west, which marked the beginning of the Middle Ages, Rome slowly fell under the political control of the papacy, and in the 8th century it became the capital of the Papal State, which lasted until 1870. For those interested in the origins of the Vatican and how it got its name, I'll include a link in the description to a recent video presentation I made on the subject. Rome became the first one of the major centers of the Italian Renaissance, and then the birthplace of both the Baroque style and Neoclassicism. Famous artists, painters, sculptors, and architects made Rome the center of their activity, creating masterpieces throughout the city. It was first called the Eternal City by the Roman poet Tibullus in the 1st century BC, and was also called Caput Mundi, meaning capital of the world. According to the founding myth of the city by the ancient Romans themselves, the long-held tradition of the origin of the name Roma is believed to have come from the city's founder and first king, Romulus. In Roman mythology, Romulus and Remus are twin brothers whose story tells the events that led to the founding of the city. The killing of Remus, his brother, and other tales from their story are depicted in many works of art throughout the ages, including the image of the twins being suckled by a she-wolf, which has long been a symbol of the city of Rome and the Roman people.
Yeah.
I'll get into that
Romulus
more a little later.
Fucking prick.
First, I'd like to discuss a recent discovery that was made beneath the famous Roman Forum, also known by its Latin name, Forum Romanum. It's a rectangular plaza surrounded by the ruins of several important ancient government buildings at the center of the city. Citizens of the ancient city refer to this place, originally a marketplace, as the Forum Magnum, and for centuries it was the center of day-to-day life in Rome. Elections, public speeches, criminal trials, and gladiatorial matches all took place here, and it is decorated with statues and monuments commemorating the city's great men. The Roman kingdom's earliest shrines and temples were located around it, and now a tomb that was buried thousands of years ago and revered by ancient Romans as the resting place of their city's mythical founder, Romulus, has now been rediscovered beneath the Forum in Rome. The underground tomb and the temple built around it are thought to date from the 6th century BC, including an underground temple called Hypogeum in Greek that contains an altar and was dedicated to Romulus. The entrance to the tomb is hidden in the northwest of the Forum, underneath the building of the Senate House, the central meeting place of the ancient city where votes by public assemblies were conducted. The tomb is also near the Lapis Niger, meaning black stone in Latin, an ancient shrine paved in black marble with a stone marking the spot where Romulus was said to have been murdered by jealous members of the Senate, a highly symbolic place in the political life of Rome. According to mythology, Romulus, the legendary founder of Rome, was said to have lived in the 8th century BC, but most mainstream historians don't think that he really existed in reality. In legend, Romulus and his twin brother Remus were the grandsons of Numitor, the deposed king of the Latin city of Alba Longa, the sons of his daughter Rhea Silvia and the god Mars in human form. When the new king of Alba Longa ordered the infants Romulus and Remus thrown into the Tiber, the story goes, they were instead abandoned on the river bank. There, they were rescued by a she-wolf, who raised them until they were found by a shepherd. This story of babies found in a river has parallels with other myths and legends, such as with Hercules or the biblical story of Moses, who was also discovered and raised after being placed in a basket and sent down the river, as well as Sargon the Great,
and Sargon,
the first ruler of the Akkadian Empire.
There you go, Sargon.
Known for his conquests of the Sumerian city-states in the 24th to 23rd century.
That's like the 4th or 5th telling by the time we get to Moses.
The first person in recorded history to rule over an empire. In cuneiform, it is written, and I quote, Sargon, the mighty king, king of Akkad am I. My mother was a sacred prostitute. My father I did not know. The brother of my father dwelt in the mountain. My city is situated on the bank of the Euphrates. My priestess mother conceived me. In secret, she brought me forth. She placed me in a basket of reeds, covered me, and cast me upon the river, which did not overflow me. The river carried me. It brought me to Aki, the irrigator. Aki, the irrigator, in the goodness of his heart, lifted me out. Aki, the irrigator, as his own son, brought me up. Aki, the irrigator, as his gardener appointed me. When I was a gardener, the goddess Ishtar loved me, and for 4 years I ruled the kingdom. The black-headed peoples I ruled, I governed. With mighty mountains, with axes of bronze I destroyed. I ascended the upper mountain, I burst through the lower mountain. The country of the sea I besieged 3 times. Whatsoever king shall be exalted after me, let him rule, let him govern the black-headed people. This brings us back to the she-wolf figure that I mentioned earlier. Dating back to the 5th century BC, it was from the Etruscans, the civilization that predated the Roman Empire, and it's called La Lupa Capitolina, or Capitoline wolf. The term lupa, referring to she-wolf, is also a slang word for prostitute. Prostitution in ancient Rome was legal and licensed, and a brothel was commonly called lupinum, or lupinarium. That said, in ancient times, such was the case with Sargon the Great. A sacred prostitute was very different than what we understand it today, and was actually part of divine rituals, usually reserved for royalty, nobility, and involved sacred acts and altered states of consciousness, which I've touched on before in prior presentations, but we'll revisit in more detail in a future video. This theme can be seen in numerous other legends, such as in Greek mythology, where Apollo's mother, Leto, was reported to have given birth to him as a she-wolf. This image of the she-wolf suckling the twins has been a symbol of Rome since ancient times, and is one of the most recognizable icons of ancient mythology. To the Roman god Mars, the wolf is a sacred animal, and they even have a festival called Lupercalia, a wolf festival, observed in the city of Rome from the 13th to 15th of February, which mainstream anthropologists usually attribute to fertility, but in actuality predates the Romans and involves sacred carnal rituals which are performed for divination, also linked to the Greek god Pan. I would also argue that these same carnal acts, and I can't get more descriptive than that due to censorship, but they were carried out by the ancient Greek priestesses at the Temple of Apollo at the sanctuary of Delphi, famous for divination, when an oracle was considered the gateway to knowing the will of the gods. This also ties into the goddess Vatican, which I already mentioned in a prior video with the link in the description. That said, the theories about volcanic gases and vapors seeping into the Temple of Delphi, triggering these altered states in the priestesses, are either deceptive or put forth by people who are guessing and are not really in a position to know any better. In any event, Romulus and Remus restored their grandfather to the throne of Alba Longa and decided to build a new city overlooking the spot where they had been abandoned as infants. But according to the legend, they could not agree on which hill to build it, and Remus was killed by Romulus or his supporters in an argument. Romulus established Rome on the Palatine Hill and became its first king. In later centuries, it became a republic led by the Senate and an empire. The tomb of Romulus in the Forum became a mystical site for Romans, but the stone sarcophagus that archaeologists just found inside the tomb was empty. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon.com. They make a great gift. Thank you to those who support me on Patreon. There should be a link below for those that are interested. Please share this video if you found it informative. And don't forget to hit the like button. Please subscribe and click on the notification bell for future updates. I very much look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section. Please have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon.
Woohoo!
The common idea that the Romans took their religion from the Greeks is only half true. In actuality, it was from the Etruscans. But who were the Etruscans, and where did they come from? Gone, but not completely erased, the ancient Etruscans left behind a legacy of extraordinary art, architecture, and technical innovation, so much so that to this day their influence still resonates. While their language is still largely a mystery, the Etruscans left behind about 500,000 tombs underground by which we are able to understand them. They believed death was only temporary, that had opened a gateway to another world where people experienced an afterlife more vital and dynamic than that of the living. According to the English writer and poet D.H. Lawrence, quote, "Death to the Etruscans was a pleasant continuance of life. With jewels and wine and flutes playing for the dance, it was neither an ecstasy of bliss, a heaven, nor a purgatory of torment. It was just the natural continuance of the fullness of life. Everything was in terms of life and living. In death, the rite of cremation was the usual method of burial during the earliest Etruscan period. The ritual was believed to represent the soul's liberation from the body as it was purified by fire. It is possible that the Etruscans were the first to cultivate grapes and introduce wine to Italy. Delicious and intoxicating, it was an important component at banquets. But wine was also vital for Etruscan religious ceremonies, an integral part of their lives. In the 4th century BC, the Greek historian Theopompus said of the Etruscans, quote, "There is no shame to be seen committing a sexual act in public when they're at their gathering of friends. This is what they do first of all, when they have finished drinking and are ready for bed, and while the torches are still lighted, the servants bring in sometimes courtesans, sometimes their own wives. They all engage in making love while watching one another from isolating themselves with rattan screens set up around the couches, each couple wrapped in one cover." Keep in mind, this was from a Greek perspective, and while it is true that intimacy between the sexes was an accepted fact of daily life, as images depicted in many Etruscans' tombs show numerous displays of love, affection, and warm moments. This contrasts sharply to illustrations of Greek men engaged in lust-filled acts only with female courtesans or young boys, but not with their wives. So where did the Etruscans originate from? Etruscan culture was very advanced and very different from other Italian cultures of the time. Though Roman historians played down their debt to the Etruscans, Etruscan culture permeated Roman art, architecture, and religion. They were master metallurgists and skillful seafarers who for a time dominated much of the Mediterranean. Because Italians take pride in the Roman Empire and the Etruscan state that preceded it, asserting a foreign origin for the Etruscans has long been politically controversial in Italy. That said, recent DNA analysis has revealed that Herodotus may have been correct when he said that the Etruscans immigrated from Lydia, a region on the eastern coast of ancient Turkey. He explains that after an 18-year famine in Lydia, the king dispatched half the population to look for a better life elsewhere. Herodotus claims that the Lydians built ships, loaded them up with all that they needed, and sailed from Anatolia until reaching Umbria in Italy. Geneticists at the University of Ferrara extracted mitochondrial DNA from individuals buried in Etruscan sites throughout Italy. In addition, 3 newer and independent sources of genetic data all point to the conclusion that Etruscan culture was imported to Italy from somewhere in the Near East. In Tuscany, part of the ancient Etruscan region of Etruria, the team found mitochondrial DNA lineages that occur nowhere else in Europe and are shared only with ancient Near Eastern people. as opposed to modern demographics that populate the region today, ancient Anatolians. These findings, the team says, quote, support a direct genetic input from the Near East, the scenario in agreement with the Lydian origin of the Etruscans. Even DNA analysis of some Italian cattle has shown certain breeds that have originated in the Near East. So this explanation fits with Herodotus' remark that the Etruscans brought with them everything they needed.
The Etruscans, a people that lived 2,500 years ago in central Italy, centuries before the Roman Empire. Their culture, their art, and their treasures of unparalleled beauty still continue to captivate us.
This is one of the highlights of the exhibition. It's a fibula, a brooch made of gold, with a ruby at the center. This would have been worn by a very wealthy, prominent Etruscan woman. They could afford to wear such beautiful jewelry, and they did it in abundance.
Etruria, an area half the size of the Netherlands, is fertile and rich in precious metals. The Etruscans were traders, sailors, landowners. They were wealthy and in contact with the whole Mediterranean area. The Etruscan culture is strongly connected with the surrounding landscape.
The Etruscans certainly have left their mark on the landscape. You can see their shrines, their necropolises. And the landscape that we associate with the Etruscans is very beautiful. This Tuscan and Umbrian countryside in which the Etruscans lived.
The Etruscan cities were built on easily defendable hills of tough stone, still recognizable in today's landscape. Politically, Etruria was a collaboration between various city-states. Of their wooden houses, palaces, and temples, only the foundations and the roofs are left, but their ancient cemeteries can be found everywhere.
The Etruscans lived in the area between Rome and Florence. When you travel through that area today, you still see the remains of the Etruscans. You see roads which were built by the Etruscans to go from one place to another. You can still walk on the road today. You can still see what they have left 2,500 years later.
The famous necropolis of Cerveteri. In the oldest burial mounds, we can recognize the roof of a tent. Later graves mimic a home with a beamed ceiling, yet later we see on the outside and the inside Oriental-styled decorated graves with even carved beds. But what did the funeral of a wealthy Etruscan look like?
We now think that the funeral was quite cheerful. When the deceased was placed in the tomb, it was accompanied by a meal, a feast. It was often the women who organized that. There was wine, drinking, roast meat, eating and drinking, maybe music and games. And then when the deceased was placed in the tomb, the entire inventory, the dishes, so to speak, were placed in the burial chamber.
It is very rare that a tomb is found intact, but in 1836 near Cerveteri, the richest grave ever was found, the Regolini Galassi tomb. The contents of this family tomb are now in the treasures of the Vatican in Rome. It is an important resource for research into the lives of wealthy Etruscan men and women.
The excavators were amazed.
That shit's in Rome.
By what they saw.
I bet they were flying machines.
They could not believe their eyes.
All kinds of shit.
Sources of the period tell us how the body in the main chamber of the tomb
12 foot tall
was literally covered in gold.
Oh shit, he covered in gold.
That enormous fibula
he wasn't a
immediately aroused
he motherfucking covered in gold.
The curiosity of the scientists who tried to interpret its meaning.
It aroused something.
But also of goldsmiths. Until today, we cannot make these kinds of objects.
The objects that were found in the grave are now digitally reconstructed. More than 2,500 years later, we can see what the tomb must have looked like. Near the town of Tyre, there is another famous necropolis. The burial mounds are gone, but underground we find burial chambers with vibrant and vulnerable murals. Here, the presence of Etruscans can easily be felt.
We have dozens, if not hundreds, of tombs with paintings, beautiful documentation for the life and death of the Etruscans. But it's only a tiny percentage which is painted, about 2%. It was the happy few who could afford tomb paintings.
One of the most striking differences between the Etruscans and other peoples, like the Romans and the Greek, is the relationship between men and women.
The role of women in the Etruscan society was more important than elsewhere. If we consider the Greek culture, or even Rome, we can see radical differences. For instance, the fact that a woman could give her name to her son. From research, it has become more and more apparent that this is a specific element of Etruscan culture, which is in this sense very modern. Etruscan women took part in public life. They went into the stadium or watched the games. We have images that show them together with men, something which is very rare.
How warm is it?
With the Greek and the Romans.
It's pretty warm.
Besides the tomb paintings and funerary gifts, terracotta temple tiles are another important source of information about the Etruscan culture. Museum Villa Giulia in Rome has astonishing temple treasures, including the world-famous Apollo of Veii, who once stood on the roof of an Etruscan temple.
A majestic temple about 15 meters high, with brightly colored figures on the roof, big, beautiful doors, and all covered in terracotta. It has been said that of all the peoples on earth,
I'm 60 here.
The Etruscans were the most religious. It has also been said that the Etruscans were the most superstitious.
It's about 85.
They thought that life was determined by the gods.
Lightning was a sign of the gods, but also cow or sheep livers were a source of information for the haruspex, the seer. Professor Van der Meer uses an Etruscan liver model to study omens.
This is the liver of a sheep. With the large...
I'm just babysitting my kiln because I don't have my computer to do it for me right now. In that phone. But it seems to be slowly cooling down all by itself. Which is cool with me. It's about full. I'm tired. Now I figure I'd pull some work for tomorrow. We'll be ready tomorrow. I'll go get that part and fix this kiln so it'll work better. Cross our fingers. Cross my fingers. I'm really happy with the way this thing is working. So that little fucking doohickey I put on there. The inline is working just fucking fine. I was afraid it wouldn't. Even impressed. Motherfucker ain't even rated for half the wattage for this one of it. I gotta turn off my gases. I can't let them waste. Oh hell, I'm gonna pull another couple points. At least one. Then I'll turn off my gas. Turn one more point. Now I've got as many as I did today already ready. Of the big chunky ones. Ah. Feels good. Oh shit, upstairs. I should leave you guys on some other video. Because I might get in a fight with the dogs.
Lobe and the small lobe.
Wow,
This is the head of the liver. On this liver model, you can see the kaput, the head. If there was a head on the liver, it was a good sign for the Etruscans. If the head was missing, it was a negative sign, and the consultation was stopped. Was the head intact? You would look at other parts of the liver with a specific question. Are we going to wage war or not? Some scholars think that the north was here and the south was here. The east was favorable. The west was unfavorable. With further precision, the north-east very favorable.
Even after thousands of years, the Etruscans continue to delight and move us.
Last week I unpacked a statue which is part of the exhibition, and I was really touched by it. Even now, it is extraordinary that it still evokes this emotion after all these years. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. Thank you to those who support me on Patreon. There should be a link below. Kindly share this video if you found it informative. Please hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click on the notification bell for updates. I look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section. Have a wonderful week, and I hope to see you again soon. In mythology, the Greek underworld is an other world where souls go after death. The original Greek idea of afterlife is that at the moment of death, the soul is separated from the corpse, taking on the shape of the former person, and is transported to the entrance of the underworld. The underworld itself, sometimes known as Hades, is considered the dark counterpart to the brightness of Mount Olympus, with the kingdom of the dead corresponding to the kingdom of the gods, a realm invisible to the living, made solely for the dead. According to Greek mythology, Persephone, daughter of Zeus, is the queen of the underworld. During the 6 months that Persephone spent in the underworld, her mother was sad and not in the mood to deal with the harvest. Thus, she would leave the earth to decline. These were the months of autumn and winter, when the land is not fertile and does not give crops. Whenever Persephone went to Olympus to live during the spring and summer, the land would become fertile again and fruitful. Therefore, one aspect of the myth was created to explain the change of the seasons and the eternal cycle of nature's death and rebirth. Hel, spelled H-E-L, means hidden, and was the Old Norse underworld goddess that ruled over the identically named Hel, the place where many of the dead were said to dwell. Alatu is an underworld goddess that was worshipped by the Carthaginians. Carthage was the center or capital city of the ancient Carthaginian civilization on the eastern side of Lake Tunis in what is now Tunisia, the North African nation located in the southern Mediterranean, one of the most affluent cities of the ancient world. The religion of Carthage was a direct continuation of the Phoenicians and the ancient Canaanites that included child sacrifice. While the Phoenician pantheon was presided over by the father of the gods, Baal Hammon, a goddess was the principal figure in the Phoenician pantheon, called Tanit, or Tangu, meaning the sun, but equivalent to the moon goddess, Astarte, later worshipped in Roman Carthage. She was also known as Tango, meaning land of the lions, and was sometimes depicted with a lion's head. The ancient Berber people also adopted her cult, and to the ancient Egyptians, her name means land of me, a goddess of wisdom. In Carthage, Tanit's symbol can be found in a Tophet, a name given to the place where sacrifice was conducted, and is sometimes interpreted by some academics as a woman raising her hands. Some researchers have disputed the evidence pointing to child sacrifice, with one study interpreting the Carthage Tophet as a child cemetery of children that died naturally. That said, the evidence, in my estimation, becomes overwhelming when combined with ancient literary sources, such as the Bible, where accounts of child sacrifice can be compared with similar ones from Greek and Latin sources, speaking of the offering of children by fire as sacrifices in the city of Carthage. For example, Plutarch mentions the practice, as does Tertullian, Plutarchus, historian of Alexander the Great, Orosius, Philo, and Theodorus of Sicily, who wrote, quote, "In former times, the Carthaginians had been accustomed to sacrifice to this god the noblest of their sons, but more recently, secretly buying and nurturing children that had sent these to the sacrifice." According to Justin, the Latin writer who lived under the Roman Empire, the Carthaginians accepted the Persian Empire's instructions to stop sacrificing children and eating dogs. Tertullian, in about the year 200, states that although the priests who sacrificed children had been crucified by Romans, quote, "that holy crime persists in secret," end quote. Of course, sacrifice was also a custom in Mesoamerica, where the Aztecs would often perform the ritual with prisoners captured in war. The most common form of sacrifice was to open the chest of the victim and rip out their still beating hearts.
Oh no.
Aztecs weren't the only pre-Columbian Americans that sacrificed people. Mayans did that too, as did the. While this practice is no longer done in modern Mexico, the goddess Kali still receives some sacrifices from time to time in modern India, especially in remote rural provinces, with beheadings being one of the preferred methods. Many are quick to point out that the Bible denounces the practice of sacrifice, with the Vatican regarded by millions as a symbol of Christianity.
We will continue this upstairs. I got it. Hot diggity. Well, I made twice as much as I did the day before. Got my kiln working better. Tomorrow we'll shoot for even better. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Is it me? Is it me you want? I can't help you. There's only one of me patches. I'm more thin. You have to come in here. Daddy. Ready for a bath. Ice cream, motherfucking ice cream. What's some ice cream? I got me some chocolate chip ice cream. Motherfucking mint chocolate chip. Sitting here and listening to Mr. Anthropologist talk about these ancient people here. He got about an hour left, I think. That's long enough to eat some ice cream. Don't be looking at my ice cream.
Update on the soup. Motherfucking smelling good. Got basil up in that shit. Put about twice as much basil was in it now. Good morning, all. How you doing? Yeah, my moon is rising in the north sky up here tonight. It's got a good angle to it already. You're looking at it through your telescope.
Of this location in Italy, and what are the origins of its name? In actuality, the Vatican is neither Latin nor Greek, and it cannot be traced to the Bible either. While the word Vatican is associated with the Church, it predates Christianity and is closely linked to the Etruscan goddess Vatica.
Yep.
Located in Rome, the Vatican is a symbol of the Roman Catholic faith, and as a city-state was founded on February 11, 1929, as the world's smallest independent country by both population and area, with a population of around 840 and an area of about 108 acres, but with an influence over millions of people that span the globe. Yet, as with many other Christian traditions and customs, the Vatican has a pagan origin, and about 3,000 years ago, the Etruscans settled the region of central Italy, known as Etruria, and ruled that part of the Mediterranean before the rise of Rome. While most of the Etruscan literature and mythology has been lost, we do know that they built a large cemetery on a hillside slope outside their ancient city in the area that later became the city of Rome. And the guardian of this necropolis was the Etruscan goddess Vatica, goddess of the underworld, whose duty was to keep a watching eye on those who had passed away. It seems that the Etruscan beliefs about the afterlife were similar to those of ancient Egyptians, where treatment of the deceased remains was important for survival and a successful journey to the next life. According to Etruscan mythology, Vanth was a death demon that attended from the moment of death until entry to the underworld, usually depicted with wings and had bearded snakes entwined around her arm. In addition to being goddess of the underworld, Vatica was also a bitter-tasting grape used to make wine that grew on the slope. When people ate it, they experienced hallucinations, and a word passed on into Latin as a synonym.
It's way below it right now.
The Latin word Vaticaner means fortell or prophet, vadis, poet, teacher, oracle. So while according to the Catholic Encyclopedia, the origin of the name Vaticanus is uncertain, other sources claim that it comes from the ancient
You feel the love,
Vaticanus, alluding to the drug-induced oracles or fortune-telling priests, which delivered their prophecy there in ancient times. The area, which is now St. Peter's, thus became known as Vatican Hill. Another connection to the word Vatican relates to the heatin, or dark jewelry in the forehead to indicate the third eye, and on the pineal gland. Also related to psychic phenomena, intuition, and hints of sixth chakra. In addition to melatonin, the pineal gland produces known as key. Powerful and appears to be related to dreaming and experience. Interesting to know that some Hindu monsters are also called Vatican, which is used to describe the My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. Thank you so much to those who support me on Patreon. I greatly appreciate it. There should be a link below. Kindly share this video if you found it informative. Please hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. And click on the notification for updates. I look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section. Please have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon. In our modern information age, it seems that libraries have become almost obsolete. With so much data available over the internet, in most cases right from the phone in our pocket, the idea of going someplace to search through individual books seems like a tedious, distant memory. But in antiquity, libraries were the great storehouses of knowledge. Magnificent structures, where records were stored for future generations to learn from and to add
As long as I'm giving her love
in the
too.
ancient
But
world.
once you stop giving her love, once you stop giving her love,
the villa that was most likely built contained roughly 1,800 scrolls, which were all buried when nearby Mount Vesuvius erupted in 79 AD.
I'm telling you right now, you don't want the ice
It
cream.
was recently
You don't
reopened
want
to
it,
the
why?
public almost 2,000 years after
I
it
need
was
love
submerged through a 90-foot layer of volcanic ash and mud, and remarkably preserved. Its blackened carbonized scrolls have been rediscovered, and researchers are using everything from multispectral imaging to X-rays to try to read them. The Library of Celsus, modern-day Turkey, was established around 120 AD, and the building's ornate facade still stands today and features a marble stairway and columns, as well as 4 statues representing wisdom, virtue, intelligence, and knowledge. The library may have held some 12,000 scrolls and was named after the Roman consul Tiberius Julius Celsus, who was buried in an ornamental sarcophagus inside the library.
Staring down my mint chocolate chip.
Long after the Western Roman Empire had gone into decline, classical Greek and Roman thought continued to flourish in Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire.
Got it.
And the city's library first came into existence in the 4th century under the Great. At its peak, its collection grew to a staggering 120,000 scrolls, but suffered a devastating blow after a Crusader army attacked Constantinople in 1204. Nevertheless, its scribes and scholars are now credited with preserving countless pieces of ancient Greek and Roman literature by making parchment copies of deteriorating papyrus scrolls. Another exquisite example is the Library of Pergamon, constructed in the 3rd century BC, also in what is now Turkey.
It's got chocolate.
It was once home to a treasure trove of some 200,000 scrolls, housed in a temple complex devoted to Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom. Pliny the Elder. The Library of Pergamon eventually became so famous that it was considered to be in keen competition with the Library of Alexandria. Both sites sought to match and they developed schools of thought. There's even a legend that Egypt's dynasty shipped to Pergamon in the hope of slowing its growth. Of course, the ancient Library of Alexandria is probably the most famous ancient library, in part due to its tragic destruction.
You lost your mind!
Considered one of the great losses in history.
Just a little, please.
The city of Alexandria gets its name from Alexander the Great.
You ain't getting no ice cream.
And following his death in 323 BC, control of Egypt fell to his former general Ptolemy, who sought to fulfill Alexander's wish of establishing a center of learning, which eventually became the intellectual jewel of the ancient world. Little is known about the library's physical layout, but at its peak, it may have included over 500,000 papyrus scrolls containing works of literature, history, law, mathematics, science, and sacred occult knowledge allegedly passed down from the time of Atlantis.
Okay.
The world's oldest known library was founded sometime in the 7th century BC for the Assyrian ruler Ashurbanipal, regarded as the last great ruler of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Located in Nineveh in modern-day Iraq, the site included a trove of some 30,000 cuneiform tablets organized according to subject matter. The king's personal library covered such areas of knowledge as medicine, mythology, magic, science, poetry, and geography.
Perfect.
But it also housed several works of literature, including the 4,000-year-old Epic of Gilgamesh. According to old Persian and Armenian traditions, Alexander the Great himself saw the royal library of Ashurbanipal when he visited.
Yeah, Mars
Nineveh,
isn't near the moon tonight. It's below the moon a lot more.
So much so that he desired to seek out all
find
the
it yet?
of the people he had conquered, translate them into Greek, and store them in a great library of his own, which was completed after his death. As for Ashurbanipal, he acquired many of his tablets through plunder from places like Babylonia, and interestingly seems to have been particularly worried about theft. An inscription in one of the texts warns that if anyone steals its tablets, the gods will cast him down and, quote, erase his name, his seed in the land. That said, the majority of its contents are now kept in the British Museum in London. There's a project called the Ashurbanipal Library Project, which is a collaboration between the British Museum and the University of Mosul in Iraq, which aims to bring the library back to life by documenting cuneiform tablets as fully as possible in text and images, making them available online, accessible from your smartphone. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. Thank you so much to those who support me on Patreon. I truly appreciate it. And there should be a link below for those that are interested. Kindly share this video. Please hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click the notification bell for updates. As always, I look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section. Please have a wonderful week, and I hope to see you again soon.
Be on my bed.
The Viking Age, the period of great Scandinavian expansion from the 8th to the late 11th century, is normally associated with violent raids and warfare. But in fact, Viking people were highly civilized and greatly valued the arts,
it's very
especially
nice
storytelling about ancient myths, heroic legends, folk tales, and family and local histories. These stories circulated orally, often in the form of epic poems, usually passed on through successive generations, but many were written down in the 13th century, mainly by scholars in Iceland, which today form the basis of much of what we know about ancient Norse myths, legends, sagas, which were supposedly based on true stories of real Viking Age people. I thought I'd share a list of 5 of the most memorable Viking tales, in no particular order. Number 1, Odin wins the runes. During the pagan
I'm talking to my
era,
dentist today
Odin was
about it.
respected as the mysterious and omniscient
He and
god
his
of
wife
war,
had noticed, but they hadn't
wisdom, death,
figured out
and
what was
fate.
going on yet with it.
Sacrifices were often made to him, particularly in times of conflict. It was said that he sometimes traveled through the human world in disguise, meddling in people's affairs, or changing the course of battles. Mystical stories link Odin to the Vikings' only form of writing during the pagan era, by carving rune letters into wood, stone, metal, or bone. The myth appears in 25 cryptic verses of a poem called Havamal, meaning the sayings of the High One, possibly dating back to the 9th century. It's often claimed to be in Odin's own words, and describes him sacrificing himself to himself by hanging upside down on a lonely tree for 9 nights. Finally, he has a vision of the runes, alongside the secrets of many esoteric
I don't want
spells.
to see it again.
I plan on a future video on this, with an in-depth interpretation and explanation of its occult significance. Number 2, the Norse discovery of America. I've already covered this
When he
topic
comes
in a
out of
video
there warning you, man, you know it's bad.
featuring data from the medieval manuscript Eric's Saga, which claims that in the early 11th century, 500 years before Columbus, Viking men and women reached North America and established settlements,
I ain't going back
as well as in Greenland. They describe how an unknown country was initially sighted by a ship blown off course in bad weather, and shortly afterwards by a series of expeditions that set out from the Viking colony in Greenland in order to explore it.
Which
They
one?
came to a rich,
There's a lot of
fertile
them up there,
land
though.
full of game and timber. They also found wild grapes growing in profusion, so they called it Vinland, which means wine land. One group attempted to settle there, including a woman who gave birth to the first European child born on American soil since the Solutrean times, but they made a hasty retreat with some of the local Native American people. For many centuries, these accounts were regarded with great skepticism until 8th, 11th century Viking-style houses, a forge, and 4 workshops were excavated in Newfoundland, Canada, providing conclusive proof that the sagas were true. Number 3, Ragnarok.
Get out of here.
Like other
I know
world
you just
religions,
want my ice cream.
Viking
Go.
paganism included an
Go.
apocalyptic vision predicting that the existing world will be destroyed by cosmic forces and characters, and will then be reborn into a new, more perfect age. This scenario is most vividly brought to life in the 10th or 11th
What am I
century
looking
poem
at? I'm
called
not sure.
Voluspa, the prophecy of the seeress, possibly
I
developed
see a couple
from a series
words up
of
there
dreams
just don't make sense.
experienced by a real-life wise woman, or what some today may refer to as a witch. As horror overwhelms the world, causing it to freeze and wither, gods, monsters, and giants engage in cosmic battle until even Odin and the sun itself is vanquished. However, the poem ends with the optimistic promise of a new world rising from the ruins of the old. After the cataclysmic events, the world will resurface anew and fertile. The surviving and returning gods will meet, and the world will be repopulated by 2 human survivors. A powerful and haunting tale, which probably deserves its own video as well. Number 4, Volund and Smith. This heroic legend, illustrated on Viking Age carvings from England and Sweden, is part fairy tale, part horror story. Volund is a princely goldsmith who fashions exquisite rings. In the romantic opening, he falls in love with a spirited Valkyrie, who comes to him in the form of a swan maiden. However, after a brief marriage, she abandons him and returns to work on the battlefield, gathering up slain warriors to be honored by Odin. As he grieves over his loss, Volund is abducted by an enemy king who imprisons him on an island for refusing to marry his daughter. The hero's revenge is to murder the girl's brothers and fashion their body parts into grisly jewelry, which he presents to his unwitting captors.
There might be a planet you ain't been told about.
He forges himself some gold wings and flies away to resume his search for his lost wife. The popularity of this tale clearly extended even beyond the Viking world, for Volund is also
I see a few of them.
Anglo-Saxon,
brighter than fucking Venus up there anymore.
Which was featured in a recent video I made. I'll place a link to it in the description in case you missed it. And number 5, the theft of Thor's hammer. Viking pagan mythology is dominated by eternal conflict between the gods and their arch enemies, the giants.
Don't want to be taking Thor's hammer.
Among the gods,
that's trouble.
The role of chief giant basher belonged to the mighty Thor. As defender of both the divine and human realms, he had a penchant for smashing in the skulls of giants with his magic hammer. And in this tale, it is stolen by one of the giants, who refuses to return it unless the beautiful goddess Freya agrees to marry him. Thor gallantly disguises himself as a requested bride, a truly courageous act in a society where cross-dressing was considered an outrage against virility. He travels to Giant Land and pretends to take part in the wedding. As soon as the hammer is delivered, in accordance with the bargain, Thor seizes it and destroys the giant in a single blow.
Of course he does.
Thor's popularity in Viking times is demonstrated by the many pagan temples that were dedicated to him and the large number of miniature hammer pendants excavated. Those were 5 of my favorite Viking stories. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. Thank you so much to those who support me on Patreon. There should be a link below in the description section for those that are interested. Please share this video if you found it informative. Please hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Make sure you click on the notification bell for updates.
Yeah, I don't know.
I very much look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section. Please have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon. With Valentine's Day just around the corner, I thought I'd do an episode regarding love, or more specifically, love's most universally accepted symbol.
I said there's
the
a
one we
few of
most
them out there
commonly
bigger and brighter
associate
than
with the heart.
Venus. That one looks pretty fucking
This
big.
shape, however, with its round top and pointy end, doesn't really resemble the organ it is said to represent. So what is the origin of this symbol? There are plenty of theories about where the heart shape came from, ranging from a Catholic saint's divine hallucinations to a bad organ description by Aristotle. Another belief has the symbol originating from the shape of leaves, typically ivy leaves, as the Greeks associated ivy with the god Dionysus, the god of passion, wine, and other sensual rituals and activity. To get to the bottom of this mystery, we need to go to ancient North Africa.
I'm
to a
looking
place
at
called
it.
Cyrene,
I don't know what the fuck it
an
is.
ancient Greek,
Looks brighter
and later
than Venus,
Roman
doesn't it?
city near present-day Shahat, Libya.
It ain't Venus.
It was the oldest and most important of the 5 Greek cities in the region, founded in
There's a couple of
631
them. One of
BC
them's going to come up
and abandoned in the 4th century. It was
2 or
founded
3 o'clock in the
and named by
morning.
Apollo, after a
it's fucking
Thessalian
bright.
princess in Greek mythology, a region of Greece which used to be known as Aeolia, as it appeared in Homer's Odyssey. As the myth goes, she was tending to her father's sheep one day when a lion attacked one of them. She wrestled it to the ground, and Apollo, seeing her do this, fell in love with her and took her to Africa, where she then ruled the fertile and rich land. In another account, a monstrous lion had terrorized the citizens greatly, so Apollo brought Cyrene to get rid of the beast, which she did, and as with many myths involving troublesome dragons and serpents, some interpretations have the animal as a symbolic representation of a certain tribe or race, but I will elaborate on that in a future video. For now, I'll just say that she succeeded in subduing the lion and was given a kingdom to rule. The name Cyrene means sovereign queen, and the crop that was most famously grown in her land was
yeah, I'm not sure which one that is in the south.
in abundance, and was described to be a type of giant fennel with
I don't know.
fleshy stalks and
It
small
looks like
clumps of
Venus,
yellow
doesn't it?
flowers.
But
From
Venus
its stem and
is
root, it
already
emitted a
set.
pungent sap that Pliny the Elder called amongst the most precious gifts
I watched
presented
it
to us
earlier,
by nature.
earlier
Exports of the
tonight.
plant and its resin made Cyrene the
We ain't
richest
supposed
city
to have no
on the
stars that
continent
bright.
at the time. It was so valuable, in fact, that Cyrenians began printing it on their money, silver coins from the 6th century BC.
Their app's a little bit off. It says it's a star. What star does it say it is? It looks like a planet. It's so bright. I saw it out there earlier. Fucking ice cream. I can't help you though. I'm gonna go look at this motherfucker again. See if I can't find it. Any constellation it belongs to. I don't recognize it. Look, that motherfucker's a planet. There is to it. Too big, too bright to be a star. I ain't buying it. That's just all there is to it. It's too big and too bright to be a star. It's got to be a planet, one of them. Which one? I don't know. No idea. It looks red. It might be Mars. I know it's big. It might be Mars, right? I don't know. There you go. Look at it in the telescope. See what that looks like. See what it looks like in the telescope. What color is it? Is it red? It says it's massive. It is big. It's very big.
Teeth are imprinted
That's what she said.
images of the plant's stalk, a thick column with flowers on top and leaves sticking out, and its seed pods, which look like this. According to Pliny, it was a kind of cure-all, used to treat everything from chills to fevers to corns. Best of all, he wrote, quote, "It is never productive of flatulency." Hippocrates said it can be used as a poultice to soothe the stomach. Cooks also use the plant in their recipes, perhaps the same way we use fennel seeds today. In classical antiquity, its uses included as a seasoning, perfume, as an aphrodisiac, or as a medicine. And more specifically, it was most famously used as a type of birth control. According to the historian John Riddle in his book, Eve's Herbs, The History of Contraception and Abortion in the West, quote, anecdotal and medical evidence from classical antiquity tells us that the drug of choice for contraception was silphium. John Riddle also describes another, more explicit Serenian coin of, quote, a seated woman with silphium at her feet while one hand touches the plant and the other points to her reproductive area. Silphium was so critical to the Serenian economy that most of their coins bore a picture of the plant itself. The Minoans and ancient Egyptians developed a specific glyph to represent the silphium plant. It was used widely by most ancient Mediterranean cultures. The Romans, who mentioned the plant in poems or songs, considered it worth its weight in denarii, which were silver coins, or even gold. Legend said that it was a gift from the god Apollo. The ancient physician Cyrannus suggested taking a dose of silphium the size of a chickpea once a month both prevented conception and destroyed any already existing. In his poem, Catullus wrote that he wanted to share as many kisses with his beloved as the number of Libyan sands that lie in the silphium-bearing Cyrene. The exact identity of silphium is unclear, and today, ancient silphium is likely extinct, commonly believed to have been a flowering plant that was part of the carrot family. Some of the speculation about the cause of its extinction rests on a sudden demand for animals that grazed on the plant for some supposed effect on the quality of the meat. That said, it is more commonly said that demand for its contraceptive use and over-harvesting was likely to be the real reason leading to its extinction around the 2nd century BC. Pliny the Elder reported that the last known stock of silphium found in Cyrenaica was given to the Emperor Nero as a curiosity. Gradually, the heart came to be depicted in red, a color that is also a symbol of passion and love, and was associated with the divine feminine power. The inverted triangle also symbolizes the water element, which makes the heart a sign of intuition, psychic perception, affection, and love. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. Thank you to those who support me on Patreon. There should be a link below. Please share this video if you found it informative. Kindly hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click on the notification bell for updates. I very much look forward to reading your thoughts in the comment section. Please have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again soon. For most ancient Greeks, the Trojan War was much more than just a myth. It was a defining moment in their distant past. According to Herodotus, the writer from the 5th century BC, considered the father of history,
this guy isn't bad for
a real event.
Dry run. He brings in mythology into it a little bit.
Exaggerates for effect. His accounts have consistently been found to be more or less reliable. The name Troy refers both to a place in legend and a real-life archaeological site. In legend, Troy is a city that was besieged for 10 years and eventually conquered by a Greek army led by King Agamemnon. The reason for the wars was, according to Homer's Iliad, the abduction of Helen, a queen from Sparta, by Paris, the son of Troy's king Priam. In some non-literal but deeper, hidden, or occult interpretations of the myth, Helen of Troy is linked to Lilith as the personification of death, but not in the physical context. In the mystery schools, death has a different spiritual meaning, as set forth in the Zohar, for example, concerning certain interpretations of the consequences brought about by the apple in the Garden of Eden story. Throughout the Iliad, the gods constantly intervene in support of characters on both sides of the conflict. Troy also refers to a real ancient city located on the northwest coast of Turkey, which, since antiquity, has been identified by many as being the Troy discussed in legend. Whether the Trojan War actually took place and whether the site in northwest Turkey is the same Troy is still a matter of debate. According to legend, the Trojan War took place near the end of the Bronze Age, probably before 1200 BC, possibly around the time that the Mycenaean civilization flourished in Greece. According to Heinrich Schliemann, who conducted a series of excavations in modern-day Turkey in the 1870s, the city of Troy goes back at least 2,700 years, backed by treasures he discovered and claimed to be from King Priam. While there's no doubt that Schliemann did find golden artifacts, ancient swastikas, and real remnants from an ancient city in Anatolia, located where Troy was said to have once stood, it is still questionable if this was the same Troy spoken about in Greek mythology or another city built upon it centuries later. The earliest account of this war comes from Homer, who lived around the 8th century BC, several centuries after the event took place, and doesn't appear to have been written down until even later, likely during the 6th century BC. Homer's Iliad is an ancient Greek epic poem set in the 10th year of the siege against Troy. A number of key events happen in the poem, including a duel between the king of Sparta and husband of Helen against Paris, with the winner supposed to receive Helen as a prize, ending the war. However, the gods intervene to break up the duel before it's finished, and the war continued. Contrary to popular belief, The Iliad does
Can't
not
be having
end with the
peace.
destruction of Troy, but
Not in
with a
the name of
temporary
God.
truce, after which the fighting presumably continues. Another work attributed to Homer is the Odyssey, set after the destruction of the city, referencing how the Greeks took Troy using the famous Trojan horse, a wooden structure concealing warriors within it. The city, immortalized by Homer's poems and allegedly discovered by Heinrich Schliemann, seems to be located on an archaeological site that shows that it was inhabited going back at least 5,000 years, not to mention other nearby sites, such as Göbekli Tepe, that date back twice as far. After one city was destroyed, a new city would be built on top of it, creating a human-made mound called a tell. According to researchers from the University of Amsterdam, there is not one single Troy. There are at least 10 lying in layers on top of each other. So while Schliemann's 17-year-old Greek wife, Sophia, looked very impressive, adorned in all that ancient gold and treasures he discovered, there still remains doubt if he dug down deep enough to reach the actual Troy spoken about in myth, and not another city built upon it at a later date. The same could be said about the famous funeral mask of Agamemnon that he discovered in 1876, with no real indication it actually belonged to the Mycenaean king Agamemnon, leader of the Greeks in Homer's Iliad, despite the fact that it was made of gold and was found at the site of Mycenae. That said, let's take a closer look at the mythology from another perspective. If you study the Iliad closely, you'll discover that the shields of the leaders of the Greek armies at the siege of Troy were painted with lions or serpents, while the Trojan defenders also had lions or eagles on their shield. The Iliad also describes a huge eagle as appearing over the contending armies at the siege of Troy. What do these symbols mean? According to Josephus in his Antiquities of the Jews, the Spartan king Arios sent an embassy to the Jewish high priest acknowledging that the Jews and Spartans were racially akin, both having descended from Abraham. It's also interesting to note that the seal on the letter from Sparta showed an eagle holding a serpent, a symbol we see in other places, which I will get to in a future video.
Like Mexico.
As for the Trojan lion, this is also a biblically referenced symbol we find in Genesis. So were some of the ancient Greeks and Trojans related to each other? In the Greek legends, we find that Dardanus, son of Zeus and Electra, was the founder of Dardanus in Troy, named after himself. Troy was a region in Anatolia, and according to the Encyclopedia Britannica, Dardanus became the founder of the royal house of Troy.
Is that where he got the
original
name?
home being Arcadia, which was located in the Peloponnese. Peloponnese is the region of Greece where the Spartans were from. So where did Dardanus come from? I'll get to that shortly. According to the 9th century British historian and Welsh monk Nennius, who authored The History of the Britons, about the ancient history of the indigenous British folk, a group of people under the leadership of Brutus, from whom Britain took its name, invaded England some 1100 years before the time of Jesus, or over 3,000 years ago, and set up a dynasty of British kings. The legends and histories of the ancient world trace Brutus and his people back to Italy, and through his ancestors back to ancient Troy. Keep in mind, this was a time of major upheaval and earth changes in the area which affected the entire Mediterranean. Many scholars attribute this time as coinciding with what is recorded in the Bible as the time of Exodus. Hecataeus of Abdera, a 4th century BC Greek historian, states that, quote, "Now the Egyptians say that also after these events, a great number of colonies were spread from Egypt all over the inhabited world. They say also that those who set forth with Danus, likewise from Egypt, settled what is practically the oldest city of Greece, Argos, end quote. Some scholars link Dardanus with Darda of the Bible, the son of Zara and grandson of Judah. The Athenians believed that they themselves were colonists from Sais in Egypt, according to Diodorus of Sicily, the ancient Greek historian and author of Bibliotheca Historica from around 60 BC. That said, according to the Egyptians, via Plato, the ancient Egyptian priests of Sais said that both Sais in Egypt and Athens of Greece were founded by the same patron goddess, Athena, or Neith, to the Egyptians. So it becomes interesting once we make the connection between Egypt, Greece, Italy, ancient Anatolia, or Troy, and Northern Europe, or Britain. In my last video, we talked about the Etruscans, the civilization that predated the Roman Empire in Italy, who did not call themselves Etruscan, which comes from Etruria, or Tuscana, the Roman name of their homeland. Etruscans called themselves Rasenna, or Rosna, or later Rutuli, all of which come to mean red, or the red ones. We know the Etruscans depicted themselves painted red, and even with blonde hair, used red ochre to color their skin red, much like another ancient Mediterranean civilization from the island of Crete, the Minoans, which is also not what they called themselves, as Minoan comes from Minotaur, which translated means bull of Minos. That said, the Minoans, like the Etruscans, also painted their white skin with red ochre, and like the Etruscans, worshipped the goddess and revered the serpent. The ancient Egyptian pharaohs also depicted themselves as red, applying red ochre to their skin and mummies, as depicted in their art, along with the serpent. Which brings us to the Phoenicians, a maritime civilization of the ancient Mediterranean, who were considered Canaanites and were called Phoenicians by the Greek, from the Greek word phynos, meaning red. Also, in a recent video, I talked about the Vikings, Eric the Red, and I said that his name was likely due to his red beard, which may or may not have been his natural hair color, but I used some ambiguity because I didn't want to get into what I'm discussing now, which is a link between the Viking runes and the Phoenician alphabet, both of whom share similarities not only in ship design, but both adorn their vessels with serpents, as did the Etruscans, who incidentally were well-known pirates. And the word Viking itself means pirate. I also previously covered the Redskin Indians of the New World, who painted their white skin red and also used swastikas and serpent symbolism. So it seems that there was an ancient seafaring civilization from the Americas to the Mediterranean to Northern Europe and other places, but I'm running out of time, who revered the goddess in their religion, which today is called pagan, as well as snakes or serpent symbology, which today is vilified as evil and are associated with the color red, which is also the color attributed to the tribe of Dan, whose unique symbol is, you guessed it, the snake. Of course, this story is much older than the Bible, as Plato said while alluding to the colors of Atlantis, and I quote from Critias, the stone which was used in the work they quarried from underneath the center island and from underneath the zones on the outer as well as the inner side. One kind was white, another black, and a third red. It's interesting that the flag of Egypt consists of these same three Atlantean colors of red, white, and black, with an eagle, which in pagan times represented Zeus, the planet Jupiter, that has a 12-year orbit around the sun, which is why the zodiac on our modern calendar is based on 12, which was extended to 12 by the ancient Romans when Emperor Augustus added July for Julius Caesar and August, named after himself, the ancient Roman eagle being their emblem, the same emblem as nationalist Germany that rejected the out-of-Africa theory in favor for research into origins from Atlantis, and whose flag, which I'm not permitted to show here, used the same swastika as found in Troy or Greece and other places, and whose flag also used, you guessed it, black, white, and red. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. You can find my published books on Amazon. They make a great gift. Thank you to those who support me on Patreon. There should be a link below.
I think that's going to be his
Kindly
last
share
one
this
on
video
this.
if you found it informative. Please hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click on the notification bell for updates. I look forward to your thoughts in the comment section.
I'm going
Please
to bed.
have a wonderful week, and I hope
to
to see you again soon.
Oh, Valerie.
One of the most revered movies from Hollywood's golden age.
Yeah, I know. I want to
was
see.
Stanley
I want to
Kubrick's
see a picture of it.
1960 epic, Spartacus.
But I'm heading out. We'll listen to more of this new guy tomorrow when I get my kiln working again. But yeah, I'm going to go to bed. Can't tell I'm tired. Oh my God. We'll have a crank in my neck. That's what I'm saying if I don't go to bed. Y'all have a good night. I will hasta mañana.